Great that you could join us today. It's 10 o'clock in Stockholm, and we are live and kicking right now. So I'm just going to do a quick run of the program, how it looks today. We are very happy that Jonathan Greechan, who is the global CEO and co-founder of Founder Institute, could join us from US. It's 1:47. It was 10 minutes ago when we just did a quick test call with him. So we are very happy, Jonathan, that you could join us. We'll be soon listening from you. Hugo is joining us from Seedrs. He is head of Europe. We'll be talking about crowdfunding. Sara joins us from Norrsken. We'll be talking about impact movement, and Cilia is joining us from Equity Foundation for a keynote on why the world needs impact first investments. Then after these amazing keynote addresses, we'll go into our first startup pitching, evaluation, and feedback session, which will be idea session. That's where we are very thankful Anette, Per, Malcolm, Andrew, and Adrian could join us. And some of great startups are here. We have idea stage startups here with us. So Natasha, Zachariah, Henrik, Marco, Annabelle, Emma, Fabrice, and Arya. Great that you could join us. After that, at around lunchtime, Stockholm time, we'll move into a masterclass on go-to-market for startups. After that, we'll jump into pre-seed stage startups. And that's where we are thankful that general partner from Icebreaker VC, Leo, could join us. Jorn is joining us from Catapult, Norway. Evelina joins us from Well Street, Simon, XY Ventures, and Carmina is joining us from Snow Ventures. And good lineup of founders over there again: Sandra, Sune, Amir, Miko, Xuan, Anna, Mai, and Linda is joining us with their interesting and amazing startup ideas. Then we take a kind of a dive into how do you need to build your LinkedIn presence as a startup founder and support your pitch. So we have invited somebody very well known in the entire Stockholm or Swedish or Nordic innovation ecosystem. So Tony is joining us from KTH Innovation. We jump into the last segment of pitching at seed stage. So Thomas joins us from Plug and Play. Felicia is joining us from Peak. Riot joins us from Luminar. Livia joins us from Antler, and Sara is joining us again from Seedrs. Finalists over there are Timu, Sebastian, Miroslav, Robert, Christina, Mats, and Leona, Dr. Leona. So very interesting lineup of startups again. We'll be doing a closing address of the summit with Anna Gisler. Very thankful that Invest Stockholm could join us. Big thanks to Jens, who is my friend at Startup Grind Hong Kong, for their support in production, and he's been a great advisor for the entire event process. Big thanks to Mekar for organizing this. She's the brains behind Nutty Ventures, so big thanks to Mekar for making this day happen. A quick shout out to our program partners, Invest Stockholm. Thank you guys for the great work that you're doing. And our ecosystem partners for this, first and foremost, Founder Institute Global and Nordics. So Nordics deadline is coming up, and you can check that on Founder Institute fi.co. When you go there, you'll come to the Nordic ecosystem, and then you can apply to the accelerator program with the world's largest pre-seed accelerator. That's the detail, fi.co/apply/Nordics. And Jonathan will be talking a little bit more about FI as we go into it. Startup Grind is becoming a Nordic cluster. So if you have experience in event marketing, digital marketing, or interested in building ecosystem, reach out to me. We have a target of setting up 10 different cities. So let's get that talking. Great thanks to Impact Hub Stockholm. We are using their space for running today's show. And finally, to Founders Live, who are coming in a couple of months to Nordics. More about that later. Thank you so much, everyone. And we move to Jonathan.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. Sounds great. What exact time? We are close to 2 a.m. now, right?
2:08 a.m. Yeah, but it's okay. The sun never sets on the Founders Institute. We live in a global economy, so
awesome. So, well, if you could just give us a quick background about yourself, and then we can hear about your topic.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Jonathan Greechan, co-founder and CEO of the Founder Institute. As Namol mentioned, it's a global pre-seed startup accelerator. I would consider myself a startup lifer. I've been working in startups now since 2004. Been through a couple up and down cycles, and the one time a startup that I was involved in building, we got acquired by a big company, and I spent a year at that big company, and I don't think I've ever been as depressed in my entire life. So I'm where I belong in the startup space, I'm blessed to be a part of the ecosystem.
Awesome. So Jonathan, great to hear about Founder Institute. You guys are a great global ecosystem. You're building cities, you're building startup accelerators, and you're also building VC labs. So there's so much happening. We'd like to hear more about that and what are your takes on funding scene going forward.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll bring up my presentation really quick.
Brilliant.
Here.
That'll be great.
Yeah, as Namol mentioned, it's not just Founder Institute, but actually in 2020, we actually spun out something from Founder Institute, a sister company called VC Lab. And VC Lab is actually, we take the same principles of Founder Institute that we use to help founders launch great startups. And in VC Lab, we do that for emerging fund managers to help them launch new VC funds. So we've now launched over 225 funds through VC Lab. And obviously there's great synergies there between those funds and the companies coming through FI. But I guess awesome. I know I don't have a lot of time, and you guys have a really amazing packed schedule here. So I'll get started on what I'm here to talk about today. And that's really raising funding in 2023. So I want to start up really quick with just a kind of a reality check, a perception versus reality in the market. Okay, because if you look at all of the news that's coming out, whether it's news that's specifically about venture capital, or it's news about tech stocks, or it's news about, I don't know, Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever, which is kind of being lumped in with tech when it really shouldn't be. It's just straight up financial fraud. You would think that the bottom is really falling out of the bottom of everything going on in startups and venture capital, right? But really, if you look at the perception versus reality, you would think that the market for startup funding is really bad, but really it's just the market for startup funding has dropped compared to 2021. And 2021 was insane, okay? All of those headlines that I just showed you before, it's all like, oh, it's dropped since 2021. It's dropped to 2019 levels, right? As if that was such of a bad thing. 2021 should not be used as a barometer for anything, all right? If you really think about it, this is going to be a time that we remember. You look on the left chart here, will just show you the amount of venture funding that was going into the market was insane. And on the right here, you'll see that a lot of that venture funding was coming from non-traditional VCs, right? These are large private equity firms, pension funds, people like Tiger Global, right? Basically, a lot of these big LPs were like, look, we don't even need the VCs anymore. We can just skip the middleman and go straight to the startups because everybody's making money on startups. So what could go wrong, right? And on top of that, if you look back, I think to me, it's kind of funny that even the term, the Great Resignation, and that whole concept sort of became normalized. I mean, if you think about it, this is also kind of insane. It became normalized because everything last year was insane. But the idea that mass amounts of people would just start quitting their jobs, if that's not a sign of just how crazy and how much of an outlier 2021 was, I'm not sure what is. So just everything's okay. We're not bottoming out or anything. We're going back to like 2019 pre-pandemic levels, which were fine, which were great. Great levels, just not insane like 2021. If you look at a lot of statistics, US VCs raised 70 billion in the first quarter of 2022, which was more than all of 2021, even though 2021 was crazy. And if you're going to compare, I know a lot of people think we may be going into a recession, and we may be. But the amount of that funding was in the last major recession we had in all 3 of those years combined. And then there's the topic of dry powder, which a lot of people are talking about. all of this froth from the last couple of years brought a lot of venture capital, or a lot of just capital into the VC space that has yet to be invested. Okay, and that money has to go somewhere. People don't give VCs money to just sit on it. If they wanted to do that, they would put it into some other slow investment, right? That money needs to be invested. So, it's the bottom is not dropping out. Everything's okay. All right. And then the second perception versus reality, I would say here, is people think that valuations are dropping like crazy. They're not. Late stage valuations are dropping. Everything else is mostly okay. Those late stages, I mean, I'm not going to lie, it's been kind of a bloodbath. And that's why you're seeing so many layoffs across the board. And a lot of that is also because, guess what? Some of those non-traditional VCs that decided to skip the middleman and go straight to the startups, maybe that wasn't such a great idea, right? A lot of them are losing their shirts right now. So a lot of that pullback is now causing a lot of the valuations that were just completely unrealistic in those late stage startups to get cut. But if you look at the earlier stages, which I believe most of the people joining this event today are, it's really our domain. Angel tends to just be stable across the board. And you can see on this chart, right? That never really changes too much. And that's still the same. Seed deals are actually rising right now, which to me also isn't too surprising, because as those late stage investors started coming into the market and flooding their capital, a lot of the traditional late stage VCs raised massive funds to start going earlier, right? To become more competitive. So a lot of those seed stage deals are actually growing. And even Series A deals, this to me, I'm not going to lie, is kind of surprising. Even some of those are, somewhat stable, right? I do expect some of these to drop a little bit, but even those are somewhat stable. So really what we're seeing is that fundraising is it's a return to the fundamentals, okay? 2021 was not normal. It should not be used as a barometer for anything, all right? We're returning back to normal levels. And this is kind of a funny way that I like to frame it, right? I mean, I was in that VC funding market in the 2000s, and I got treated not very well. And that was the motivation for myself and my co-founder to start a website called thefunded.com, and then subsequently the Founder Institute, right? And I think this God complex here, that's an RIP 2000s, okay? We don't have that anymore. But if you look on the other side of the equation, kind of 2020, 2021, that's just as bad, right? Yes, it was easier for some founders to get funding, but it's terrible for the industry, right? In the long run. So right now, we're literally just kind of getting back to this nice equilibrium, which is sanity, right? It's the early conversation. What are your traction? What is your unit economics? Come back to me next month. I want to see how you do there. Right? This is healthy for the industry, and this is where we are now. So quickly, I want to go into just these 4 major fundraising trends that I'm seeing for 2023 that should help anyone here kind of increase their chances of raising funding. So number 1, as I mentioned, we're kind of going back to pre-pandemic. So let's call that 2019 or so, which was still a great time to raise funding, right? And we just released some of these statistics, and you can see them on fi.co/benchmarks. But basically, we just started sharing some of the data that we're seeing with all the deals that we're seeing around the world. And if you look at a lot of this stuff, it really is just going back to kind of common sense benchmarks, things that we saw before 2019, before kind of these other factors like FOMO and things like that started coming into play, and creating unrealistic valuations and unrealistic funding routes. The second thing that I'll say here, and this is also tracked on fi.co/benchmarks, is that metrics are great again. Okay, so investors are getting under increased scrutiny to mitigate risk, right? And what is a great way to mitigate risk? Well, the best way to do that really is to eliminate bias. And what's a great way to eliminate bias is to focus on metrics, right? To be quantitative, to be data driven. So this is some of the latest data that we're seeing that's kind of meeting this ever changing definition of quote unquote traction. right? Which is a word that can mean a lot of different things, and it's sort of always moving. This is something we just updated a couple of days ago, but maybe next month it'll be different. But really, it's just focusing on being able to do these things is what's going to help you get funding. And really, at the end of the day, it's this idea of being resourcefulness it's valuable again. Okay, like you don't need to have all the money in the world. You just, whatever money you do have, you need to just make it go a long way so that you can show an investor, look what I've been able to do. No matter what it is, look what I've been able to do with the little amount of resources that I have. Imagine you gave me some more resources. You just threw some gas on this Kindle, on this little flame that I have. Imagine the fire that could create. Right. This is typically how investor conversations have always happened. In the last couple of years, that's been it's been diluted a little bit, but just we're getting back to this resourcefulness is better than resources mentality. The third one is that grit is great again. Okay, raising a round of funding is hard. All right, and I can tell you right now that you're gonna need to get 100 no's and tweak your pitch about 50 times before you're going to get a yes. And a lot of these numbers got skewed the last couple of years as well. And just, this is really hard to do. Okay. It's like banging your head against the wall. I know one of our top mentors, he used an analogy. It was that Tom Cruise movie, Edge of Tomorrow, right? He said raising, and this guy has raised billions of dollars in venture capital. And what he said was raising VC is like, it's like that movie. Every day, you just try to get a little bit farther and then you get killed, but you learn a little bit. And then the next day you just go a little bit farther again and then you get killed and you learn a little bit more. You just keep, right? It's just, it's hard. All right. So these are the requirements that we were saying in 2019, and these are the requirements that we're saying again. It's really hard to get 100 no's, and this filters out probably 95% of the people right here. Just this grit, just this perseverance, just this determination. And it definitely is required again. And then the last thing I'll say here on the trends is just, a heightened scrutiny on team. So again, the diligence requirements are going to be going up. And one of the, with any business, there's going to be risk factors, right? Maybe, just maybe, there should have been some heightened scrutiny on the FTX team. Maybe people there should have had a vast experience in financial compliance or running a multinational sophisticated financial exchange, right? Maybe that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Basically, every single business has what I would call this 800-pound gorilla in the room. Any startup pitch that I hear, right? And some of them are obvious, right? Some of them are, okay, if you're any kind of B2C company, I'm really going to press and want to know how you are going to acquire customers at scale, right? If you're a SaaS company, I want to know what are your sales cycles, who on your team has experience building out those sales teams, managing those sales cycles, and actually getting into the room with the right people and closing those deals, right? Every business has these 800-pound gorillas. Some of them are obvious, like the ones that I just mentioned, but some of them you really won't know them until you just start pitching. All right, and the best way to mitigate those 800-pound gorillas or those massive risk factors to investors is through your team. All right, so make sure those are mitigated by the skill sets on your team, and to some extent, advisors can be seen as an extension of your team and can kind of fill some of those gaps. We have a founder advisor standard template, basically a free legal agreement at fi.co/fast if you are looking to build out your advisory team. And in terms of bringing on team members, 2023 will mark the largest migration of talent from large tech companies to startups that we have ever seen. All right, we've already seen the massive amount of layoffs that have happened. Those people are getting laid off to no fault of their own. They're getting laid off because of massive valuations and because of all of this kind of chicanery in late stage VC and things like that. Tons of talented people are now looking at a not great job market, which is an amazing opportunity for startups to bring on talent and to fill a lot of those gaps. All right, I think this is really going to be the biggest trend of 2023. And as a startup, you should be trying to take advantage of that. It should be one of your top priorities. All right, and one final note here, Namol. I'm starting. I can I can hear the orchestra playing just by looking into your eyes. We may be going into a recession, we may not, okay? But I know from experience, Founder Institute was established in April of 2009. And if you look at this chart, it literally was at the very, very bottom, okay? Other companies that were started during that last major recession, I mean, look at this list. You can group it all together. It was the fintech companies that defined the last decade in technology. It was the gig economy. It was the sharing economy. It was, I mean, just look at every single one of these. These were the category defining companies of the last decade in tech, were built during that last economic downturn, right? And if you go back to around the 2000 to 2002, 2003 time period, you're going to see the same thing for the companies that define the previous decade in tech, right? You're talking the Facebooks and things like that. So this is, if we do go into a recession, it still is a great time to launch a business. It's actually the best time to launch a business because entrepreneurs thrive in disruption. During a recession, all these massive companies right now, right? The people that would be your so-called competitors, the large businesses that you're trying to pick off customers from, right now, they're sorting through their books, they're dealing with layoffs, they're restructuring, they're doing all these things. They're going to move even slower than they normally move as a big company. Right? New problems are being created. Entrepreneurs thrive during these times. Entrepreneurs thrive in disruption. And this is why you always see during these times of economic turmoil, when you look back a couple of years later, that's when the companies are being created. And you'll look back in 2030, the companies that define the tech industry then are being formed or scaled right now. So I encourage you, if you're kind of looking at a recession, using that as an excuse to not get started, like you need to flip that around 180 degrees if you want to be in the right mindset as an entrepreneur. All right. Thank you very much. And just a couple of the links that I shared there, that benchmarks, fi.co/benchmarks, and that FAST agreement to get advisors is at fi.co/fast.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. What an inspiring and powerful keynote. And I kind of related back to Magnus Grimbrand was here in our last event. So he did the opening keynote, and his take was also that this is the best time to build a startup. So I think with so much talent coming in, and then your points on return to 2019 metrics, great scrutiny on the team. I think great messages for startup teams out there. Thank you so much for joining in. And we continue our keynotes now with Hugo joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
As from. Hi, Hugo. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thanks for having me here.
And you're joining in from, where are you located right now?
I am calling in from London.
Okay, today. Brilliant. Great that you could join us. Tell us a bit about yourself, and then we have a topic to discuss on crowdfunding as well. But first, let's start with you.
Yeah, my name is Hugo. Hugo Stacpoole. I've been at Seedrs now for nearly 6 years, predominantly working in the UK market, but now fully focused on our European expansion as a platform as we look to grow into new markets. And yeah, the purpose of today, I guess, from my side is particularly in this market, and thanks for Jonathan's remarks there around things to consider when you're raising capital, is that as a platform, Seedrs Republic, we offer an alternative way to fundraise, which could be really exciting for certain companies in this market. And the purpose of today is to sort of take you through a bit of an overview around the platform, what we look at, and some of the things we're seeing in 2022 and 2023.
Awesome. So let's hear from you. The topic is equity crowdfunding done right. It's over to you. And for the audience over here and for the panelists who are coming in, we are a bit stressed on time. We'll try to recoup that as we go along the day.
Yeah, I'll try and move very quickly.
Over to you.
So a bit of an overview around who we are as a business. So Seedrs and now Republic recently acquired us, who are a unicorn out in the States. We are now the largest private equity marketplace globally. And what does that mean? That means we are raising growth capital for all stages of startups, up to 8 million euros in Europe, from predominantly retail investors. Now we have combined as an entity 2.5 million retail investors, both in the US and in the UK and Europe. We've done close to 2,000 fundraising rounds and raised well over 2 billion euros for startups since inception in 2010. We've been operating in London, and I guess what we do in terms of sort of crowdfunding is a very mature market. The purpose of today is, we are breaking very heavily into the Nordic market. We have Marcus on the call who heads up our office in Copenhagen, Sara in Sweden, and part of our remit as a platform now is to break even further into that Nordic market and become an alternative financing option for businesses at all stages. So what do we do as a business as a whole? We do a number of different things. We raise primary fundraising, so raise from retail investors. Typically in Europe, that's sort of pre-Series A, Series A businesses raising up to 8 million euros through the platform. We also help later stage companies raise from our institutional partners. So we raise large tickets from VC, private equity firms and family offices across Europe for businesses typically raising north of sort of 5 million euros. We also raise funds for funds themselves. So in the UK, we've raised millions of pounds for funds like Passion Capital, Jam Jar, from our retail base. And we also have our own fund. But today, and I guess looking at the startups that are here today on the call, I want to focus on what our bread and butter is, which is raising from retail investors within our base. So why should businesses look at platforms like Seedrs, and why are businesses using us to raise capital? There are a number of reasons. One is that we can raise money very quickly in the sense that typically when you're raising money from an institution, that can take months. We can get a campaign up and down on the platform in a number of weeks, and as I said, raise in a very quick manner, and raise large sums of capital for a business. The average amount of investors that a campaign and a business raises from us is around 500. Sometimes it can be thousands. We make that process of raising money from thousands of individuals very, very easy and very, very streamlined. We have a full service nominee structure, meaning that if you raise money from thousands of individuals, you only have one name in your cap table, which is Seedrs nominee. We represent the crowd, we act on behalf of the crowd, and we vote on behalf of the crowd as your sole legal shareholder. So it's very streamlined in that sense. But the real value add and why companies are using us on top of the capital is that they want to engage their community. They want to engage their user base. Jonathan mentioned there around sort of B2C businesses. How are you going out to acquire customers? Well, this is a great opportunity if you are a consumer-focused company to engage your users, bring them on board as shareholders as part of your fundraising round, and using Seedrs and our 1 million plus retail investors in Europe to actually acquire customers in key markets, whilst also marketing your brand. So when we see businesses using us as a platform, typically they are sort of consumer focused, but they're using us to market their brands, acquire customers, engage their user base, whilst fundraising at the same time. So what makes a business suitable for the crowd? I've hinted at it there slightly. We are typically consumer focused. We are looking at businesses that are typically B2C, that operate in exciting markets, consumer-focused markets, have community at their core. They're all about engaging their following. They have a loyal base of users, customers, advocates that they want to engage. Fundamentally, we are looking at sectors that are new and exciting to a retail audience. That could be rapidly growing markets, Web3, crypto, for example, fintech, are some very strong sectors that we work in, and even more so now. The more sort of sustainability, B Corp, green, impact-led businesses are resonating very well with our investors. Our investors are 1 million sort of retail base across Europe are looking for certain things when they're investing on our platform. They are investing with their head. The fundamentals, as mentioned previously, businesses that have a fair valuation, they have strong product market fit. They are revenue generating, they have traction. Can this business grow and exit? That's what's fueling investment from the head perspective from our investors. But then we also have investors that are investing with their heart. As I mentioned, is this company impact driven? Is it going to make a difference? Is it helping people? Is it saving the planet? For example, on the platform currently, 55% more investment is going into sustainability and impact-led campaigns currently on the platform. It just goes to show that people are investing to make a return, yes, but also investing in businesses that they believe in that can make a difference. And then you've also got those sort of dopamine hits on the platform, businesses that are in new sectors, new exciting industries, emerging markets, which can really attract investment from a wider base of retail investors. There are, I guess, 3 pillars to success, and what we look for as a platform when we're looking to engage startups that want to raise with us. The vast majority of what we do in the rounds that we complete on the platform are co-investments. So businesses are typically raising money privately from either angels or lead investors, institutions, and they're coming to us to raise a top-up campaign, and that is, to extend the runway in this market, to raise as much as they can, particularly hopefully before the market stabilized shortly. So when we look at the 3 pillars of crowdfunding, typically lead investment is important. We can help secure that also through our anchor team, but having a lead is really important. It sets the price, it sets the terms. It means that you go live on the platform with huge amounts of momentum. The second channel where the investment's coming from, as I mentioned earlier, is the community around the company. If you're a B2C business and you can engage your users, your customers, and bring them on board as shareholders, they're going to buy more, spend more, engage more. You're going to increase their LTV, and that's going to help you as a business grow and scale a lot quicker. So a big part of this is engaging your own community. That could be your wider networks, but also your customer base and user base. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the third channel is our investors, and they're investing in reasons I mentioned earlier, in high growth startups that can potentially grow and scale and potentially exit. You can tap up all 3 of those channels, you're going to guarantee success on the platform. And currently, our success rate on Seedrs is 100% for any venture-backed deal raising over €1 million. So any deal that we're working with that is backed by a VC that's raising over €1 million, we have a 100% success rate. So who have we worked with before? And I guess, what are we looking for when we're looking to breaking into the Nordics? We actually have been operating in Europe for a number of years now. For about four years, there's been a recent change in crowdfunding regulation, which means that it is a very exciting time for us as a platform to break into new markets. As I mentioned, we're now in Copenhagen, Stockholm, we're operating in Finland as well. And we've worked with some pretty big names across those markets. In Sweden, recently funded Cilia, which is the early seed stage femtech. In Denmark, we work with the likes of Matebike, Luggage Hero, all both VC backed, and also Wave Piston, which is a sustainability wave-powered energy business. All of these companies have raised from hundreds, sometimes thousands of investors on the platform. They've become part of our portfolio, and the power of this exercise is that you can raise money in your first round from 500 to 1,000 investors. That is an audience you can continue to tap into for multiple fundraising rounds. So the companies that use us the best are raising rounds with us, raising capital from hundreds, sometimes thousands of investors. And each time they fundraise, they'll come back and do a top up. Each time they're marketing their brand further, they're engaging their customers further and acquiring more customers through us. So when you look at Luggage Hero, Matebike, they've done multiple rounds with us. Typically, most campaigns are doing 3 or 4 rounds before they exit on the platform. The biggest case study for us is Revolut that we've worked with. This is part of their 250 million Series B. It was backed by Baltics Index Ventures. We had a 4 million allocation. They hit that in under 30 minutes through the platform. And I guess the main talking point here is in terms of customer acquisition is that you had to be a Revolut customer to invest in their campaign, which is a very clever marketing play that they did for their raise, which increased their customer base whilst raising with us from, I think, about 300,000 to close to 750,000 just by running the crowdfund. So it gives you a good example of why businesses are using us in terms of that marketing piece and customer acquisition. And fundraising this current climate, I guess what we're seeing, and to go back to Jonathan's point around the fundamentals, that's increasingly important even for platforms like Seedrs and Republic. We are seeing, and just generally, we saw some of those highlights earlier, there are businesses struggling to go out and find lead investment from institutions and VCs. That is a very harsh reality as it stands now. But in this market, we offer a different form of financing that is, fairly straightforward in relation to consumer-focused companies. We have seen a minor drop in deal flow on our platform compared to, I guess, the more institutional landscape. And actually, we've seen increasing amounts of retail investors still signing up and investing on the platform. The businesses that are doing the best are the ones, as I said, in those new markets that are appealing to a retail base, that have the core fundamentals, sensible valuations, and are going out to raise reasonable amounts of funding to extend their runway. We like to, as an ecosystem player, get involved as early as possible with businesses fundraising. We do work all the way from pre-seed all the way up to Series D plus, and below there are some resources around sort of pitch decks, helping businesses sort of structure their rounds around valuation, the valuation calculator down there as well. And from our side, I know there's a few of us on the call today, we'd love to speak to any founders over the course of today that is interested in raising capital this way. But any questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Hugo. Very interesting presentation, Revolut case study as well, very exciting. And your focus on and the relevance of crowdfunding in the consumer-facing B2C community-based startups. I think that's a great fit for many of the founders here. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your insights and your plans for the Nordics. We now move to, thank you, Hugo.
Thank you very much.
We are now pleased to have Sara with us. She's co-CEO at Norrsken Foundation, transitioning into that role. Sara, over to you without much ado from my side.
Fabulous. So lovely to meet you. So exactly, I'm Sara Kappelmark. I'm from start of next year co-CEO at Norrsken Foundation, and I have a background from before of I was a partner at McKinsey working with primarily helping consumer tech companies to scale up, and kind of came to that point in my life of reflecting on, is there something I can do with this experience that is a bit more meaningful for the world. So that is how I got into Norrsken, and would love to tell you a little bit about it.
Yes, let's see. Brilliant.
Fabulous. So to get you all into a bit of the imagination space now on a Wednesday morning. So imagine, first of all, if we could make cows stop farting, and to both save the ozone layer and to help solve the climate crisis. And what if we could use drones to deliver medicines to villages in developing countries that don't have good logistics? Or what if we could actually treat depression, anxiety, insomnia with just a smartphone app? Or what if we could give every city on Earth a path to net zero, and that is as cost efficient as possible? And what if I told you that actually those are some of the perhaps unreasonably aspirational thoughts that some of the hundreds of entrepreneurs within the Norrsken ecosystem are actually working on as we speak? Because as Michael Siebel put it, I think that there are more and more founders who are starting to realize that actually what we're building now, the companies that we're building, that is the impact we're going to have on the world. It's not about first doing that and then let's see what we'll do in our retirement. It's actually happening now. This is the impact that we will have. And so Norrsken is a foundation, it's a non-profit foundation that was set up by Niklas Adelbert, who was one of the founders behind Klarna, to really support founders with both the capital, knowledge, and network that is needed to make saving their world their business. And the reason that we're doing this, actually, when Norrsken was started, it was with a super exploratory perspective on that. What is the most effective way to contribute to making the world a better place, labbing with should we do donations and so forth. But actually landing in, partly due to that, it's been started by a group of people with a business background, and those of us who are here kind of come from the experience of that. What we know is to build businesses, but actually that we saw also that many of the challenges that we have as a world are growing so fast that one of the key ways that we can actually keep up and scale as fast as the problems are scaling is by using scalable tech and by using business models that are founding themselves, because that enables very much more rapid scaling than if you're, for example, reliant on donations. And so the way we do it, taking the kind of experience from the unicorn founders in our network in terms of what has been the things that have been required to really scale a business really fast. I mean, no rocket science, but it is really about getting the right talented people, getting the capital, getting the network and knowledge, but to some extent also getting the spotlight to both be recognized as that this is an interesting place to work. This is an interesting company for investors to have a look at. So the vehicles that we work with spans across these four themes. So we both have several venture capital and seed funds set up. We have physical houses for entrepreneurs to sit and working. We have a global impact accelerator program. We do an Impact 100 award that we humbly hope that will become the Nobel Prize of Impact within a few years. So please follow us on that journey. And to date, there are more than 1,500 entrepreneurs who are part of the Norrsken ecosystem. We started out here in Stockholm, opened in Kigali beginning of the year. We'll open in Barcelona next year. And in our funds, we've in total now raised more than $500 million US, even though that is just the beginning of the capital shift to impact that we think is required. So I would be super excited if more of you would like to join us on that journey, because building an impact movement, that by definition is something that we do together. And if you win, then we all win. So thank you so much for letting me have these minutes today.
Brilliant. Great thoughts. If you win, we all win. And what a journey Norrsken has had. With Stockholm, then Kigali, and then Barcelona. Sara, thank you so much that you could join us today in a very compressed time space. Thank you. Hi, Cilia. Great to have you here with us.
Good to be here.
Brilliant. We can quickly jump into, we got dragged a little bit with time, but a quick introduction about you, and then we move into the topic.
Sure. Thank you. So my name is Cilia Indahl. I'm the CEO of EQT Foundation. EQT Foundation was started when EQT, the global investment firm, listed on the stock exchange. My background varies from development economics and politics from the UN to working in impact investing, and really seeing that this new space of catalytic capital is needed to really be the first mover into new spaces and de-risk it for other more conventional capital to move in.
No, thank you so much. Great background and great organizations, EQT Foundation. If we move into today's topic of impact first investment, what do you think are the challenges there? Is there a mind shift that is needed in that space?
I think it is. That's kind of the key point here, is it's a different way of thinking. I think normally in investment, everybody's trained to look at the maximum business opportunity. You're out and you're looking for, where is it that there are places or pockets in the market where other people aren't seeing that this is going to be a good investment, and you're kind of very trying to be first at understanding how the business market will develop. And I think what's the mindset shift is, well, we're going to enter into and look at the pockets in the market where there's going to be huge impact happening that we need to be happening. And I think for many of the models, and I think especially there's so much great momentum across impact VCs and Norrsken and Catapult in Norway. Like there's so much momentum and energy going into that space, but it's also coming up to models that has proven the monetization, that has proven that high impact means high return. So I think in this space, you have the breakthroughs on impact, where there's a binary technology risk. And if they prove or succeed in what they're doing, they're going to be highly successful, profitable companies. It might take a little longer, but they're very, very high risk when they're at seed stage before they've kind of proven their thesis or the scientific background for what they're trying to do. So being able to take those bets. And the other side of it is more like an impact arbitrage. It's the likelihood of monetization. It is what we see for climate companies today, or climate tech companies, is that they're actually getting paid for their carbon offsets. So they're getting an additional revenue stream into their models. So we can look at a climate tech company and we can calculate they're actually getting paid for the impact they're providing. They're going to be profitable because of that. And I think we lack to see that in the social space. So super interesting models of innovative ways of getting homeless people off the street. But in the end, they're not paid for getting homeless people off the street in addition to their operation. So I think looking at those type of areas to see if society are to pay these entrepreneurs for the impact they're delivering, will this company also be as profitable as some of the other companies? And then I think it's the mindset shift of going from more software first to really going into changing the physical world. So I say you could invest in a software on top of a dysfunctional carbon market, but actually the hardware and the technology to remove carbon from the atmosphere is really, really key. And these technologies that are now being built are standalone. They can't plug into the wall in our existing systems. They have to be built from the beginning, which takes a long time. So the normal lifespan or holding period for an investment would be different. So all these kind of factors play in so that you have to be really committed to be impact first to enter into many of these deals.
Very, very interesting point. I'm just trying to pick up where to focus on, but you made a very interesting point when you said high impact at high return level. So that was something which got my eye over there. And then you talked about, again, a very deep thought over there, like software versus deeper challenges and system level change. So how do we do system level change? Any examples? What are your focus areas when you are working at Equity Foundation?
I think the kind of impact investing and catalytic capital that we're very much engaged in is kind of the first step of getting to really systemic investing. And systemic investing is when you have a transformation in society that you want to work on, and you're not just investing in VC or in one asset class with one strategy. You're actually looking at, we're investing to change this in society. We're investing in startups, but we're also investing in infrastructure. We're looking how policy is developing. We might go in with a grant to ensure that we're actually accelerating this shift in society. So understanding that the change that we want to see needs a holistic investment approach of going in with different capital instruments to change and gather around a joint change agenda. And I think that's going to be really, really interesting, because I think listening to Seedrs and all the new ways of moving capital for good on technological platforms, but it also opens up for how different type of investors with different type of investment approaches can coordinate to solve a bigger goal than only the return profile of a single deal. I think the great example is circularity right now. If you go in an industry and invest in a company that's going to shift to circularity and the rest of the industry fails to do so, your company would also fail. So the return of one deal is dependent on the transformation of the whole industry.
Very interesting point, like the focus on one deal versus having a larger perspective. And I love when the words that you said, joint change agenda and moving capital for good. So I think great advice over there. What would be your thoughts to, because most of the audience that have joined in are early stage entrepreneurs who are grappling with the first level of solutions. Some have done MVPs, some have already launched the product in early stage. What would be your message to these entrepreneurs if they want to change the world?
Hopefully they would want to change the world. So my general advice would be, and I think that's also based on how we've set up and designed EQT Foundation. So really being a platform where you as a startup get way more than capital, which is kind of the something that has resonated with the system for a long time, that it's making connection, it's pilot customers, testing the technology. So we can offer the technology to 200 portfolio companies to see if it's possible to test and scale in different ways. I think for every entrepreneur we invest in from the EQT Foundation, they get a team of 3 volunteers or from EQT really working on helping the entrepreneur scale, pulling in the resources from the platform of seeing, okay, how can we really de-risk this startup to be much more value for other investors to want to join in. So I think as a founder today, starting in this space, it's really about articulating, this is the impact I'm creating. This is my pathway for monetization, or this is what needs to change in society for my business to be wildly successful. And for a lot of the impact companies, you hear, well, when the carbon price hits this, my model will be successful, right? And then you can't go in as an investor. So it's really about saying, well, in the meantime, until I get to this point, this is my first beta version of a business model that is viable, but it will be even more viable in a different market surrounding. So really designing what's next into what's now, and understanding that you might need an iteration or an iterational model on your way there.
Awesome. Cilia, thank you so much. I'm just summarizing it for our audience because you made all these great points. You talked about this is the impact that I'm making, monetization pathway, and what change is needed in the society to enable all this. Cilia, great thoughts and a very concrete set of advice for our startup founders out here. We would like to thank you for joining us for this amazing thought and great work you're doing, and good luck to EQT Foundation with all their ambition.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
So we have everyone joined in. Welcome, Per, Anette, Adrian, Malcolm, and Andrew. Great that you could join us for the idea stage startups pitching evaluation. We can go with a quick introductions round from everyone. So if we start with you, Adrian, 1 minute to you. Tell us who you are, what are you working with at Inventure, and how you support startup founders. 1 minute each.
Sure. No, thanks. First of all, thanks for having me. So I'm part of the investment team in Stockholm for Inventure. I have a background from being an early employee at Antler, which I believe I saw someone in the chat here joining Antler as well. That's fantastic. So I was an early employee there, was part of launching Antler in the Nordics, in the US and in East Africa. So background from kind of early stage operations and expansion, and now in the investment team in Stockholm for Inventure. And Inventure is a Finnish and Swedish early stage venture fund investing from the pre-seed to Series A stage in the Nordics and the Baltics. And very short on kind of how we differentiate ourselves. We have an in-house operational team helping our portfolio companies with talent and expansion. And that's what we've identified are the key levers to help our portfolio companies. We just closed our fourth 150 million euro fund vehicle, so we're early in the deployment cycle and super excited to meet new companies. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Great news about the fourth fund closure, and it's moving closer to early stage. So it's great to know. Andrew, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I'm here in Stockholm as well. I'm a Stockholm-based consultant, and I spend most of my time speaking and teaching other people to speak or to pitch or to present in some way or another. And I work with startups, with corporates, with government, with academia, and at all levels from kind of student up to cabinet minister. Though I'm probably best known for a pro bono role, that as being the head of the curation team at TEDx Stockholm, where I help choose all the speakers, and I've been coaching myself since 2015. And also for helping the United Nations, again pro bono, to start a refugee speaker program this year. And I've been working with startups since I first went to a startup weekend in 2014, and I've worked with all of the various hackathons, the schools like Stockholm School of Entrepreneurship, the various incubator programs, and I also advise some startups individually one-to-one.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Great background in so many different spaces. Andrew is also one of the very active mentors in FI Founded Institute Nordics. We're very thankful to you for that role. Anette, let's hear from you.
Good to be here. Thank you to be invited. So I'm an early stage tech investor, been investing in this space for more than 30 years. At this particular moment, I'm representing Butterfly Ventures. And this is an early stage tech investor deep tech fund. We're just closed our fourth fund, which is SFDR, which is a sustainable regulatory fund, in Article 8. We don't have 1.5, we have 1 billion Swedish krona. So we are quite excited about that. And we are actually one of the first ones that have a geared fund just towards sustainable innovation and development in deep tech. So it's very, very interesting for me to look into ventures that has an aptitude to clean up really dirty industries and fix new ways of using technology in a digitalization kind of way, but also to clean up industries that are not necessarily doing the things that they should, because we only have one planet and we should stay on planet A, which is Earth.
Thank you so much, Annette. Annette is very humble. She's all over the scene with so many different hats she wears. And one of those is We Don't Have Time. We recently interviewed her for that startup, which is a great activist level startup, because activism is needed when you're building or when you're moving a problem which is so deeply entrenched. Thank you, Annette, for being here. Malcolm.
Hi, everybody. Malcolm Larri here. Call myself a pitch coach and Stockholm's happiest immigrant. So originally from Sydney, Australia, moved here 10 years ago. I work in the startup community as a pitch coach, working with around 100 startups a year at the moment, raising tens of millions, helping them raise tens of millions in investments. It's very fun, very satisfying work. Get to work with Antler, Digital Well, Founders Institute, number of different groups. So I'm really, really blessed there. And also working as a leadership and culture consultant. So working with, Ericsson and, H&M and all these big companies on their leadership and culture as well as hosting conferences, including TEDx, where I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Andrew Hennigan, and also on the panel today with an old colleague, so to speak, with the end. So really blessed to be here, and it's really an honor to work with everybody. I'm so happy.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. And we love your pitching sessions, the way you simplify. The pitch is something which, even if you become Klarna, you still need to pitch. Yeah. So that's the biggest challenge for a startup, and you simplify those in your interesting workshop, startups.
Life's the pitch.
Yeah. Brilliant. Per, over to you.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm Per Björklund in Stockholm, and thank you so much, Naimul, for inviting me. I look forward to this. I work full-time as an angel investor in tech. The more tech, the better. I advise startups, and I'm on the board of a number of companies as well. My background is from big multinational companies where I've been working a bit, and then as a VC. Then after that, I started my own company that I exited and sold in 2018. And since then, I work like this. I also have a little side gig, and that is that I train students from National University of Singapore, a very good university, and I teach them in entrepreneurship practicum. And now and then I also visit my old schools, Stockholm School of Economics and KTH, doing guest lectures there. So I look forward to hearing and seeing you all.
Very varied background, and great that you are involved in startup ecosystem in so many different ways. Like, I love the diversity of experiences that we have right now, from VC space to angel investing to being on startup boards to pitching to public speaking. Everything is here. And that's what I think, when you are at a very early idea stage or when you're building up your startup, all these things are crucial for you to be familiar with, because eventually you're going to be raising money. So we'll start with if production team could bring in the startups in the loop as well. In the meantime, I have a very quick question. If anybody can just offer a reflection on that, what do you think is a startup's biggest challenge at the first stage when they are at a very early stage of their development? What is their
They're
biggest
never
challenge?
working together with the customer. They're never doing that. They find these brilliant ideas and it's in their head and they work on it in the chamber with enthusiasm, and then they forget that there's someone who's going to pay for it. So they actually have a customer who's paying for the development. I would say over 80% work without a customer in mind. They think of it as a dream, but not necessarily asking them if they would pay for it. So I think that's the biggest challenge that all the ventures has that we look at. And then second would be cap table, that they have too many people on their cap table in the end, because they have small investors that are taking lots of percentage from them.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. We have startups joining in now. Hi, Natasha. Thank you. You could join us. Emma is here. And we have more joining in as well. We'll just check. I'll just check with my production team.
Wonderful. While you're checking them all, I'll tell you what I think is the #1 problem they have.
Okay.
Startups don't know what their value proposition is. They're so focused on a product or a benefit or a feature. And it's like, why do you exist? What are you actually giving? And so, you know, when we do my pitch workshops and I do pitch coaching, the first thing is we've got to nail down the value proposition, because that's what you need to be pitching. So that's what I would say. It's almost, I would say 90% of companies can't tell me their value proposition, and when they do, it's wrong. So
right. Okay. Well, I think it's also like, if you know your pitch or your value proposition, you also have your marketing plan in front of you, knowing exactly what you're going to sell and market and so forth. So that becomes sort of a hand-in-hand kind of situation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. We have our startup founders here. So while the team brings them in, why don't we say a quick hi? So for anyone, my question would be, I'll go one by one. So Natasha, if we begin with you, where are you joining from and how do you feel today?
Hi, I'm from Finland, and I'm very excited, but also overwhelmed because I've never done it this way. So I'm very excited to see what today holds for us. So thank you so much for allowing us to join this wonderful opportunity, and it's lovely meeting everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha. But there's always a first time, because pitching can go so many ways. You can meet somebody in elevator, or you could be on a demo day. You need to adapt. So great that you could join us and take this step. Emma.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm based in Denmark. I originally come from Uganda. It is a great opportunity to be here with you all, and I'm looking forward to pitching, which I've already done a new way, and responding to your questions and getting feedback from you. I believe we are doing a great job. Our idea will make a change in this world. That's what I think. And I'm looking forward for this event. Thank you so much, and nice meeting you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Arya, where are you joining from? How do you feel today?
Hello, here's Arja Tili from Finland, Helsinki, and I am joining from here, from my home. And my background is in dance art. So I've been doing dance art for 31 years, and I'm managing my own dance company, Arja Tili Dance Company, where I was creating with my collaborational partners this Break the Fight, Break Dance Against School Bullying project that I then changed into social enterprise 2020, and so I'm with that project here, and we would like to now try with the customers a pilot so we can launch a purchased service platform for the customers.
Thank you, Adya. Annabelle, where are you joining from? How do you feel today? Quick.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Annabelle from London. I'm the co-founder of Womco. Womco is a femtech startup, and we're revolutionizing women's health through science-based personalized nutrition. So we won an accelerator last year, and then we built our product over the summer. And now, as we speak, we are running our beta. to achieve product market fit, and then we will launch officially in the UK in January.
Okay, thank you. Fabrice.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fabrice Marie. I am French. I live in London. I'm a former professional tennis player, now coach, and I will be pitching about my project called the Dome Sweden, which is a sports and events arena, which is going to have a big impact on the big challenges that Stockholm is facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, Marco.
Pleasure.
Morning, everyone. My name is Marco. I'm joining from Barcelona, though I'm originally Italian. Very excited to be here and to introduce you to Hympact, which is a platform for enterprises in the topic of sustainability. And very excited to connect and listen to the other great founders' speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marco. Henrik, and then Zachariah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Henrik. I'm joining from Estonia, and I'm a little bit nervous, but also really happy to get some feedback from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. Zachariah.
Hello, everyone. I am Zachariah. I'm currently in Sweden, but I'm originally from Morocco. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Being nervous, I think, is normal, Henrik, because I'm feeling it too. But I'm excited to hear what everyone else has to say. Thanks for having me here.
Perfect. Brilliant. Everybody could join us. So it's 11:11 right now. We have a lag in the system right now in terms of time. We are like 15 minutes behind schedule. So we'll do it like this. We'll give 6 minutes, around 6 minutes per startup. We'll go, we have video pitches. We receive video pitches from startups. We'll queue it up for the audience so everybody can listen to it. After the video pitch, the evaluators, the jury, or the panel, we have esteemed panel here, will have 3 minutes max to give very concrete feedback. No crossover questions, I would say. That'll save us time. And then if there are any crossover questions, you can ask them, but founders do not need to respond. And then the last 1 or 2 minutes, founders can take to round off the discussion on their startup. So as you said, it's a pitch feedback session. It's a session for us to interact with each other. So we start with Per, you have a question.
Yeah, just to save time for all of us, I'd suggest that when it comes to the last part for each case, the answering questions, regard all our questions as rhetoric questions. You don't need to answer them. If there is any particular question you think is very relevant and you like to answer it, do that. But note our questions down and bring them with you instead. Okay?
Brilliant. Great point, Fair. And I'll share the first video now. We start with you, Natasha. Let's see. Just as for everyone can watch the video now. Let's see.
Did you know that people in Finland do not go to court for disputes under 700 euro? Currently, the most effective way to resolve legal disputes is by going to court. But in the most recent report from the World Justice Project in Finland, 32% said that the court process was unfair, irrespective of the outcome. 29% felt that the process was expensive, and 57% felt that it was slow, as the average time is 13 months. Hi, I'm Natasha de Koop, the co-founder of Justice 4.0. Justice 4.0 is a digital solution that provides society a faster, more efficient, and cost-effective solution compared to the traditional court process. We are the digital gateway for online court services. By paying a one-stop case fee of 75 euros, our users can access a one-stop solution that includes open or defend a case with the help of our guidance bot, Larri Justice, track case status in real time, and attend a court hearing from anywhere. Now, how do our stakeholders benefit? Great question. As Justice 4.0 is a digital solution, it reduces workloads for judges, reduces expenses for government, i.e. legal aid and other, and society can enjoy a more efficient way of resolving legal disputes in 15 days. My co-founder Frederick and I have managed to move our project as far as we possibly can, and to continue we need to raise funding in the sum of 500,000 euros to help us develop our MVP, as well as find strategic alliances to help us influence the relevant government stakeholders to move our idea forward. Thank you so much, and your questions are welcomed.
Thank you, Natasha. Great presentation. Yes, Per, we start with you.
Yes, thank you so much. I really love your idea. I agree on the need and that there is a potential here. To me, it's not totally clear whether this is a tool for or replacement for today's courts. If it's a replacement, then of course a crucial question will be, will this be accepted by all parties and by society as an alternative? If it's a tool, which I would assume, then still there will be a very important issue, which is the procedural legal framework for courts. There is significant legalities around that. How do you get through that? How will you cope with that? That is my main question. But I really love your idea.
Thank you so much, Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you for a great pitch. And I just wanted to reiterate some of the things that Per said, but this is something for everybody to think about. Think about your title slide. Think about your opening slide. On your opening slide, you have your company name, and underneath it, tell the audience what you're going to tell them. Meaning, instead of having, you know, your company name and making the world a better place or some nice little tagline like that, tell them the difference, the change you're making. So revolutionizing the court process for the average person, or democratizing, or, you know, making this making the legal process friction-free, something like that. Tell the audience, set a frame up, because if you do that at the beginning of your pitch, you're actually giving people a framework to understand everything you say about it. This is really important, especially on these really quick pitches where you're giving people a lot of information really, really quickly.
Thank you, Malcolm. Adrian.
Yeah, no, just following on Malcolm's point there. So I think when you pitch this to investors and when you send this potential deck to an investor, you want to sharpen that first sentence even more, i.e., you know, vertical SaaS for vertical software for you know, the legal profession, or the kind of software interface to the court system. So I immediately understand, oh, this is what we're doing. I think that's a great point, which Malcolm made there, which is a bit adjustable for when sending to investors. Thanks.
Great point, Andrew. Andrew.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I thought it was lean, focused, effective, with very few words, which is great. And I liked also the mock-ups. I think that's a really good way of showing what you're doing. It makes it a lot quicker than explaining a lot of stuff with words. And I think that what you do is also clearer, but it could be maybe said a little bit sooner. And I've just one suggestion for improvement, and that is that I could hear a little bit of echo, and that's very easy to take away. You just bring the microphone closer to your mouth. Either a table microphone or a headset, or even just a phone microphone works fine, just to get rid of that little echo, and it makes it sound more professional.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Annette, very quick feedback from you.
Thing. All right. So if you are pitching to an investor, you need to make sure that you state how big the market is and how much money I can actually make on this deal. So I know if there is an advantage for me to enter and how I will actually be able to exit. You need to have in your head a way of understanding who the buyer of your company would be. So there is working towards someone who is selling it. First initial thought, as now I'm representing a venture capitalist, which has a lot of other things that we need to think of, is to understand, and the first thing is like the court system, will they actually agree on this?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Annette. Any points you'd like to add, Natasha, and then we move to the next page.
Thank you for all the feedback. You know, it's always great to get feedback because, you know, we can only improve ourselves going forward. And, you know, this kind of feedback really helps us move forward as we are entering the stage of raising funding for our startup. Just a quick comment is that currently the Nordic Council has had a meeting earlier this year where they were discussing the digitalization of the court system. And one of the very positive countries that are very open to accepting a solution like ours is Iceland. So from that perspective, we obviously would like to push towards that direction. So there is some movement in this industry. So, and obviously for our project, so that just kind of clears up the question on the legal framework and legalities that goes with our project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha. We'll move to Hympact with Marco now. Thank you so much. Let's see if I can share my screen again. Video share and then.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Hympact, a data-driven platform for climate communication. As of today, our society is facing one of the biggest challenges we have ever faced, which is climate change. And with a global population of 8 billion people, we must ensure we shift consumer behavior towards more sustainable practices. Latest surveys say that up to 70% of European consumers will already pay an extra for more sustainable products and services, while more sustainable business models can ensure a brand value increase of up to 20%. So climate communication is essential to ensure this transition. One of the biggest risks of climate communication is greenwashing, that defines as misleading communication, wrong use of labels, or hidden trade-offs in sustainable initiatives. That's where we bring in our solution based on artificial intelligence that help companies simplify the process of measuring the environmental impact of their operation and that effectively communicate to their customers based on their consumption what's the impact of those purchases. Moreover, we provide high-level insights for decision makers. So welcome to Hympact, the first platform that measures the impact from the final user perspective, so you can finally tell your customers what's the impact of their purchases. While the global market is huge, we focus on the South European market, where we forecast a 3-year revenue of 3.2 million. We are now raising our pre-seed round of 250K, mostly dedicated to product development, while we're already operating as a consulting service. So this is our amazing team, where we provide expertise and experience in different fields such as circularity, sustainability, supply chains, financing, and artificial intelligence. Thank you for listening, and are you ready to make an impact with us?
Thank you so much, Marco. Yes, who would like to go first with the feedback?
Yeah, I can jump in with a quick comment. Again, just I'm going to pick on, when I'm giving comments, I'm going to try and give comments that I think can be generalized to a lot of different pitches. But with this one, I think when you get to a team slide, don't just write team, write something like 25 years or 50 years of experience in tech entrepreneurship with 2 successful exits. Talk about your team's value in the title of the slide, rather than just use that just to show people that we don't know, we don't have time to see it. So really tell us why this team is valuable and why you're the people solving the problem. There has to be some connection between the problem and your expertise. So make sure you make that clear, please.
Thank you, Malcolm. Adrian.
Yeah, thanks. I think when we talk about these kind of ESG accounting software tools, it's a fairly saturated space. When pitching this to investors and when sending a pitch deck, I would include a competitive slide, because if you don't, I might immediately think that you're not aware of your competitive landscape, and I would kind of, it would give you a disadvantage. So I would do that and make sure you bring out why you're different and better. And secondly, there's plenty of, just to strengthen your case in the beginning, there's plenty of regulation incoming here that you could add that would make it feel more burning than just kind of a goodwill-based setup. Thanks.
Thank you, Adrian. Annette, and then Pierre.
You know that I am an investor with the biggest platform, the largest platform in the world when it comes to climate action and climate conversation. So you need to, in that point, you need to actually add customers that you have or are working together with, that you are giving a really, really great value to them, because like Adrian said, this is a very, very explosive area of what to measure and how to measure and when to measure and what to report, and who would actually be the real end user, if it's me who's purchasing the product or if it's the company in itself that is actually understanding what their value are in their company. So it's super tricky environment, but explosive and really fascinating. So the more information you add and the competition you can crush, the better, of course, it is.
Thank you so much, Annette. Any last minute thoughts from anyone else?
Yes. So
very quick ones, and then
Yes. So as Adrian said, I know for sure you are not alone. So when you say that you are the first, it signals that you don't know about your competition. So I would say search for your competition, because there is a lot of competition out there. So do that for your own sake. Secondly, your finances, 3-year revenues to 3.2 million euros. It's simply too insignificant for any VC or also angel to invest in. So you must have higher financial ambitions and show that you will reach further there.
Thank you so much. Any last minute really thought from Marco?
No, just taking my time to thank the panelists and the jury. I think it's really valuable feedbacks there. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marco. We move to our next startup. I'll share my screen now again. So Henrik, you're next with free pads.
Hi everyone, we are Free Pads, and our goal is to make free sanitary pads available to everyone who needs it. Period poverty is a real thing and an issue for a lot of women. 1 of 10 females can't afford a sanitary pad, and because of that they have had to ask or borrow a pad. 1 of 10 has had to improvise sanitary wear, and 49% of 14 to 21-year-olds have missed a whole day of school because of that. We think that it should not be a privilege to get to buy sanitary pads. Because of that, we have found a way to make the sanitary pads available for everyone. How, you ask? By putting advertisement on the sanitary pads. Who doesn't love to promote their business on a whole new scale, on a huge location base, and for women all over the country or city? And what is even better, by putting their ads on the pads, they contribute in making every woman feel better and safer, knowing they have an opportunity to get sanitary pad when most needed. How does it work? The cover of the sanitary pad is an unused advertising space in our eyes. So we sell advertisement on the pads, and that will cover our expenses on products and printing. Our dispensers will be in public places, sports centers, schools, you name it. And with huge location base, we can even target the audience. Places who allow us to put dispensers in their facility will get pads for free and don't have to pay for anything. The locations and advertisers will receive meaningful impressions. It seems like a win-win situation for everyone. In our eyes, the next steps will be growing our team and hire a salesperson to communicate with possible clients. We have done the research for the printing prices, pad prices, and will need to order a bigger quantity for better price in front. We will want to change simple plastic dispensers for touchscreen ones eventually, so we could scale the advertisement area. Let's make a change together by normalizing free sanitary products. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Andrew, I already see you.
Yeah.
And I think for interest of time, we'll maximum go with 3 feedbacks per startup, and then the next ones can take the next startup. So Andrew, you, then Malcolm, and then Per.
Okay, I think first of all, it's a really interesting idea. Although what I'm thinking is that more people see the machine than see the actual packages. So I would be maybe stressing a bit more the advertising on the machine itself, because then everybody who goes past that sees it, even if they don't use it. So that alone is a great way of getting visibility. So I think that's very interesting. But what I would do though is I would have somebody look a little bit at the graphics and maybe fix the color palette a little bit, because it's a little bit distracting. And most of all, I suggest taking away the animations, because an animation that explains something can be useful. Like if you're explaining how something works or explaining some kind of transaction, an animation could be useful. But if it's purely for decoration, it's a distraction. It just disturbs people and it's not necessary. So I would suggest cleaning up all of those. But apart from that, though, I think it's a really interesting idea. And I think this is definitely something that is got some kind of a future, though I probably want to hear a little bit more about what the advertisers think. Have you been to talk to the advertisers? Let's hear a little bit more about that.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Malcolm.
Yeah, just with this one, I think one of the things that I think you're making a mistake with your product and service is that you haven't niched it. You haven't picked a target group. Women is too wide, okay? So for me, this is where I would just target a group to start with, like school-age children, and make sure that that's a target group. It'll make it much easier for you to actually build product, scale, sell this concept if you niche it down to a specific group of women, and much better storytelling. Love the storytelling at the beginning with the statistics. I found it very impactful to hear that, you know, young women are missing school because they don't have access to these products. And when you tell a story like that, try and make it personal. Try and put it next to a face of an actual young lady, and then the emotional impact just goes through the ceiling. So niche it and ramp up emotion.
Thank you, Malcolm. Per.
Oh, you're on mute, Per. You're on mute.
Thanks. I really like your idea. And I have actually tried a very similar idea, but in another field, namely offering something for free and financing it by ads. So just to get back to what Andrew said, my sincere advice for you is just let everything else go and start with the advertisers. Check out who understands, who wants to, and who is willing to pay for advertisement on your packages, and start from there. Then they will ask you all the questions, what's your target group, etc. But start there. Don't start anywhere else.
Thank you so much, Pierre. We move to, yes, any last word from you?
From me, thank you very much for the feedback, and we're going to start from there.
Awesome. Henrik, just a quick point. I've worked extensively in advertising sector myself and in marketing space. So what the feedback that panelists are giving is absolutely spot on. You also need to even micro focus on, is your target going to be social media managers? What level of marketing department you need to reach? You need to skip marketing and reach sustainability head of an organization. There are so many ways. When you talk about an organization, there are so many decision-making points within an organization. So you need to even micro focus there and find out who is your target person over there. Who would you like to test it out with? But great work. Let's move to our next pitch. We seem to be getting back on track with the time. We'll go slightly faster. So we are with We-Reuniform.
Hi, thank you so much for your audience. My name is Anette Lorentzen. I'm the CEO and founder of We-Reuniform. We-Reuniform is an initiative that seeks to collect and recirculate outgrown school uniforms. We are doing so to save parents money on buying new school uniforms. At the same time, we want to protect the environment. Today, most of the old and outgrown school uniforms are stacked in people's homes, and after a while, they are disposed of together with domestic waste, thus ending up in landfills. We are not only looking at the environmental pollution issue, but we are also considering the global trending challenges, such as the growing demand from the growing population. We are considering the supply chain challenges. We are also looking at the linear economy that is dominating the fashion and textile industry. We are targeting parents with children aged between 5 to 14 years because these are the children that outgrow their uniforms very fast. Our solution is based on circular economy. Through a subscription plan, parents can return their children's outgrown school uniforms and get the right fitting sizes. We're a team of 6 with shared values based in Uganda and in Denmark. We-Reuniform has a great potential, not only in Uganda, but in so many countries in Africa, with a culture of wearing school uniforms. Therefore, we're seeking for investors, grants to help us set up pilot projects in the 5 schools we've already identified in Uganda. And we are looking for board members too, and also experienced partners in textile circular economy. We are ready to take off and we are looking forward to have you on board. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Emma, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. Andrew, and then Adrian.
Yeah, very simple. I love the idea. I think that's really good, and I think it's very well done. I just have a minor issue with the slides. If there's too many words, you need to do a lot of pruning and chopping. Just put the keywords, just the minimum essential. And there's one other very minor thing about the volume level, which in my headset was too low. And there's a simple trick for fixing that. When you record something, if you're not in a professional studio that has actual measuring instruments, what you can do is just compare your volume to some kind of reference. I used to use a BBC radio reference because I know they have highly trained engineers, therefore I knew that their level would be right. So I just made sure my podcast was the same volume as theirs, and that worked out okay in the end. And one other positive thing, I like the way that when you showed the picture of the team, you didn't say this is a picture of our team like so many people do, but you said something about it, which is good. Because the one thing you don't need to say is what people can see, because they can see it. So talking about the subject and not about the pictures is always the best plan. But great idea there.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Adrian.
Yeah, no, I agree. Very, very interesting idea. I would probably spend more time on the economics of this business, right? Since it's so economically driven, I would point out, how much cheaper is this for the end consumer, and how do we maintain the economics for the business ultimately? There's a few pointers, and I agree also on the previous point on kind of maybe lightening up some of the slides on wording and thinking like one slide, one message kind of setup. Thanks.
Thank you, Adrian. Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the things that I think is really important whenever you're doing something that has a charitable component to it is to make sure that you make a really strong business case, because you don't want to look like a crusader or someone who works for a charity who's asking for a donation. You want to show that this is a profitable, investable business idea. I really love that you put a roadmap slide on it so we could see where you are up to. I think that's something that's been missing from the previous pictures. It's really important for investors to know where you're up to. But my main point would be to put more about the business, a little bit more business focus in there to show how you make money, what are the profits, how is it going to function long-term as a business, so you don't get mixed up with being a charity.
Thank you, Malcolm. I think that concludes the feedback. Any points from you, Emma?
Yeah, thank you so much for your feedback. I've really taken good note of it. Just to say something about the economics, we are thinking that today the set of uniform costs $100 US, and we will be taking $50 US annually, which allows parents to come and exchange their children's outgrown uniforms. This is what model, and we are thinking that the old or worn out uniforms, we are thinking of selling it to companies that are making threads or making new textile out of old textile. That's also another way we are going to make money. And lastly, we are thinking of making other products like pencil cases, book covers, and all that, and then we'll be getting, but I'll be including that in the slides. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you.
5-second feedback, and what you do there is you have a slide. We have 3 revenue streams. We have this, we have this, we have this, and each of them, blah, blah, blah. So make sure you just make it really simple for people to understand.
Yes.
All the best to you. No more.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the feedback to the jury. We move to break the fight. I see, Taylor, you are here for the next session, which is masterclass. We might get 5 to 7 minutes late by that. So around 12:05, we'll be kicking off with that. So we move to our next pitch and we go slightly faster.
Hello, my name is Arja Tiili, and I'm presenting Break the Fight, Art Youth Work Against School Violence and Bullying. Our mission in Break the Fight is to prevent bullying and promote communal activities both in schools and during free time. The new art youth work model was built for applying the Break the Fight activities to school youth work. We offer art youth work complementary studies for municipal youth workers, as well as community educators, artists, and pedagogues. Break the Fight enhance social inclusion through street culture and combat discrimination and poverty through cultural activities. Break the Fight encourages to work together and to act against school violence. It provides tools to address school violence in a motivational way and gives a voice to students who need an alternative way to express themselves. Bullying happens a lot in schools. According to Youth Barometer in Finland, around 68% of school children have experienced bullying in schools. And I was one of those kids in school who was bullied. The market potential is great as there are 306 municipalities in Finland to which we provide services. There are 51 countries in Europe, and there are 193 independent states recognized by the United Nations in the world. In all of these, there are schools and school children, and unfortunately also bullying. We are launching a new complementary education package and digital selling platform for the product. The training of the BDF Art Youth Work model will be opened as an open purchase service. I thank you for having me, and if there are any questions, you're welcome to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another very interesting presentation. Malcolm.
Well, I'm probably going to say what Andrew's going to say, which is too much text. So on the slides, there's so much text on the slide, it actually distracts the listener from what you're doing. But also the order of information is really important. So tell us the situation, start with those statistics, make them really compelling, use an image of a child who's traumatized, like feeling bullied, whatever, and then tell us what the problem is. So the situation is this percentage of people are getting bullied, and the problem is the current ways of addressing bullying are not working, which is why we need to use art and expression as a way of managing this problem. So think about the order of information. It doesn't help us to know what your mission is if we don't know what the situation and the problem is first. So please always start with the situation. What's the problem created out of that situation? And then what are you doing to fix it?
Thank you, Malcolm. Adrian.
Yeah, no, very important mission. So I struggle to understand what we're actually doing here in terms of like what is unique, how does the solution work, and what's kind of the unique value proposition with this solution. I think that's something I would have come through more clearly in the picture, like where the innovation is at. And ideally also how you scale that. I think there's a lot to build around digital courses and kind of cohort-based learning and those things. And I think we could that could be potentially weaved into this to have an impact also outside of Finland. Thanks.
And what you want from us, sorry for chipping in. What do you actually want from us as an audience?
Okay, great. Anette.
Well, you have a lovely voice, so you should continue to use your voice because it's really, really appealing to listen to. You have a nice pitch tone and it's calm and nice. So it was a good presentation, but I agree with the people. Your ask is really the important thing. What do you want from us? What should we help you with? Understand that we only have a couple of minutes to pitch to an investor to either snag them or just lose them. And I think you lost us, even though I really know what you're doing, dancing for a better world. And I like that. So you can use taglines in a way stronger way that you've done it before. But it's important what you do. So I understand the mission.
Very quick last thought from Malcolm. Malcolm, you raised the hand again.
Yeah, I just want to point out, just pick up on something that was said there by Annette, which is the difference between a presentation and a pitch. Is a presentation, you just give people information, but in a pitch, you demonstrate your value and then you ask for something. You ask. So the ask has to be there for it to be a pitch. Otherwise, it's just a presentation and you're not there to present, you're there to pitch.
Thank you, Malcolm. Arya, would you like to say anything? We are short on time, so anything
yes. Thank you so much for your advices, and this was my first pitch, so it's very valuable information I got from you. And
Wonderful
the ask was,
initiative.
yes, the ask was actually for having a funding for the pilot for 4 municipalities, where we are doing a pilot for the complementary education and the purchase service model. And we have done already a product service. And yes, we're continuing with this. And yes, the ask is very important, and the order of the slides. And I'm happy that I got this information and help from you, and thank you for having
Build your pitch the same way that you would do for the municipalities, because I think that you need to go into the authorities of each municipality and ask them for funding to the project, so they actually are paying for good stuff to turn around things. This is an issue in the school world, so it's not necessarily something that I think an investor would go into, but it would be paid by and promoted from the municipalities in themselves. They should be really super proud that you want to work with them and take care of their kids.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. We move to the next page. Hold on, let me see. So Zakaria, you're next.
Hello everyone, my name is Zakaria and I'm here to present eGEN. So here's the situation. A lot of people use their bikes as the main transportation mean, but a lot of them has actually problems with their batteries, especially when they're outside. There's a high battery drainage, there are no power outlets. Most people get to use extra batteries or power banks, and that's not really good for the environment because they get to spend more money on new phones or power banks, as I said, which increases the waste, and that's not really eco-friendly if you think about it. So there is a need for a solution, and that solution has to be not only efficient, but aligned with the United Nations SDGs. So here, where we come, eGEN, we're a team of 3 people. We have Anastasia, she's the marketing mind. We have Ivan, the engineer, and we have me, Zakaria. I'm more focused on the business development side of things. So let's move on to the NABC. As I said, there's a need for lowering anxiety from low battery problem devices when we're outside. We need to reach our destinations without getting lost. We need to save energy and contribute to the eco-friendliness around us. The approach is a generator. We can talk about it a bit later in more details. Benefits are saving electricity, fitness because you have to use the bike to generate the electricity, feeling safe because you can get access to your phone all the time, less stress, and eco-friendliness, of course. Here's a glimpse on where we position ourselves within the competition map. So our idea is a generator product that provides bicyclists an accessible, healthier, and sustainable lifestyle by generating their own energy and thus charging their devices on the go in a removable, safe, and convenient way. In other words, you ride your bike, you use that kinetic energy to generate electricity, and then you charge your phone on the go. It has a lot of features. We're trying to go for weather-resistant rubber, universal phone holder, so you can charge whichever device you want, and of course, the appearance has to be appealing to you. Here are the SDGs that we're targeting. Here's the value proposition, customer segments. We focus on the B2B, of course. Thank you for your attention. Please ask us any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Zakaria, Andrew, and Per, and Annette. Okay, 3 feedback points.
Okay, quick feedback. First of all, I think it's interesting, but there's one thing I've noticed that too many people follow templates and formulas, and sometimes they're good, sometimes they help you, but sometimes they don't. And this is one of those cases where, in my opinion, I would start by saying what you do. Like if you take that slide, what is eGEN about thing, and put that right at the beginning, even on the title slide, that's going to save a lot of messing about, because I know that the textbooks say you should begin with a statistic or you should begin with an anecdote, but sometimes it's actually a lot better just to come straight out and say, we make a thing where you charge your phone by riding your bike. And everybody gets that. Then you just need to say how much money you want and it's all over. So that is the thing that really sticks out in my mind.
Thank you, Andrew. Per.
Yes, and I add on to that. I agree. So I'm still a bit puzzled whether you actually charge phones, and that's what you do, or if it's some kind of assistance to more bike propulsion from the generators, which it could be. But I'm not certain. And why? Because you started with identifying a problem, which was related to the problems people have when biking e-bikes. So that doesn't really relate to phone charging. So I'm still totally puzzled. So you have to look at that. Secondly, your slide flipping, I guess you have like 35 slides here or something, and you flip slides in a tempo that a human can't take in all the information on those slides. So do reduce your slides by 70% at least. Those are my advice to you. But stay on and good luck and go for it.
70%. We can take one more. Anette, you were first. We'll go with you. Welcome next time.
Oh, sorry, Malcolm. All right, so really interesting what you're doing, because now we're getting into hardware, and that's where I really like to invest, and I want to hear more about the innovation rather than the human's health. So if you have a solution that you can add on to an e-bike, for example, because I'm an e-biker, I would be really excited to see what the innovation actually is. If you have patented it, how far you are in your development, how much you're doing it, and blah, 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 all that stuff. Don't forget to add that, because now it becomes like an, oh yeah, by the way, here's the thing. And there it looks like a thread holder or something like that. I don't know if that's going to be the value, but can I generate energy to my bike when I'm riding my e-bike? I don't care about the phone. Well, I care about the phone, but you see my point is that you can actually charge your bike while you're biking. That's also a thing that you could do. And why won't you do that? So, but otherwise, instead of, here's the slide of our mission, read the mission. But otherwise, I think it's exciting. So go for it. You have a lot of energy, so that's fun.
Thank you so much, Annette. Malcolm, I hope you and I don't get into a fight for not having you on this.
I put my feedback in the chat.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, we move to our second last one, and then to the last one. No, Zakaria, you still have some time to say something. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the great feedback. You guys have a lot of good points in there. I mean, the amount of slides was too much, and I thought that people would have the chance to pause the video. That's why I was going a bit faster through them. But yes, I agree with everything you said. And just to finalize the idea, it's not related to e-bikes. It's just a generator that you put in the front wheel of the normal bike, and then you use that kinetic energy to charge your devices. Basically, that's the idea. But I should have focused more on the product rather than follow the templates or the NABC model. Or yeah. But thank you for
this is what it's for. You're here to learn, so go for it.
Yes.
You're going to be better next time.
Thank you.
It is so good to pitch early, make mistakes early, get feedback, get better. It's great, man. You're awesome. Go for it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. We go ahead with our next pitch. So I'll invite Annabelle now. We're starting with your pitch.
Hi, we are Womco, and we're making female-fitting food. Did you know that 85% of women suffer from hormonal imbalances? These are symptoms that affect women's daily lives: energy levels, stress, sleep, body temperature, emotions, cognitive functions, and more. But these symptoms are not addressed. However, at Womco, we found an opportunity, leveraging 20 years of scientific research advancing the food-hormone connection. This research fits our market and our customers because 80% of women said they are ready to start adapting their nutrition in order to improve their hormonal health. And this is why we created Womco, the first science-backed personal nutrition app for women in a simple 4-step solution: profile assessment, cycle analysis, personalized nutrition, and symptoms tracking. Womco is freemium with a basic personalized nutrition and a premium in-depth hormone testing and analysis version. We're looking at a total UK femtech market of $10 billion. Womco is a consumer app focusing on the hormonal health subsector, from which we aim to capture a 20% market share, which is worth over $400 million in the UK only. Our team is made of bioengineering, PhD, and MBA students, together with certified nutritionists and excellent entrepreneurial advisors. We won the Olam Ventures Accelerator program. Then we built our product, and we're now running our 1-month private beta before officially launching our app in the UK in January. So what's next for Womco? We're raising a 500K pre-seed to include hormone testing, data integrations, and food delivery APIs. We're aiming for 5,000 women users within the first year. And then we're expanding to 2 other health verticals, pregnancy and menopause, to triple our market size. Womco can create personalized precision nutrition for any woman at any stage of their hormonal health. Join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. Who would like to go first? Anette, and then Malcolm, and then Andrew. Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you everyone for your presentations. Really fast and very informational. I understood everything that you're working for. This is a very, very tricky space to get into the women's sort of vertical, because it's huge, doesn't mean that it's easy. And hormonal balance, we know that that comes and goes, and it comes actually into a certain time when you actually need to have collaborations with doctors and gynecologists and stuff like that for the health challenge. So I think that if you will, with the nutritionists and all the other ones that you're doing, you need to have a supplement market that you can add on. There's a lot of things that you can add into it. I suggest you to work on a really, really good pilot at a larger hospital to see where you actually have different verticals, so you can do your beta and then have them pay for it, because this is a health issue for everyone. And I think it's also for men, because they also have more hormonal imbalances, of course, even though we're screaming more about it because it hurts us in another way. So, but I think you need to, I mean, overall, anything that has with human health is like understated, so it needs to be taken care of. But really, really good way of starting it. Thank you so much for presenting. Very interested to see if you have any patents or if you have anything that is sort of specialistic for you, so we can see if we could actually do it.
Thank you, Annette. Malcolm.
Yeah, great pitch. Best pitch of the day so far. Really clear, well done, nice slides, everything's great. What I would say though is I think you need to niche your product to people who like to have natural solutions to their health. So you know, I would be pitching this to many people do not want to take hormonal supplements and pharmaceutical drugs. They want to use natural solutions for their health. So I would be really thinking about how can we niche this towards people who are already taking those kinds of solutions for their health. So sort of taking on the holistic health market and bring it into the women's hormonal area. So for me, I would just say I would really think about really niching this, because women's just too wide. That is not a category. You have to have a niche, which is women, and then you have to have a sub niche. So it's women 35 to 25 to 40, whatever it is, period health, or you do women 45 to 60, menopausal health, whichever one it is, but double niche this. Find an age group and then a problem you're solving. Otherwise, too hard, too wide.
Thank you, Malcolm. Andrew, and then Adrian, short ones.
Okay, visually, I think the presentation was great. Very clean, simple slides, good mock-ups coming at the right time. I especially like that building with the mock-ups. The business models, the market data, and everything was all presented very clearly. But the most interesting part for me was something else in the delivery, and that was the pacing. Now, this is actually very unusual, that most people either vary the speed too much, or they get too fast, or they slow down. But you managed to keep the same pace all the way through, almost like there was a click track in the background or a metronome. So that was very impressive, and that made it very easy to follow. Very clear, very simple, and very sort of rhythmic, which is very, very powerful.
Thank you, Andrew. Adrian.
Yeah, no, very quickly. So I think great pitch. Probably in this pitch and for the next round, investors are going to be very paranoid with the retention and usage for these kind of consumer apps. So make sure you kind of start tracking that already, and make sure that you have a good kind of narrative around your retention stats and metrics when you go and raise the next round. So just to help you see around the corner a bit. Thanks.
Malcolm, you're back.
So much. Can I answer quickly?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for the feedback. And quickly to touch upon, so yes, Annette, we do have a lot of partnerships, ideas and plan. We have our proprietary database made with nutritionists, and we're now also collaborating with more nutritionists, a women's health clinic. So yes, as you said, that's a very important point, having this larger expert team together with medical experts supporting what we're doing. Malcolm, thank you so much as well for your question. So yes, we are, of course, thinking about the many things you said, and I don't have so much time to answer everything, but we are, we can't wait to use the beta feedback and the traction and so on to then launch, and I'm sure everything you said will be very value adding for us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annabelle. And that was Womco. Fabrice, you're next, and we have recouped, I think, like 5-6 minutes. So we now have around 7 minutes for the last segment. So Fabrice, I'll play your pitch, and then we can have feedback from our jury.
Hi everyone, my name is Fabrice Marie. I'm a former professional tennis player and a coach today. The Dome Sweden is a 3.5 hectares multi-sport arena located in the park, aiming to increase access to physical activity in the Stockholm region for everyone, regardless of social background, ethnicity, and sporting ability. The smart city of Stockholm attracts professionals to work, live, and start families. The population is expected to reach 2.5 million by 2024. They will all need more services, including sports facilities. We've identified 4 main challenges. There's a 20-year-old lack of sports facilities in the region. The escalating deadly violence caused by criminal gangs. 48 people have so far been shot dead in Sweden in 2022. The poor integration of migrant minorities in the society, which have created parallel societies. And last, the children, girls, and women need to affirm their place in the society. It is a core priority of the Swedish government. Let's have an impact on our future, because the future is now. The Dome Sweden offers 63 courts of mixed racket sports, plus fitness, well-being, various amenities, a conference center, a restaurant, and Medicare facilities. It is a fully sustainably built and eco-friendly. We bring the community together through sports programs adapted to all members, helping with social integration, education, and improving mental and physical well-being. We host to organize international sports competition and cultural events. The goal of the arena is to become a preferred place for people to thrive in sports, in socializing, and learning community life values. Lastly, the Dome Sweden team is composed of former tennis players, as myself and Ingrid, a lawyer, the Japanese architect of the Dome, and a panel of advisors. Thank you very much for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Fabrice. Just a background, you have been at it for some time. Awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Per and then Malcolm.
Yes, so my first question is similar as we had in another case here, and that is, what do you actually want from us? Why do you present this to us, and what do you want from us? And maybe you should answer that first before letting in other comments, because this is kind of crucial here. So what can we do for you, Fabrice?
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for the question. What do I want? I've been working on that project parallelly with me looking at what's happening in Stockholm, the conditions, the four main challenges that I've exposed are increasing every day. And what do I want from a panel of investors? We are looking for money now. It's a big project. It's going to be placed on 3.5 hectares. The actual dome is going to be 28,000 square meters. It's forecasted to cost probably $150 million. So it's a long project, just seeking for the land, seeking for the right partners, the right construction company. The first phase is probably budgeted at $500,000 US dollars in order to start to have a team of consultants. I do have now in place a team of consultants, and I don't have money. I've been at it, as Nemo was saying, I've been at it for about 5 years now. It's not really easy because I live and work in London. I travel to Stockholm.
Fabrice, I'm just going to jump in because I don't want you to lose, the opportunity to get the feedback you need. So I think, Per's got the information that he wants. But I think one of the problems the challenges that I have with the pitch is that you're promoting it as a sporting arena, but then you're trying to pitch all of these societal problems and everything you're going to change through this. So I think you need to make it, you need to think about your branding, and that your branding has to match your mission. So if your mission is to make a social impact for immigrants' culture in Sweden, you need to call it, the Dome, the Cultural Impact Center of Sweden. And then inside that, you're using sports, cultural meeting rooms, whatever. So you've got to actually match your mission and the branding and the messaging together. Because right now you're telling me you're building a sporting arena and you're going to solve the gang problem. And it's just too big. It's not credible. It's not a credible pitch. All right. So you need to actually really think about how you could rebrand how you're pitching it right from the beginning. The Dome, the Cultural Integration Center of Sweden, or the Cultural Sporting Integration Center of Stockholm, something like that, so that the whole storytelling can come together in a more credible way.
Yeah, I would say.
One second, Fabrice. So it's exactly that. So the impression you give me, and it's not your intention, but you have to work on it. The impression you give me is that we have to solve a number of societal problems amongst primarily low-income people with low education and a lot of problems, and we solve it by, an upper-class solution. And I don't get it together. So you have to work on. You don't have to answer it now. Just make sure that it aligns.
But why is it an upper class? It's not an upper class. It is open to everyone.
Sure, I say that's the impression I get from it.
Okay, all right. I would say in this, like somebody else said, in the 2-minute presentation that I've put up, it is very difficult. If I would send you,
okay, but just stop. Just stop for a second. So you're getting feedback now.
From
people who are experts in pitching, and so we know it's difficult, but we listen to hundreds of 2-minute pitches every year, each of us, and we're telling you what you need to do. So
I put that on board.
So it's not that you don't have a good idea. We're telling you need to take your good idea and your good intention and marry that messaging together in a better way.
Right.
Now, Per's impression is feedback that you need to take on, because if his impression is, you have this call it first world solution to this challenge, that is something for you to take on and then manage in the pitch as an objection, okay? So you think about, I always tell people, make a list of 50 objections and be ready to manage them and see how many that you could manage inside the pitch, yeah?
Right. No, I totally agree, and it's on board, it's in here.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Nemo.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fabrice. Thank you so much for the panelists, for all these amazing pitches. Everyone, have a very, very good day. We'll move to our next segment now. So we can say thanks to all the panelists and all the amazing startups.
All the best, Fabrice. It's going to be a great initiative.
All the best.
Awesome. So this is for everyone on top of lunch hour. We have a message from Invest Stockholm and the city of Stockholm for you. Taylor, this got a little squeezed, so we have around 20 minutes with us. I don't know
Cool.
how fast that becomes.
I'll
Yeah,
never get there.
proceed.
I think I came in with like 150 slides, so I'll rock and roll as much as I can. The same thing happened to me last week in Berlin, where I originally had, I think it was close to 20 minutes, and they're like, "Can you do a solid 10?" So it's just part of the dance.
You have 20 minutes. I'll give you a shout out when it's 2 minutes to go.
That's perfect. Okay,
Thank you.
cool. So my name is Taylor Ryan. I'm the CEO of Larri Ventures near Nordic, Clint, and Growth Secrets. I'm a 6-time startup founder with 15 years of marketing and startup experience. I'm originally from Washington, D.C., but I live in Copenhagen, Denmark, and have been here for almost 7 years. I'm going to move really fast through some of my background, but these are some of the startups that I scaled to exit: Planday, Geniebelt, Actimo, and Valuer. The result was 1 IPO, 2 acquisitions, and 1 merger. In terms of some of the work that I've been up to more historically over the last 3+ years, I was running a growth hacking and digital marketing agency, and we were focused on Web3 stuff. I have an online masterclass, which has been repurposed into an accelerator. These are just some of the organizations that I've worked with. And for those that were like, "Oh man, fast on the last guys," you're going to hate my stuff because I'm I'm trying to cover a lot of material. I do love working with accelerators. I love the passion that goes behind startups, and I definitely understand the eagerness to obviously get traction and funding, and that's a big part of this presentation. I do work very closely with Near Protocol. For those that are at all familiar with Web3, hopefully you're familiar with Near. I hand out monthly grants anywhere from 100K to $250,000, and I am a council member on the Marketing DAO. If you want to jam out on that, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I do a ton of keynotes, so I've managed to hit the grand old number of 140 within the last just 4 years. There's 7,500 graduates to my growth hacking masterclass. I cover a lot of material, and this is all kind of leading to my ethical and sustainable pre-seed accelerator and fund for Web3 dApps. It's called Larri Ventures. I have been meeting with funds of funds, sometimes VCs, angel investors, super angels, family offices, private equity, and it is a really shit time to raise, as I'm sure most of you are aware, especially when you're trying to get out of the gates as a fund. So that being said, I might just be a gun for hire these days. I would say my last week in Germany has been super interesting, talking with a bunch of funds, and they're like, "Hey, we're thinking about dispersing capital probably in 2024," and it's like, bruh, you know it's 2022 right now, so we're looking at easily a year plus before traction really picks up in that market. Again, this is for Web3. So if you're a founder interested in taking my program, or you're interested in having some startup advisory based off of this presentation, or you have a really cool full-time role that you're open to talking about within Web3, holler at your boy. Again, I move really fast. This is kind of what I'm known for. I often get it's like drinking from a fire hose. Yes, I am recording, and if you connect with me on LinkedIn and we're not somehow a direct competitor, I'm happy to give you the slides and the resources so you can take this and build on your own. I am going to cover a lot of ground today. There's no way that I'll be able to hit everything, but I like to over deliver. This is part of the jazz. Hopefully this speed kind of mimics what founders are either hoping to get or are eager to get their hands on, but also are used to kind of engaging with on a daily basis. I have an entire presentation about some of my frustrations with investors. I'd love to come back and do that at a different time. Cool. So my goal for today is to provide value. And there's a lot of different areas that I could go into, but today I want to focus in on getting traction, but also via the mechanism of talking to potential customers. I think a lot of information is pretty common in terms of a lot of the different go-to-market strategies. So I want to do some tactical and practical stuff. So let's talk about talking to customers, because I think this is one of the areas where most founders just completely shit the bed. So the goal of talking to customers is learning and discovery. It's the known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. You have to work your way through it, but I promise it makes sense. So when I learn about my customers, I usually break it into areas like industry, engagement, and buyers. And this allows me to start putting people into buckets, but also understand some of the triggers that I need to pull when I'm either building up my go-to-market strategy or building up some of the different funnels that I work on. I promise I'll clarify some of that stuff in a more tactical way as opposed to just the theoretical side. I think there's like this great quote in Forrest Gump, and it's basically like, you can tell, Mom always said you can tell a lot about a person by their shoes, where they're going, where they've been. That is the worst impression of Forrest Gump, but the whole idea here is getting to understand your customers at a deeper level gives you a lot of opportunities. And this is the biggest thing that most startup founders either don't do themselves, or they try to farm out, or they just don't spend time actually engaging with people that are going to buy from them. I see this consistently within Web3, and I have a couple of examples where I've definitely done this shit myself. So what if we hate our target customers? Then that is a GTFO, get the fuck out of the startup that you're in. I can tell you right now, if you think your customers are stupid, lazy, pretentious, incompetent, or just plain liars, you're going to have a really bad time. I built a company over the span of almost 3 years called Architecture Quote. And by the end of it, I couldn't stand architects because they were artists first and actually not necessarily business people at all, but maybe business people third or fifth. So it's one of those really frustrating things that you really have to love the people that you're trying to serve. Food for thought, if you look into Y Combinator, their two primary goals when you look at prioritization are talking to users and building the product. Everything else is just noise. And if you are focused on talking to customers, you're focused then on getting signups directly from that, which can also be LOIs, getting the MVP done and starting to kind of build out the roadmap based off of those good conversations, and clarifying, are you on the right track? Those are like the basics. Your mission as a startup founder, it's plain and simple, provide better solutions and fix the problem. So I always try to ask myself, does this solve my customer's problem? Am I making them happy to pay me? And if it's a no to both of those, then I stop focusing on that stuff. And it's so important to kind of shift that reality. This is almost elementary in nature, but I really wanted to show just a couple of quick tools. There is a big difference between qualitative data versus quantitative data. And this is like data 101, but if we're looking at qualitative data, it's insights, opinions, experiences. This is what interviews are and questionnaires. And yes, there is some value in that, but I definitely love focusing on the quantitative stuff. That's metrics, numbers, KPIs. I've gotten into so many different arguments with founders in the past, whether I was an employee, a consultant, they were one of my clients, doesn't matter, and you cannot argue with data. Now, you can certainly make data say different things, but you can't really fight it. So these are some of my different tools that I often use to understand both qual and quant. And if you are building something that has any digital footprint, then you should be using tools like these to really measure both and start accumulating data now so that you can continue to have at least a benchmark as you move forward. Let's go into the mom test. I think it's super interesting, and it's one of the things that often comes out of pitching, because the founders that are pitching are obviously experts in the space, or should be, and the investors 99% of the time are super unfamiliar with what's being said, and it's very frustrating to try to pitch to somebody that doesn't understand your product. So I've found that it's really interesting when I realize that people are lying to me about their feelings about my product or solution. This happens all the time. But why would people lie? And the answer is people lie to protect your feelings, just like mom would. They don't necessarily want to be combative, and they obviously don't want any type of confrontation, so they tell you what you want to hear. And this is one of the worst things that you can obviously be in. So one of the ways that we avoid that is I don't share the idea up front. I give very loose constructs as to what we'll be doing, but I really only focus on current behaviors, past behaviors, and fact finding, especially with the early interviews. Moving on, I ask very specific questions about their past. And these are just a few examples. Again, you don't have to screenshot or copy all this. You get my slides for free if you just connect with me on LinkedIn. But there's tons of very specific questions that you can ask that can help you get some really interesting insights. There is such a thing as bad questions, and I've definitely asked a lot of those. The reality is, as founders, we're often insecure. I would say, find me a founder that isn't, and I'll call him a liar. We're trying to figure out exactly what our customers are actually looking for, not fishing for compliments. So story time, I created a app and web app called Gluten-Free VIP. Terrible fucking name, terrible app. And it was supposed to be a platform that allowed for aggregation of all kinds of allergy-free foods. So it could be gluten, nut allergies, whatever. Not pitching you guys. The whole idea here was I had to target customers that would potentially buy from me. And by the end of it, I basically demoed the entire platform and walked them through a couple of the different solutions. And I would ask, is this something you would use? And they would say, yeah, I guess so, sure. And then I realized that by my 5th or 6th interview, I had to ask afterwards, is this something, using the word actually, is this something you would actually use? And they're like, no, of course not. How fucking ridiculous. I would never use this. I would use Amazon. And part of the challenge was I was giving away Amazon gift cards as an incentive to get people to use my app, which was so counterintuitive. This was me almost 10 years ago. So this is how we learn. So some of the best practices: staying consistent. I always try to set a goal. I prepare a list. I use lots of different expectations in terms of setting that for the users, lots of different tools, document findings, and then making sure to stay consistent across the board. I really think it's important to figure out exactly what you want and what the aim of the target customer is. And so sometimes that falls into either building better relationships, job security, feeling better physically, looking cool. It's a lot of B2C stuff, economic benefits, recognition, like figure out what their drivers are and how it relates to your product. I really think it's so important to have learning goals for every interview that you do with these folks. And I'm not going to go into super deep detail, but don't fish for compliments. A quick couple of case studies that I think are interesting is meeting people online. So Dropbox had a really interesting like demo video published on Hacker News, and you'd used an existing like watering hole, and I'll go into what that is later, to draw in their first set of users. Netflix did the same thing on bulletin boards, groups, and forums. If we're doing online testing, these are some of my favorite tools. I would just say go into this with a grain of salt. I remember somebody eating fucking Cheerios as they were going through this because it lends itself to people that need to make a quick buck. And for $10, they're able to do a quick user test with very simple directions, and you get varying degrees of success with it. It's kind of frustrating. If you meet people in person, I think this is one of the best ways to have really authentic engagement with people. And also these can be some of your earliest cheerleaders. There's Evan Spiegel, who met people at malls to show them Snapchat. The founder of Tinder did the same thing. Airbnb, the guys were actually going out and taking pictures of the homes themselves to really have these authentic one-to-one experiences. I hate user testing in groups. There are so many fallacies that go along with that and so many biases. There's often groupthink, and the moderator can be a giant variable within this stuff. Don't waste the money. It's not worth it. I have a ton of examples, and my background was in psychology. I wanted to be a neuroscientist. It's a whole different conversation. But I think that there's a lot of social cues that happen within groupthink, and they're linked inside of this slide, but I'm not going to show those here. One of the most interesting things that comes out of psychology when you look at how people engage with certain products is the Hawthorne effect, which is the observer effect. We act differently when we know we're being observed. So the idea was, if we put all these lights inside of a factory and we have observers walk around and take notes, maybe our factory people, because the lighting was low, will be more efficient. And it turns out they were, but it's because there were moderators with clipboards walking around the entire time taking notes. As soon as the moderators left, everybody went back to the status quo, and nobody was any more efficient because they had more lighting. It's a long way to go to say there's a fuck ton of biases, and you can go nuts. You can really rock your reality by checking out lots of different biases. I have a list in here that's linked in my presentation. So if you connect with me on LinkedIn, you get that for free. I think it's just a rabbit hole, but also really interesting stuff. Again, I know I move really fast. That's part of the charm. Please connect with me on LinkedIn if you want the slides. So acquiring your first 1,000 customers is kind of a big deal. I want to show some of the different ways that you can do that, and I'll move into that in a bit, but I want to cover a couple of theoretical things before I get there. It's so important to segment your users or your potential customers so that you're talking to the right people. There's a big difference between a top down and a bottom up when you're in a B2B, and I'll approach a little bit of that later. One of the hardest things that I think is part of the outcome of talking with a lot of customers is sometimes we have to kill our darlings. That could be our favorite feature, or the onboarding sequence, or even the messaging and how we discuss what our brand brings to the table. All of these things need to be flexible. And unfortunately, we tend to fall in love with the things that we create because it's a part of us. One of my favorite quotes that I honestly, Aviv from this program, Founders Institute, had brought up, and I've referenced it a bunch of times, so I wanted to throw it in here, is basically when you reach out to people and you're asking for money, you're always going to get advice. When you ask for advice, you get the money twice. That's Mr. Worldwide, Pitbull. So I think it's an interesting way of really framing your outreach to people. And this is a quick example of what that looks like. You have vision, framing, weakness, and pedestal, and then your ask. I used to use compliment question. I found that this actually works much better. I'm not going to make people read it, and I'm certainly not going to read it out loud, but if you want this, feel free to connect with me on the old LinkedIn. So the big thoughts on doing some of this stuff is basically customers don't always know what they want. And that is why you are able to measure qualitatively and quantitatively. Customers do know their pain points, and that should be a big driver in terms of fixing their issues and their challenges. The biggest thing to take away from this little segment is not talking to your customers is way worse than asking the wrong questions or getting false signals and building something that nobody will fucking use, because I've been there twice. Cool. So let's go into some theoretical before we get into like the real tactical stuff. So I often reference growth hacking. Growth hacking is doing the most with the least amount of time and energy in order to get the biggest results. So I don't like doing the manual 1-for-1 approach. I want to find different ways to do 1 for 50, 1 for 1,000, 1 for 1,000,000. So it's basically optimization meets efficiency via testing. Tools replace manual processes, and you basically rinse and reuse things. Marketing is all about systems. Anytime that you learn something new, you have to be able to apply it to a place of knowledge or an understanding. So for me, understanding marketing, I had to get good at one vertical, and that one node that I got good at was content. That allowed me to really explore the space and understand lots of different frameworks and also get a lot more technical with my skill set. So think of marketing as just interconnected systems and start learning one, and I promise it gets a lot easier. In the tactical side of this presentation, I am going to show you how to repurpose resources. And a lot of people see it as busy work, and it's like, no fucking way. This is one of the most valuable things that you can do. What can I do with just a list of social media groups that are relevant to my niche? I'll show you. And it goes back to the idea of like using all parts of the buffalo. It's more of an expression in the States, but the thought is that we can repurpose everything. And I want to show you guys what that looks like in a bit. But think of your go-to-market strategy as basically multi-step projects that include tools and templates. I've always said that there's a big difference between growth hacking and shit marketers. Most shit marketers only know a few moves. It's like the little kids bouncing around that are just having a good time. Idea, right, published. Congratulations. Exceptional marketers know advanced moves. So you're able to connect a bunch of steps together and have this really kind of fluid movement. And then the real experts are able to automate your moves. And that's where you become untouchable. And that's where there's so many interesting use cases within marketing. Let's go into very briefly the targeting and segmentation because it'll directly lead into the tactical stuff. I don't want to cover this at deep length because of the amount of time, but basically we're looking at the difference between a net and a spear. When it becomes a business to business, which is on the left, you have a much more narrow set of people that you have to target versus a net, which is like everybody needs shoes or everybody has to wear a t-shirt at some point. B2B is basically broken down into these areas. You can target businesses like that. B2B has a middle up, bottom down type of approach. It's one of the most frustrating things in the world where most people that I talk to that are in startups are like, oh, we got to reach out to everybody who's a CEO. And it's like, the CEO is fucking busy. I promise you, they're not going to take your meeting. So you need to find somebody that's maybe an influencer, somebody that is capable of understanding because they have the problem that you're solving, and then be able to say, hey, yes, CEO or director or whoever it is that's going to buy, we need to talk because this is the jam. And with B2C targeting strategies, you do buyer personas. I'm not going to go into that stuff. Cool. Watering holes. This is my favorite part, and this is the real tactical stuff. Watering holes, think of it like the lake in the savannah. This is where all the animals go to feed. You need to figure out what the watering holes are for your particular niche and where your customers go. Where do customers go to bitch and moan? Where do they vent? Where do they go to ask questions? Where do they go to get answers? And all these other things. Like there are places when people are not actively looking for your product or service that they're already going to. This is where you need to hit them and kind of pull an inception move to bring your idea in front of them. And there is a big difference between distribution channels, which are usually owned by one entity, and it's either a personal or professional account, and they're just pumping stuff out, at which case there's still a move here. You're able to do post hijacking or potentially target against that content. But my favorite, and the one that you should be looking for, is community channels. Community channels are where anybody can access, anybody can post, and they're usually run by volunteers, which gives you a massive opportunity to get into that community and start like knowledge dropping, name dropping, whatever the case is. So one of the things that we have to consider, especially with social media, is that 90% of social media, depending on the channel, is made up of lurkers. These are fucking people that don't do anything. All they do is view stuff. They don't like, they don't comment, they don't engage, they don't do shit. And it's one of the most frustrating things. People like things less now because they don't feel there's a need for them to engage. Only 9% on most channels are people that actually like anything. And then the reality is only 1% of people are actually content creators. Now it's a much longer track in terms of being able to track all the different touch points before somebody converts. But just bear in mind, most people don't create content, which is an opportunity for you. Cool. So let's talk about collecting watering holes. I love collecting watering holes because I get to reuse them. So this would be groups. These are social media groups across different niches, industries, and then eventually channels. And I collect the fields that are listed there on the left side. So group name, URL, description, number of members, and then I set out tabs by categories. I can use these endlessly. This is an entire job in and of itself. I can re-release this group kind of list as a blog post, social media curation, common questions, problems, and solutions. I get to actually scrape this for audience engagement and be able to figure out what the most liked post or engaged post is and make a version of it that fits me and my brand. I can do all kinds of interesting ways of exporting the people that are actually engaged on these, reaching out and asking them to be on an expert roundtable. There's so many interesting things that you can find out about these groups. Industry publishers.
Taylor, I'm jumping in here.
Damn.
Can you hear me?
I
yeah. Yeah, very, very powerful presentation. Like, wow. So really appreciate. So maybe we can we wrap up things in a couple of minutes?
Yeah, let me get
because
through
our next,
a few slides just on like the tactical, and then I'll dump it right over. I'll
Perfect.
Be fast.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Sure. So industry publishers are huge. This is one of the areas that gets you the foot in the door and also gets your name out. So that's blogs and news. And I find that this is a really interesting channel, especially for sponsorships. So I can do a lot of paid sponsorships for different articles and ads, which allows you to also show a track record. We've been published in X, Y, Z, whatever the case is. Another opportunity is industry newsletters. There's entire companies that have spun just out of either creating their own newsletter or piggybacking on an existing newsletter. People read newsletters consistently, and it's one of the most baffling things to me because I don't, but I found that lots of people do. So there's lists of aggregators, marketplaces, and specific niches just for newsletters. Videos, one of the most interesting things that you can actually look for is videos within your niche, because when most people want to figure out how to solve something, they either go to YouTube or TikTok. And an example of how you can do this is I collect all my competitor videos and also the influencers that have a ton of engagement on their particular videos. These are basically categorized by how-to, guides, tutorials, product reviews, and promotion. And with targeting on YouTube, you can actually target individual videos. So you know that if your ad is shown before they watch something of your competitors, you're getting a foot in the door, which is pretty cool. And there's lots of different ways to really do some awesome targeting within that. Last couple of things is the online and in-person events. I collect those like crazy, and that's why I've gotten to 140 plus events. You get in front of lots of different people. There's online events, those are listed here. Then there's in-person events, those are listed here. You can actually collect those, repurpose those. Those can be individual blog posts, and those are the fields that I usually collect. And then getting in front of lots of people gives you a chance to get on their radar and potentially sell your product or service. I repurpose this stuff all the time. Last thing that I'll cover is basically buzzwords and jargon. I collect every piece of buzzword that is within my niche or industry. Then I use those as potential pieces of content, social media, etc., FAQ. And the last thing I'll show you is statistics and quotes. So I collect all of that stuff and I use that as social media content. I do the same with quotes, and those result in really interesting case studies, quotes, and all these interesting things. You could do that with questions, but guys, I'm out of time. These are my favorite websites for finding questions. Man, that went by way too quick, huh?
Wow, that was like the chat is on fire right now. People love what you're doing. And hi, Monique. Yes, that's loads of data. But Taylor, thank you so much. You're also a mentor at Founder Institute Nordics. We love what you're doing, the way you're helping startups. And I think this kind of high energy go-to-market brand building, I think this is what startups need because they are on fire. So thank you so much for joining us here. And thank you, audience, for interacting.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hi, Leo. Jorn, you have an event, if I recall. Is it today?
Yeah, later today. So, but I figured an investor day comes every year. I'd rather join the Nordic pitch battle for a couple of hours first. That's a good prep.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Hi, Evelina, and great that everybody's joining us. Hi, Simon. Let's see, who are we missing right now? Thomas, if we can. Crimina. Yes, brilliant. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We have run our idea pitching session, so we are now at the next level. So these startups are for the pre-seed level. We have with us 8 ideas, 8 startups which will be pitching to us. But before we go into the actual pitching and talk about the pre-seed stage, we'd like to know, what are you working with, how your fund organization helps startups, and what are you looking for when you're investing in startups? So if we can each take 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. Let's start with you, Jorn. We started the conversation, and then to Leo.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good morning from Catapult HQ. My name is Jörn. I'm an investment director here. We do global seed stage climate tech. We invest in a whole bunch of companies. We have invested in 39 companies this year, so we keep the pace up from around the world. We invest and then we accelerate. We run a 3-month program for seed companies where you get access to our modules on impact, on investor readiness, and on growth sales. These are 3 things that we think that we're quite good at and that are usually quite crappy at most startups, because you're out of time, you're trying to build a product, and so we try to help you do things that are hard to do as an individual founder, but where you can benefit from some pattern matching. Climate tech, because it makes sense, and it's also going to be a profitable space, so it's a good problem to solve. I say seed, but your definitions may vary. We do some pre-seed deals. Essentially, we are flexible on our terms. We make the investment down to 150K, up to 500K. We most often co-invest with other VCs, and we're flexible on the terms that we enter into. So whether you call yourself a pre-seed or seed or something other exotic name, that's fine by us. If you got a cool product and some early traction, we're there to see it.
Okay, pre-seed to seed, whatever we call it, 150K to 500K. Great to know climate tech being the focus, and 39 was the number for this year.
Yep.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jorn. Leo, let's hear about Icebreaker.
Hey, I'm Leo from Icebreaker. I'm one of the general partners of the fund. We are a Nordic and Baltic pre-seed fund. We do ticket sizes of 250 to 800K euros across those geographies. We're quite broad sector-wise. So we have everything from like consumer tech to like regular like vanilla B2B SaaS. We have some space tech, some deep tech, and a bunch of other things as well. One thing that sets us apart from other venture funds is that all of the partners in the fund, we've done our own startups. So we've all been there in your shoes, and we tend to work quite actively with our portfolio companies. So we spend the majority of our time working closely with the founders. So far, we have about 100 companies in the portfolio, and we have made like 12 or 15 investments, somewhere in that range this year.
Very interesting. Like what I caught from it was 250K to 800K consumer tech. We are very broad, and you also work actively being entrepreneurs yourself.
Yeah, not just consumer techs. We do basically everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great to know. Crimina.
Hi, everyone. My name is Crimina. I'm an investor at Snø Ventures. We are a Norwegian-born early-stage venture capital firm investing across the entire Nordics. Our aim is to back the best Nordic visionary teams that are building transformative tech and solutions with global potential. We're also entrepreneurs ourselves. We have the hands-on experience from starting, scaling, and advising companies for years. We are investing out of our second fund, $100 million, with ticket sizes anywhere from 500K to 4 million euro. So we can do pre-seed, seed A. So we're sector and business model agnostic. We're very happy to co-invest with others as well. We're flexible and a visionary investor.
Very interesting sector and business model agnostic, 500K to 4 million euros, and your fund is 100 million USD. Great, thank you, Crimina. Simon, and then everyone.
Hey, yes. So I'm here, actually representing Greens rather than XY, because we've deployed most of our capital on XY. So Greens is a gather of like deep expert people that came together, put it into a fund. or some money into a fund, we basically invest into like people who know what high quality means and what fast means, regardless of what they're doing. And we do pre-seed, sort of angel stage stuff, super small tickets. But we're sort of we would like to think of ourselves as high value add kind of investors, since we have that kind of a network. But most people we invest in come from like, upper management in one of the unicorns in the Nordics, more or less. And our ticket sizes is like 50K, and we do follow-ons up to like trivial sizes, but super small, up to a couple of 100K. So we usually go in early, and we usually help you with sort of a setup and structure of stuff. So regardless if you need help with product management or legal stuff, or with probably have someone from that has done just that for one of the large unicorns in our LP network. So trying to just be a little fun about it.
Thank you, Simon. I thought I was thinking maybe the problem was on our end, maybe, but your voice froze a couple of times. But it's okay. Very happy that you're also a mentor at Founder Institute Nordics. Really appreciate your role over there. Evelina.
Hi, everyone. So I'm with Wall Street. We're an early stage venture capital fund, currently focused on Scandinavia. We have about 30 portfolio companies today and invest at a really early stage. So everything from angel stage, pre-seed to seed. We're interested in many sectors, perhaps a special focus on fintech and e-com, since that's where we have had a strong track record. We like companies with business models that allow them to reach financial sustainability early, so not the spray and pray mentality here. Our check is typically between 200K and 500K euros as a first investment, and then we do follow-ons as well. And today we have 2 funds, and the second fund that we have is focused on fintech B2B, but otherwise looking broadly at tech. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the introductions. We have quite a breadth here, as low as 150K to up to 4 billion euros. And very broad sector agnostic to some focus as well, climate tech focus, for example. So that's great for our founders. If I can ask the production team to bring the founders and the startups on board. And while we are bringing them, I'll just put a question out here. What is it that you are looking for at an early stage when you invest in startups? What is the most important thing? It's a very big, very broad, agnostic, like sector agnostic question, but still I'm putting it there. And it'll get some conversation started while they join in a minute or two.
Can I then be the first person to just say that
please,
if the team is not excellent, then nothing else is going to happen. So every investor that says anything else than an exceptional founding team is lying or postponing the inevitable truth. But that's a given. We can only invest in exceptional founders because building a startup is so incredibly hard. There are so many things that can and will go wrong, and it will be painful, it will be terrible. You shouldn't do a startup, all those things. So that's a thing. But if you still have to do a startup to channel your energy, then great. We actually really want to speak with you because that's our business model. But that great founding team and a plausible pathway to proving the next experiment. That's essentially what we do. And it doesn't matter if you do that. I mean, that's the same for pre-seed, seed, Series A and onwards, even though your measurement varies quite much from stage to stage. Just making sure that you're able to take the money that we invest into the company and then build the next experiment in your company. And that could be, for example, getting the first 5 paying customers, or showing some other repeatable formula, or securing talent to develop that thing, or whatever you define. I don't know, but you probably know. And that experiment is what we are financing. And the next money will go to the next one that is slightly bigger.
Awesome. Anyone else would like to add to that? Okay, we seem to be good to go, but great point, like a solid foundation in terms of teams that you're saying, and then a pathway to the next chapter repeat. So good points over there. We have our founders joined in. And before we start with the pitching round would be we'll play the videos, and then all the panelists will have around 3 minutes for each startup to give feedback, like crisp, solid, short feedback. And then we'll have 1 or 2 minutes for founders to interact if they want to, or if they want to answer any question that was raised, or if they want some sort of advice in addition to what has been said. So around 7 minutes per startup, but we start with a quick introduction from everyone. So tell us where you're joining from and how do you feel today? Sandra.
Hi, everyone. I'm joining you from Sweden, and I'm very excited to be here and to hear your feedback. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sandra. Mikko.
Yeah, hello, my name is Mikko. I'm coming from Finland, Turku, and I'm very happy to be there and thanks for this opportunity to pitch here.
Brilliant. Anna?
Hi, I'm Anette for Finland, and I'm a bit nervous, but also thrilled to see so many extraordinary people. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Anna, for making it and for being here. Really appreciate that you could join us. Sean, if you'd like to go.
Okay, thank you. I'm in Tallinn. Really excited to be here in the pitch battle 2022.
Okay, my fun.
Hi everyone, I'm calling in from Oslo. Great to be here. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you. Linda?
Yes, hello. I'm calling in from Stockholm, Sweden. It's great to be here. I'm really thrilled about the opportunity to pitch varannan vecka. Thank you.
Thank you. Amir?
Hello, I'm Amir, and we're sitting in Stockholm. I'm also very glad to be here.
Great. Sune?
Hi, guys. I'm joining you from Copenhagen, and I'm thrilled to be part of this.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone, that you could join us. Really happy that we have almost all entire Nordics and even Estonia represented here. We'll start one by one. Let's see. We can start with Sandra's pitch here. As I said, we'll have around 7 minutes per startup, which means 2 minutes of pitch, maybe 30 seconds of Zoom overlay and what, and then around 3 minutes from the investors and VCs. So the first pitch is up now.
My name is Sandra Sharma, and today I will introduce you to TEDx, a novel screening tool for early detection of dementia. The greatest challenge in research today has been identified as costly and time-consuming diagnostic procedures. The cost globally is estimated to be over 250 billion euros per year. The process of diagnosis is subjectively evaluated, requires costly equipment and many long in-clinic visits. So we have found and developed a one-of-its-kind solution. We have a non-invasive screening tool using machine learning-based technology, allowing clinicians and patients to merely scan facial images for analysis to receive results within minutes by simply using a smartphone. Our solution can detect microscopic changes that are associated with clinically validated biomarkers. The benefits of early screening will not only serve the healthcare sectors in net savings and allow more patients to be screened, but most importantly, it would accelerate the advancements in research by speeding up patient recruitments for pharmaceutical clinical trials. So our business model aims to work with key opinion leaders to firstly enter the pharmaceutical and healthcare industries. And further on, we also plan to commercialize for the public for the self-administered screening. The total available market today is valued at 9 billion euros. And as life expectancy keeps increasing, this number will also continue to rise. Our conservative estimation of 5% in market share today would result in over 400 million euros. So we are raising 500,000 euros for the first 2 quarters of the upcoming year, and the funds will be utilized to further develop and optimize the TEDx solution in data collection, partnerships, and research and development. Our team consists of a diverse set of complementary skills in research, machine learning, software development, and tech expertise. Thank you so much for listening, and get in touch with us today.
Thank you. That was TEDx. Sandra, who'd like to go first? You can just raise hand and move, or anybody can you. Yes, Leo.
So I have three questions or points. First of all, are you looking to raise money for 6 months only?
Sorry, I didn't know that we're answering right away. Yeah, so we're planning our first seed round this upcoming year.
Okay, so you're raising 500K now to take you 6 months. I would suggest that you raise for a longer runway, because raising a proper seed round is going to take you like 4 months, maybe a bit more, especially in the current climate we're in. So you're not going to be able to make enough progress on the money you're raising to be in a position where you can raise a proper seed round. The second point is that, are you doing it to do clinical trials?
Yes.
Yes. So this is very unfortunate because, I mean, the venture model, I mean, I love what you're doing. It's great. You know, don't get me wrong here. It's fantastic. But the venture model isn't well adapted to take on cases that require clinical trials. Because if you look at value creation in those kind of cases, it's usually 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then boom, you know, it's worth a lot, right? And this zero phase can take a very long time. And investors, the follow-on investors are usually going to look at wanting to see some kind of like tangible progress. And there aren't that many follow-on investors that can, that has the right mindset to do these kind of cases.
Okay, thank you so much for your feedback.
Yeah, and the third thing was, how did you assess the market? Is the entire diagnostics market?
Yes, so we were looking at the different diagnostic market segments. So by looking overall with the all cost of everything that costs in the diagnostic process. And then we're also looking at what we could replace. So by implementing our screening tool, they could actually reduce the number of tests taken and thus increase the probability of finding eligible participants for clinical trial collaboration or recruitment.
But you're estimating that your like potential addressable market that you can do is 9 billion euros, not the entire diagnostics market.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
So is your segment of the diagnostics market, is that 9 billion euros, or is it the entire diagnostics market that is 9 billion euros?
The entire diagnostic market.
Yeah. So I would also just focus on your opportunity here. And how much you will be able to extract from it. Because saying, you know, it's a huge market, when your opportunity is this big, it won't really help you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Leo. Anyone else wants to add?
The market is incredibly interesting. How big is your exact market? Well, it's kind of hard to say. It's good to quantify, but I guess adding to the point here is that building that credible first experiment and then taking the money to finance you through that will perhaps make it easier. It's hard, it's time consuming to fundraise. In a sense, we say that all our portfolio companies are fundraising at all times, but that's sort of that's something you have to do. But make sure that you have enough cash to actually get it done, because it's hard, I think, in this market in particular, to rely on being able to do quick rounds. They may take longer, and the investors may be much warier. And so, if clinical trial is the thing, okay, what other kind of validation can you prove to us? What kind of pain and suffering did your co-founders go through to actually commit their full resources to this rather than something else? That's at least something that we can inspect in lack of other things. So maybe that could be lifted up to make the story even more credible.
Thank you, Jorn.
Thank
you. Any other points from the panel? Otherwise,
I don't know how much time we have left, but it would be interesting to hear more about the data and sort of the tests you've done already.
So we've done a pilot study already, which resulted in a relatively high accuracy in comparison to clinical diagnosis done today. We got a 71% accuracy rate in comparison to 77%. So we're now focused on increasing the data quality that we're going to be collecting in order to train the machine learning model further so that we can get higher accuracy rates and be a reliable screening tool, of course. That's the objective.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a minute if you have some point which you want to ask the panel. Sandra, over to you, or any reflection you have.
Okay, well, any reflection? I was actually interested in hearing what you said earlier, Leo, about the market space, which is, like you mentioned, Jörn, very difficult to calculate and estimate. But would this kind of machine learning implementation be of interest in your market, for example? Have you ever do you have any experience in medical devices in this field, and what is your estimation of fundraising?
So yeah, that's a lot in one pipe. There's a lot of different things here. I mean, fundraising in general is difficult. We have a couple of medtech companies in our portfolio already, and that has given some experience of how value creation and how the follow-on funding environment looks for this kind of cases. And what Jörn was saying was that you need to raise enough money now so you can actually get to a point where you have something with concrete results you can fundraise on. And usually that stretch of time, that stretch for medtech cases is usually quite long, because these clinical trials take a couple of years and there's stuff that happens, right? So I would suggest I would advise you to find a model to do this, so you don't need a lot of money up front, but rather do it in a lean way and get to a point where you have something tangible and juicy that you can fundraise from.
Okay.
And unfortunately, the follow-on funding climate is very bad right now, but especially in medtech, there aren't that many funds that do follow-on investments for medtech. So it's a bit of a tricky market.
Okay. Well, thank you for your feedback, everyone.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, panelists. We move to our next page of the day. So we are going into Believing. Hold on, let me see if I can share. Thank you, Sandra. So founders can stay on for the other pages as well. So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Amer, and one of the co-founders to Believing. So why do we exist, and what do we do, and more importantly, why should you care? We see three challenges. We see that students and young adults are finding themselves in a housing crisis. The cost of living is rising, and this is affecting their freedom. We see that seniors are going to increase double the size within the next 10 years, and that's going to increase the need of services, and they're also being strained by the cost of living rising. Then we have the loneliness, which is being referred to as the new epidemic, because 20% of the population is expected to feel lonely. And that loneliness is somewhat linked to negative side effects compared to smoking. So what we have is a safe, simple, and fair solution. We create economic and social sustainability by opening up homes for co-living. We add services, enabling the students to have an extra income by doing some household-related work. And this is through a root deduction, allowing us to pay them fair salaries. We see a huge market potential in this with the increased amount of services and the growing population. So far, we have built a team, secured funding, and we have launched the MVP. Today, we have 34 live listings. So this is our strong team. Today, we're 5 people, and we're actually looking to increase that size. Take your part. 2023 will be an exciting year for us. We have a 5-year plan to become the #1 choice of co-living solutions and personal services on a national scale. For investors, this is a thriving business model in an upcoming recession. If you want to follow us, you can do that best on Facebook. And if you want to join the team, hook us up at thehub.io. That will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir. Co-living, Believing. Yes. Who wants to go take the first shot? I think during the pitch, you can raise hands as well. That is one way of knowing who wants to go first. Yes, Jorn or Kremina, whoever.
I'd love to give the word to Kremina first. Speaking too much.
No, you're all right, Jörn. I just wanted to say before we kind of dive deep that 3-minute pitch is a very difficult thing, and I really want to say that everybody is up for a challenge, and you know, this is a learning exercise, and it's also a safe space. Though the title indicates it's a battle, we're all on the same side. So just gotten that out of the way. I think you're addressing a really important group that usually gets neglected when kind of new services are being developed, and it's important groups that we have to take care in our society. What I would have liked to hear more about is kind of distribution and your go-to-market strategy. So if you can tell us briefly your thoughts around that.
So we have launched the MVP and the go-to-market strategy. We have a good way of finding the young people because they are very digital active. So we find them through SEO, SEM, marketing campaigns on Facebook as well. The harder findings for us are the landlords who are often maybe 60, 70 years old. So we go through them either by relatives, younger relatives that are on the digital arena, but the elderly, we go through elderly fairs and so on. So there's our success is going to be through word of mouth and ambassadors, and that's a very time consuming and also slow pace.
So just to kind of follow up on that, what would you do then in order to accelerate it and make it scalable? You are already aware that this is, you know, a very approach that takes time and effort, and what can you do differently?
Well, we would need to build our sales team and also be in more cities in Sweden, because we are a team of 5, but there's maybe 15% of our time that we can do in sales right now because we're so much product oriented. And we need to scale that with a lot and bring in new founders. To have a 15-20 people team is not quite feasible. So we need to bring in some workers who wants to do this, and we need some budget for that.
Okay. Who wants to go next? Krimina, you have more points?
Someone else can jump in.
I can just add that to this category. I think it's huge. It's severely underdeveloped. I think you have several data points to support mental health and isolation as a huge problem with, I mean, enormous second-degree consequences for society. So if you in some way can attach all of this to your story, then yeah, you're onto something. There are a million questions about security, about the real traction you're able to demonstrate. I think fundamentally, if you're not able to demonstrate some sort of pull into this product, as in existing users don't love it, then it's going to be very hard to make it profitable through acquiring customers. It seems like iterating on it to make sure that your customers are just in love with this product because it revolutionizes their day, then that is how you grow it. But I mean, you have the benefit of actually generating cash. It's one of the things that most investors will look for right now. A proof point is in you can demonstrate some credible pathway to growth at whatever scale, and that you can demonstrate the ability to generate cash. If you got those two things, then you're onto something.
So okay. Just one minor thing.
Thank you very much for that feedback.
Yeah, so just one minor thing is have you tried using Post to find your landlords, like writing letters?
We have actually printed 3,000 posts, as you said, and just dropping them in housing communities. But
I mean, you send like individual letters to people.
No, we haven't.
You try that. I mean, it's quite unorthodox. We're all focused on online marketing and all these things, but for this segment you're targeting, these old school methods work kind of well. Just have something that generates a personalized letter to the person. You could combine it with like properties registry, so you know stuff about their apartments. You can find everyone who lives, you know, in a large enough space that has extra rooms. and you can kind of value it a bit and you can do a few of these things automatic and just send it to them and see what happens.
That sounds like a very interesting idea that we will look into that.
Interesting point.
Thank you.
Simon, you look like are you skeptic? Just asking. Does this interest you?
I'm not really in this market, and I think, like, just reiterating the same kind of points above, right? If you show me how you lock up the acquisition channels and why you're growing like 30% month over month in terms of users, then I think it's interesting. But that's sort of what I'm missing in this for it to be interesting. Like, how are you dominating this market? How will you grow to maintain that position over years? So that's the go-to-market piece, basically.
Okay. Great point. So go-to-market is generally emerging, and a good advice coming in from Leo. I mean, you have any feedback to take or any questions that you have for the panel before we move on to the next one?
No, I'm very happy with the feedback. So our issue is you're bringing up some points that we need to come further with the market acquisition and having a lot of customers. But we're saying that we need some money to go to market in a good way. But we'll invest more in the company and come further before we come back.
I'll go back to the point that Jörn was raising very early, that at this stage, it's very important. The team itself is the foundation of a startup. And then when you mentioned the number of 15% to 85%, if I'm remembering correctly, I think your sales focus probably is something which, if the entire team is great at product development, then who will sell? Yes. Okay. Going forward with the next page. Thank you so much, Amir, and thank you to the panelists.
Thank you very much.
We'll go with my fun. Okay, hold on. Let's see. And you are an FI graduate, if I remember correctly, from Oslo.
Yes.
Brilliant. So yes, the page is up.
Hi, my name is Mai. I'm the founder of Propel and a second-time entrepreneur based in Oslo, Norway. One of my biggest frustrations is the job market. It is extremely difficult to land a job when you don't fit into a typical profile that companies are looking for. After talking to nearly 60 companies, I found out that the problem is equally frustrating on their side. When you have hundreds of applications to fill in and limited amount of time, it is easier to rely on metrics and information you are familiar with. This is why Propel was born. We provide companies with work-related simulations to screen applicants in a screening process, giving every candidate a fair chance to showcase the skill and potential. And we help companies save time and make decisions based on facts and data. Companies can either choose predefined work simulations in our library or define their own simulations that fit the role and industry. The market potential is big. In the EU alone in 2021, there were 1.9 million job vacancies, and the spending in recruitment and selection can be up to 10 billion euro. Looking into Asia Pacific with a working population of 2 billion people, the potential is even bigger. Our vision is to make the hiring process effective for companies, fair and engaging for candidates. Together with a team in organizational psychology, product and technology, we can make this happen. With limited resources, we were able to secure pilot customers, test our solution in a real recruitment process, and screen over 100 candidates, receive positive feedback from both the customer and the candidates. We're now raising 1 million in pre-seed round, followed by a 4 million in 2023, and the money will be used to turn our prototype into a working product, launch and scale. My name is Mai. I'm the founder of Propel. If you want to be a part of our journey, reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mai. And so over to our panel. Who would like to go first? So just unmute and say.
Hi.
Evelina. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm curious to know, who is your target customer?
Thank you for the question. So our target customers like medium companies that are scaling. So they are in a way growing fast and hiring quickly, but also may not have an HR department to help them with the recruitment process and not having like a large budget to pay for an external recruiters. And we're focusing on sales, marketing, customer services. So companies are hiring for those roles.
Okay. And the tools that they are using today, is that like LinkedIn, Sales
Yeah,
Navigator,
so
or
LinkedIn, or posting on their website, and then having candidates sending them application through email.
Okay. So have you also focused the sort of applicants that I was just wondering, so within your platform, have you sort of niched it towards like a certain group of customers, like salespeople, or is it everyone?
In terms of customers or in terms of like applicants? I'm sorry, I didn't understand your questions.
The applicants, but I think it sort of goes hand in hand, but yeah.
Yeah, so the applicants are the ones that are applying to the company. So whichever applications are like a kind of candidates that the company are able to attract. And then, but we see that when we test this solution, the younger generation, like the Gen Z and millennials, find this process more fun and engaging than the older generations.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mai, congrats on the progress. It's pretty awesome. And this market is just gigantic, and it's in need of better and I guess more equitable solutions. I wonder about the when it's time for selection for an employer. Can you further develop tools that sort of hide the things that you suspect will tilt the employer's opinion in one way or another? As in, can I, in a hiring process, decide not to see anything other than the raw data about a candidate before I actually make a choice?
So in our system, the way we work to our customer now is that we hide the name and also like the gender and everything. And what the customer get is the performance of the job task that the candidates have performed and our evaluation as a recommendation. And the customer can then either choose to agree with our recommendation or read through the performance and make their own decision. And only that, then they know when they click to select like further on the candidates, then they know the profile of the candidates.
Right. So as an employer, you get both the best candidates, which should be attractive, and you also get to improve on your DEI policy, right?
Yes, that's correct.
No. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. I guess we only want to see proof points and traction. If you can grow with this, then that is a investable company for sure.
Thank you, Jörn.
So one thing,
yeah.
if I may,
yes,
were you looking to raise 1 million Norwegian crowns?
Yeah, so 1 million Norwegian crown now, closing in January, and then followed by another round of 4 million crown. And the way we do
when will that other round be?
In 2023.
When in 2023?
In Q2.
Okay, so here's the same thing again. I wouldn't. It's because raising an angel round can be quite quick, right? If you have the network, but raising 4 million or 4 million Norwegian crowns is also like a tricky range to raise because there's only a handful of VC investors who can do that. I mean, us being one of them, and a few others are in this room. And you can maybe do it with angel investors, but it gets a bit tricky to do with angels. So you're going to have to do it with institutions most likely, and that's going to take 4 months, maybe more, right? So if you run out of money by June, you will need to start raising, in say late February or so, which means that you will only have like 2 months to make progress, right? Before you need to start the next fundraise. So I would actually look at raising a bit more money now, say 2.5, something like that. Should not be too hard to get that from angels or maybe a pre-seed fund, and have enough money to sustain you at least until January next year, and then raise, the seed round during fall instead.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. So we actually consider that breaking into smaller rounds because of the current funding climate. And with 1 million, we know that we could secure another 1 million from public funding. And that gives us a runway until the fall of 2023, like until like July, August. And then during this time now, we're also building our networks to raise a bigger round.
Okay. Any other observations or any follow-up questions any panelists have?
I guess adding to the funding story, it's just I agree with the point. It's hard to raise capital, so try and raise enough that it will last you. But you have a credible plan to at least stay in cash for 10, 11 months, and that is good. The obvious thing that kills any startup is just running out of money. You may have a bad product, and that's the thing, but you run out of money before you actually know. And so staying in business is your most important job. And I wouldn't worry too much about the terms. That might sound dumb coming from an investor, but I mean, it's a binary output. Either this will be really, really great, and there aren't that many founder unfriendly investors out there right now because everything is so transparent. So get the cash and make sure that you're able to run that experiment and get those customers, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Jan.
Great points. You have any questions to ask the panel in addition, or any reflections?
No, really great to be here, and also thanks a lot for the questions, and also thanks a lot, Leo, for the point about like funding and make sure that we raise enough money to not running out of cash.
Thank you, Mike. Crimina, I see that you're back. I think you're having some connection problem, but no worries. We move to our next founder, Mike. Thank you so much. We move to Anna. Anna, we'll start with your pitch now. Give me a minute. Not exactly a minute, much less than a minute. Yeah. So this is Luculab.
Hi, I'm Anna Levinson, and I'm delighted to present Luculab, an AI-powered solution for struggling and dyslexic readers. Shocking numbers. Every fifth person is born with a neurobiological condition that makes reading challenging. The 3% of this population are formally diagnosed with dyslexia and are entitled to a free state-funded help that leaves us with 17% of families that are desperate to find a solution for their struggling children. We have an amazing market opportunity, but we also have competition. What makes us newcomers think that we can solve the problem better than others? The answer is simple. Almost every existing reading app is meant to help all readers at once, typical and not typical. For struggling readers, they propose just more intensive training. It is as if they assumed that walking a tightrope is just walking and asked children to try harder instead of giving them a large set of very special skills. For many years, I've been running an online school for struggling readers and researching reading. Together with my team of computational linguists, we have invented and created a machine learning tool and algorithms. They analyze reading errors, define the skills that this particular child needs, and then train these skills with the help of efficient exercises. Our solution is highly scalable. Once created, it can be easily adapted to any other language. We are now in the process of creating an MVP, and we are looking for investors and partners to help us really kick off. Contact us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Yes, that's good that we have hands raised now. Simon, you, and then Crimina. That makes my job so much simpler. Thank you.
Sure, it'd be interesting to hear a little bit about the language models behind this. Is this something you built yourself, or is it based on transformers? And then I have a bunch of follow-on questions.
Sorry, the question is, have we built it ourselves?
Is the underlying language models, have you built them yourself, or is it based on transformers? Why have you built them yourself?
Because we are computational linguists and we have just invented these tools.
But I mean, GPT-4 is coming out in 2 months. It has like 100 trillion parameters. It's basically the best thing in the world. Like, why are you not using that?
Because it's very special. You know, it's a very special field. It is a special needs education. So we don't have it. We don't have it yet in the market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not just, you know, it's not just. My point is that it is not just reading for all or language for all. It's just very special part of you know, of research.
Yeah, but I mean, the newer models basically have comprehensions for basically any human level kind of communication. So it's like
yeah, but it is not comprehension. It is different. It is
no, it does have comprehension. I mean, we've built 300 apps on the same premise,
okay.
just trying it out, right? So my question is really, what's defendable about the technology?
That we have, you know, I'm a corpus linguist. It means that we have the database of the audio recording of children reading. We have a very big corpus, and we have annotated it in a scientific way. And then we have made the analysis of mistake. There is, you know, this research type of mistake analysis. So we have done it on the real material, and then we have extracted over than 50 types of reading mistakes, and then we made clusterizations of these types of mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Simon, any other questions? Okay, Cremena and then Leo.
Thank you for your pitch, Anna. I really get the sense that you're passionate about what you're building, and did you have understanding about what kind of product is needed the most. My feedback would be on kind of the other side of the coin. Because you're so passionate about what you're doing, you're spending a lot of time explaining the problem and talking about the product, and very little about the business side of the business. How are you going to make money? What is your go-to-market strategy? And again, that distribution that we've been previously touched upon with the other pitches. So could you briefly give a comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Our go-to-market strategy is selling licenses through schools, through parent advocacy groups, because they're very strong, very, very strong in this area, and through dyslexia associations, because there are lots of dyslexia associations in every country and even in some regions. We have made a poll in Facebook groups. Facebook groups is also our go-to-market strategy. We have already made some kind of polls in this, you know, dyslexia parents groups, and asked them what they want to see in such a solution, and we have a tremendous response. We liked it very much. So that's for the moment. That's our go-to-market strategy, and for a business model, it is subscription-based, and it will be very affordable.
Great. And just shortly follow up. And have you done anything to solidify that interest? Do you have a wish list of those parents that would like to sign up, or a fake buy here button on your webpage? Kind of, have you initiated any of those tactics?
Only in Facebook. They just wrote us, get us informed or something like this. But of course, there were not, you know, like hundreds of people, but some people, yeah, but not yet. I mean, we are now in the process of creating of implementing a very, very small prototype, like one-day training on our landing page, and there we shall see. I hope that we shall see this really this interest.
Great, and I think you should also make note of it and start building a wish list and start building actual data showing interest, and that's something you can also present to potential investors and partners. That this is just not something you're saying, but this is the data of the actual people that signed up and the email addresses and the click buy here buttons and all that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cremena. Leo, you had a point?
Yeah, no, my question was actually already answered by the questions Cremena was asking.
Okay.
And I just want to reiterate what she was stressing a bit, that one way, I mean, investors love these kind of, like, you know, hidden within quotes niches. right? If they're large enough, and if you can validate that there is a strong interest within that niche by getting, signups, getting people, willing to commit money and so on, it's a very strong signal in this phase. So I would just like to reiterate the point that Cremena made.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are working on it just now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other points from panelists? And if there are
you can
none,
sense our excitement of anything related to machine learning right now. ChatGPT has just blown everyone's collective minds. This is the most exciting thing in a few years. GPT-4 drops next year. It will be unreal. And so if you're building something outside of that, you better have a very credible plan. I do, however, think that this can be it, because you're in a totally different purchasing system and with totally different expectations to safety and to building inside a very, very defined niche. But if you don't have that, then yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
okay. Any points you have, Anna? Would you like to ask?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, because I think that while giving us this stage, of course, you make our startups visible. But what is also important for me, that you make visible the problems that were solved. So now we can just meet these challenges together as a community. And I think that's great. And thank you for this very much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. We move to our next startup. So Mikko, let's see. I'm going to share your pitch now. Devatin by Mikko. Okay.
Hello guys, it's Mikko. I'm CEO and founder of Devatin. There was one software company who was doing some deployments in a doctor station. And after some deployment, next morning, the doctor called to meet some patient. And the patient storage isn't open anymore. It used to open in 1 second, but now it took more than 1 minute. So software company tried to look up what is the issue, and it took 3 days to find the root cause to solve this. So they do some more testing and new deployments and a testing, and finally testing to the production. And it took 2 weeks time. How we could prevent this? We have a solution for it. When actually the developer put his bad SQL statement to version control system, and the automation test is running, our tool is there to catch all these bad queries and recommend to user that, hey, you should not put this in production. It will hamper your production. All right, our recommendation innovation is patented already in EU, and it's pending on US and India. We have some nice partners like Neoload and Kepten, and also we run very nicely with JMeter. We have some nice clients, some revenue, and very nice trace launch now in 2022. We are now raising 300K, and we are more than happy to be here to pitch. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I hope I was trying to fix the audio because the audio was slightly shaky in the middle, but I hope everybody got to hear the pitch. And Leo, I see the hand up, and yes, over to you.
Thank you. So I would ask, what is the revenue constitute of? Is it consulting or like subscription revenue?
Yeah, it's a consulting. We are as a consultant as well, doing the consultant job. That's mainly of consulting, and some very less from product itself. And our SaaS is like freemium based as of now, and more like testing based. So that's it.
Yeah. So I wouldn't really mention consulting revenue in these kind of pitches because VCs don't care about that really.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, great. Any further feedback, Cremena? Yeah.
Thank you for your pitch, Mikko. As we heard initially, team is very, very important to us. So can you tell us about, do you have teammates, anyone else on your team? Is it just you at the moment? How does that look like? The
There
talent
was,
organization.
it was only 2 minutes time to pitch, so I dropped the team presentation off. We have one co-founder, and I have actually development team which is working for us. It's in India, Pune. So there is and some marketing cooperation as well. So we have just setting up the marketing stuff.
Great.
So like 5 to 7 working on this product now.
Well, I guess that's my advice to you. Never drop the team slide. That is super important. I mean, people can have great ideas, right? But execution is what matters, and we would like to see who is going to execute on building the product and the sales and the entire strategy. So that's maybe the most important slide. So remember to present your team in a good way, both where they come from, both education and previous work experiences, preferably with picture and a name. That is very important.
Okay, our website, it is some leadership team and there. You can go check if you like.
Thank you, Cremena. Evelyn now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mikko. And I think in general, like data management, data infrastructure is super interesting. And perhaps you cover this in the first part of the pitch, but in that case, I missed it. But I just wanted to know, so why this problem of all problems that you could go after?
Yeah, main thing, data is growing a lot every place, and it's also software development is ongoing. And usually in the left side of development, there is usually very small databases and small stuff. So all those bad database handling are not catched in early. So that's one issue. If you can catch all this stuff in early, we can really make this project go smoothly.
Yeah, but I'm sort of like added to what Cremena was talking about, like the team in general, like your background and skill within the team in this area, sort of. Or was it just the field that you were interested in?
No. We have already based company almost 10 years back and consulting. We are doing that already now on database consulting and performance tuning, and we have built this tool almost 4 years now, and it's now live there. So my main idea is that as a consultant, we're writing some reports and some analytics to clients and developers to fix this, and now our tool is doing that automatically.
Okay, so the idea is to sort of become more of a product company going forward.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll add briefly if I can, I will that. I think converting a company from consultancy-based revenue to SaaS is an entirely valid prospect. You won't get the valuation that matches the revenue, obviously, because we disregard that, but we see that you're able to build something, and then the experiment becomes: are you able to build a repeatable sales model that is not linear? And to that, yeah, so long as you're able to describe it, you'll find investors, I think, who are happy to invest in it. But that pathway needs to be clear, which I think it is with your category and with the early traction.
Okay, great. Any questions that you have?
Not as now. So I'm very pleased to have this comment. So I need to maybe do my pitch deck to have more valuable.
Okay, so brilliant. Thank you, Mikko. We move to our, these are the last 3 pitches that we have, and we have around 25 minutes with us. So we seem to be comfortable with time this time. Morning was very stressed with time. Let's see. So this is Healthy, and we'll play your pitch now.
Hello, we are Healthy, a better way to treat and prevent pain. 1 out of 5 people suffering from chronic pain in the world. On the other hand, 33% of employees suffering from pain associated with work-related stress. This increased the sick days in the employees and also reduced productivity that ended up losing money in the company. In Healthy, we give access to prevention and rehabilitation through digital physiotherapy. Every employee have the ability to schedule a one-to-one session with an expert physiotherapy to start addressing their pain, to have follow-up calls and 24/7 chat with a specialist. Also, we'll have a personalized plan to start working at home anytime at any moment. On the other hand, all the employee will have access to active pauses, active breaks to doing during home, and also to enroll in programs from prevention from chronic conditions like diabetes, hypertension, obesity, everything powered by physiotherapy and movement. We make a social impact. Every activity, every exercise that the user make in the app increase the points and also can be exchanged for rewards or make a donation to a kid in Colombia that doesn't have access to physiotherapy. Our subscription plan is B2B. It's 10 euros per employee and includes unlimited call with physiotherapists and access to all the exercise and plans in the app. We have reached more than 4,000 sessions of physiotherapists in the last 6 months and completed more than 8,000 exercises in the app. We have more than 10 years of experience in software development and more than 5 years of experience in physiotherapy and different technologies. We are asking for 350K to reach 10,000 employees in the next 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Who wants to go first on this one? Okay, so maybe I can request Simon. What's your view? It's the second time I approach you.
that's all right. I mean, this is a little outside of my comfort zone in terms of investments. I don't particularly look at telehealth kind of applications. I get that there's probably a need in the market here for it. The question in my mind is really like, what would the business model look like? And I looked at a similar case a while back ago, like 2 years ago, that did a version of this, and their entire model was to sell it to B2B corps as a way to reduce sick days, more or less, right? But it was super hard to actually get clients to sign up for those kinds of services because it's not tangible enough to put out a sufficient budget for it. So my questions would be kind of around the go-to-market. What segment are you targeting, and how are you getting to a critical point where we actually sort of see this taking off?
Sure. So we are targeting, as you say, corporation. Also, we work with insurance. So they offer it to their insurances. With the idea with the perfect company for us is remote company that want to offer benefits to all the employees around the globe. Also, the way we show the benefit from the company is how the productivity increase. We have success cases, how people that can stand the whole day or can be seated the whole day working increase the productivity in the hours that they are able to work, just to give you a case. So that's the way we put it to the company. Yeah, so basically, and as I say, it's the remote companies are focused, right, but we have worked with different.
How do you prove that, like the productivity increase? What did you say you measured? Was it more hours you could put out through a day? And is that really, what you're striving for most companies to increase productivity?
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest examples. So people with back pain can be sit the whole day straight for example, 2 hours, 4 hours. So for this kind of people, they need to work more, like especially working from home. You don't work the 8 hours, but you need to work more. So you have less time to share with your kids or with your friends and everything, because you need to be more productive at home. So at your work. So that decreasing the pain also increase the productivity and the hours you need to invest working, for example. Just to give you a point in the one of the things that we are measuring with the different cases.
Okay. What's your revenue model look like? Like, what do you charge these companies?
So we charge for active employees a flat rate of 10 euros. That includes everything. Unlimited call with physiotherapists and also the active breaks work.
And how do you source the physiotherapists?
We have more than 300 physiotherapists in Latin America. We are a startup for Latin America now based in Estonia. So we connected with, what we do, for example, is we put better payment for physiotherapists in Colombia.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
It got lost a little bit.
Physiotherapists, so it's cheaper for Europeans and US companies. So it's like quite of the model right now.
Okay. Any other panelists would like to comment? Evelina, Cremena, Jorn, Leo. Okay. Any questions that you have to the panelists?
No, thank you for the opportunity. And also, if any company wants this kind of benefit for you, just reach me out.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you so much. And we move to our second last pitch now. Hold on. I believe it's a music or a performing arts thing. Hold on. Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm Sune Jern, founder and CEO of Artalize. I'm a second-time entrepreneur, and before that, I had an international career as an opera singer. Most performing arts never moved into the digital age. That's only one example. This lack of connection to the end users creates a staggering loss of $60 billion in potential revenue for the producers. Our solution is AI-driven 100x discovery for the world of performing arts in an SEO-powered marketplace. Our AI identifies and indexes events data, performers, recordings, tickets for sale, etc. With this, we generate a platform infrastructure with millions of content pages coded for high SEO value. This is the basis for a marketplace where the professionals can claim an auto-updated promotional page ready-made for business transactions. We tap into a huge underserved addressable market of $45 billion with well over 1 billion possible end users. We are aiming at 400,000 subscribers by end 2025. Our freemium model ensures a low entry barrier. Our SaaS model is already making revenue on exposure for our artist and producer clients. Other revenue will come from a 10% fee on marketplace transactions. We launched in late August with the Tesla founders among our early investors. Next year, we will cover the entire US. Our competitors who mostly rely on user contributions are no match for Artalize on business model, feature set, and coverage. We have a strong team of business insiders, technologists, and second-time entrepreneurs. We are now raising $1 million to pursue the following milestones: covering all of the US in 6 months and Europe in 12, 3 to 5 million unique visitors a month, and $2 to $3 million ARR, mainly from SaaS subscriptions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have Cremena. Yeah, over to you. You muted. Hold on.
Thanks. Thank you for your pitch, Sune. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
I think this is a very good example of addressing competition in such a short pitch. I mean, as I said initially as well, 3 minutes is very difficult. And if you are in a space where it's, it's known that there is competition, it's very good that you're addressing it hands-on and kind of presenting it off the bat. Congrats with that. It's also maybe a note for the other founders listening as well. So I wanted to kind of hear more detailed your take on why do you think the others haven't succeeded and why kind of this group has been neglected and what you're going to do differently?
Yes. So first and foremost, you can say if we compare to our competitors who mostly rely on user contribution and random signups, we don't have those holes in the soup, so to speak. We have no cold start issues because our AI makes sure that everyone is present on the platform. So no matter what artist you're looking up, what orchestra within the classical space. We are preliminary, starting with the most underserved performing arts, like opera and classical music, musical, ballet, dance, spoken theater, and jazz. That's where we start. Then we will expand from there to other performing arts fields. But they are extremely underserved. They are extremely fragmented. And the whole approach by you can say, using AI to aggregate this from public domain, putting it into one place and making sure nobody goes away disappointed because their favorite band didn't sign up or their favorite artist didn't sign up. That is our secret sauce.
Okay. Thank you, Sara. Yes, anyone else wants to go?
I'll take a chance if I can.
Please go.
Hi, Jörn.
Hey, I really enjoy this, and I also tried to build something in the music space a few years ago, so I have some experience. If you will forgive me, I'll just mention a evil but interesting concept called tar pit ideas. I think this was popularized by Y Combinator, and tar pit ideas is essentially just ideas with a survivorship bias to them, where a lot of people flock to the same things over and over, and then you end up building and it doesn't work, and for a few predictable reasons. I don't know if this is it, and what you've built right now looks really cool, and I want to use it. So I think it's really nice. On the other hand, as a music tech founder, I know that some ideas are just discoverability in general. It's an incredibly risky idea because most people don't want to discover, and there is a limited amount of things you can discover, and there are so many other things that are complex that doesn't enter into that. And so I respect the traction you have, and bear in mind that I want this to work. What is the traction that gives you proof point that this is a real problem that needs to be solved?
Well, just the initial traction we have on clients is they are not sitting out there. Now I'm talking about arts organizations, universities, and such. We have launched in the US, mainly in California, and we are expanding in the next 6 months to the rest of the US. But what we experience is they have not only have the problem that they want a younger and larger audience now. They just want their audience to come back after COVID-19. So what we're seeing is a rush of people who are desperate to get more discoverability. And the 100x discoverability that we serve is not just for you can say discover an event that you already knew was there. No, when you come to our platform, you may be looking for one thing, but you go into a rabbit hole of amazing content that is out there, and it's connected to we have 200 endpoints to each data point. So you discover music, you discover streaming, you discover an artist profile. What are they doing next month? Can I then follow that artist and get notifications on when they are performing next time? So we are making it super easy, and also to maintain for the artists and the arts organizations, because our AI makes sure it's always maintained, that it's always updated. They don't need to say, oh yes, now I have to go to yet another platform and use a lot of time to maintain that. I know that from when I was an artist, that was a help because I was so busy all the time, and when I wasn't busy, that's when I needed the platform the most to be updated. So that we also get rid of in this way we work. I can say with the hands on my heart that there's nobody out there working in this way. There's nobody out there who's been in this performing arts tech for 10 years like we have with our first startup called Toolings. It's called Opera Base. Actually, it's live and well, that company, and it's sort of sitting on casting for the whole opera space. But we just had an even bigger vision. So that's why we did Artline.
Pretty cool.
Thank you. Any other points from the panel? If we have, else, Sune, you can ask a question or any clarification or any reflection you have.
I would just be happy to talk to anyone who wants to support the 21st century renaissance that we're going to create from this emergence of getting all these people together in one platform. So come and join the revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great. We move to our last pitch of the day. Let's see. And this is Linda, it's your pitch.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Varannan vecka. As a lawyer, I've spent years of my life helping separated parents remedy stress, guilt, anxiety, and conflicts. I did this for the sake of their children whose mental and physical health depends on their parents' abilities to cooperate. Together with a super team of co-founders from fintech, legal, and child psychology research, we are building the first conflict prevention app for co-parents and their children. We use artificial intelligence and tech to avoid clashes between exes, helping them to be awesome co-parents. The app is proactively nudging to the best possible cooperation by automated logistics, reminders, planning, non-toxic communication, and of course, a fair and smart split of expenses. If needed, we also provide experts on mediation, law, and child psychology. Our target group is globally fast growing, but yet still completely unserved. Only in Sweden, there's more than 1 million living in co-parented households, and gender equality drives a continued global increase of co-parented upbringing of kids after separation. We launched in June this year and have received a very warm welcome, and yes, small, but still, revenues from our first paying subscribing parents, business partners, and municipalities. We now seek an investment of 300,000 euros for 15% of our company. Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you so much. We can go with Evelina, and anyone who wants to go next can raise their hand. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Linda, for the pitch. Really liked it. Could you explore a bit on the go-to-market and your strategy?
Yes. So far we have established a partnership with big brands who are within the ecosystem and already talking to the target group. So they have displayed us in their channels and used us as a reason to speak with the target group, basically. We think we need to continue to do partnership campaigns, but also experiment on digital marketing, PR activities. B2B sales, I think, is really important because we can see the conversion rate go bananas when the tip of the app actually comes from someone advising and helping the family already.
Yeah, I think that is a good way forward to sort of reach that target group and convert them. So sort of like extend those partnerships.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other reflections, Leo?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you would have any retention data to share.
Yes, so we launched in this summer, so we don't have that much data, but we can see that 12% of people downloading the app is still paying and using the app after 3 months. And we can see the retention is actually growing. We have more than 100 daily users so far.
All right, because for this, like these more consumer-oriented cases, retention is basically, there's two things that kind of, determine everything for you. One is retention, and the other one is organic growth. So if you have proof points around that, your pitch becomes much, much, much stronger.
Thank you, Leo.
Yeah. One other thing also, I played around a bit with the app before this call. I was going through all the pitches, and I would also look at maybe having not forcing a sign up directly where you need to subscribe when you download the app, but rather give people a way to kind of like play around with it in like an open tier, so to say, and have more of a freemium thing.
Yeah, thank you. We have experimented a lot with that.
Cremena.
Thank you for your pitch. Really, really interesting. I wanted to kind of follow up from the first question we had on the key stakeholders. As you mentioned, municipalities and other business partners. Have you thought about alternative revenue models and alternatives for these partners to generate some revenue?
Definitely, and that's one thing that I'm actually discussing this a lot with different investors, because there are two options basically. Either you go B2C with a subscription model for parents, or you turn to partners that are already within the ecosystem to get them to pay for the usage. And they can also use the tool to actually make their own professional advising to these families more effective and more successful. So a lot of investors say you should go for B2B, and a lot of investors say, no, you should probably go for B2C. So that's something we really need to explore. What will get us there fastest?
Well, my experience as well, being a founder, is that the investors not necessarily always know the right answer. So I think it's really up to you to see where what the market says and what the customers and kind of where the paying willingness is by actively experimenting, getting data, and letting the data lead you. And with that said, sometimes it's not either that it's mutually exclusive. It might be a B2C approach, but there might be an alternative for additional revenue sources through business partners that might have an interest on recurring or semi-recurring way to show themselves to your audience or explore possible collaborations. But that might be something to do a little bit down the line and not like straight off the bat, as it is focusing about one thing at a time and making the initial model you decide for work first. But I will. It's definitely I would explore alternative options as well, in addition to a core model.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have validated them both. So we have paying subscribers and we have paying companies.
Thank you.
But the conversion rate is extremely much better in the B2B, of course. It's a cheaper way of doing the marketing as well.
Any other points from the panelists? Otherwise, Linda, if you have some thoughts or reflections or any questions you have, this is your
my
time.
question was really regarding the business model, and I got some input on that. So I'm really thankful for the opportunity and the feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are in the last 3 minutes. We can use this time. So first of all, a big thanks to our esteemed panelists over here who could take time out and be here, and to the startups, which made it all the way up from the initial form submitting of applications, then the screening, and then being here, and then taking the initiative to do this format of event. So big thanks to you, all of you. Any last parting thoughts? I heard the words, I was just jotting down, like traction came out quite a lot. And then Leo, you had some interesting ideas of that post, and then hidden niches, sign up. So I think the traction came out, and then I think there were another 3 times the size of runway that a startup has. Like, are you raising for 6 months, 12 months, 4 months? So I think those 2 things are my takeaways from this stage panel discussion. But any reflections? First, the panelists, if you want to say 1-liner, 2-liner, and then startups if they want to say.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I've shared experiments a couple of times because I think it's just a useful framework for looking at what startups really are. They are experiments. And so you need to make sure that whatever it is you do, it helps you get on to the next thing and prove whatever thing you do, and you need to have enough cash to do that. If you haven't made any progress on your experiments, there's not a big chance that next round of investors will continue to finance that thing, and that's fine. Then that's time for a new experiment. Second, on the point of advice from investors, super risky. One should never really provide that much advice. Maybe on a few generic things, but it's just I mean, it's so hard. And we get that kind of issue where we see so many business models and talk to so many founders that we tend to think that we are really smarter than we are. And then we provide advice, and it comes without much stake into the company, and it comes with zero ability to actually do the thing, just some free advice. And that's just, please be careful about taking advice, but learn from experiences and share and challenge ideas. Do all those things. Just don't run after advice blindly.
Yeah, good thoughts. Any other points? Any startup that'd like to say something, and then we wrap up the session? Yeah, Sune.
Yes, I think it's important to say when we're talking about funding at the moment, of course, everybody knows it's tough these days, and there's sort of well, it's a slippery slope, because it's pre-seed has become the requirement for pre-seed has become the same for it was maybe 2 years ago for a seed round, and the A round is now, you know, everything has been devaluated. So also for you founders in there, keep going at what you believe in, and you will find your tribe. You will find the people who believe in your mission, and don't get too anxious about this market that is right now, because there's somebody out there who wants to support you, and we will get there if the idea is good enough and our mission is good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Sune. Jon, I certainly will drop in January. I'm planning to be there, so I'll drop in at Catapult. But great work, everyone, on pitches, and thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. You guys are awesome. Have a great day. And we caught you at around lunchtime. Maybe you missed that. I don't know. Now might be a good time for a late lunch. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Tony, you're already here.
I've been
Yes.
I've been here since this morning. I've been here forever. I'm always here. I'm always here. Just start Zoom and I'm there. You know, it's magic. I live here. I'm an avatar.
Brilliant. And we are so happy that you could join us. Very interesting 2 sessions we have run. First one was the idea stage pitching, and this one was startups which were one step ahead. These were pre-seed, and then after your talk, we'll have seed stage startups. So let's see how that goes, but different findings coming from different sides. So Tony, before we jump into your topic, I know you have to log off at around 2:25, so you have around 25 minutes, 23 minutes.
I have 25 minutes and 2,700 slides. It's going to be like a fast-paced movie here. It's going to be fantastic.
Brilliant. But we'd like to know a little. You are very well known in the entire Nordic, even the global ecosystem. You will going around the entire world with the new model. Me. But tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we jump to your presentation.
Okay. What can I say? I'm a guy. I work at KTH Innovation. I've been an entrepreneur myself for the last 25 years. I've either started stuff myself or helped people start stuff for the last 25 years or so. I've been doing it professionally here at KTH for the last 13 years. Yeah, and I still do it. I mean, other people have like what, gardens or pets and crap. I don't. So I start stuff. So that's me. I like working with ideas. I've always worked with ideas.
I think ideas is what keeps the world moving. I think whatever we see around us is ideas of somebody, and then which were built into something. So yeah. Great to have you here, and we are talking about ideas. And in that, I think what we are focusing on your masterclass is also that how do you build a strong LinkedIn presence? Yeah. Especially the event is about pitching. We are trying to focus on how startups should go ahead and pitch themselves at whatever stage they are. So yeah, it's been very iterative since the morning. So it's over to you, and we have till 2:25. Okay, you have till 2:25 because you have to log off.
Exactly, I have to log. I'll tell you why very soon as well. You can see my slides now. I have to log off in 26 minutes, something like that. Anyway, here we go. So friendly tip to everybody out there. I speak really, really fast. And since I have a shorter amount of time and a larger amount of slides, today I will be speaking incredibly fast. So whatever you do, start listening really quickly now. Here we go. My name is Donny. Yes, I work at KTH. You know that. Fine. It's a university. You know that. Fine. Innovation Innovation, we offer early stage innovation support for anybody at KTH, free of charge, no strings attached, no equity. It's magic. I mean, seriously, it's magic. A slide with lots of numbers. We've worked with a number of cases, thousands of ideas since I started, lots of funding, lots of people. The one thing here, though, I'm really proud of is that 73% of all of our current cases have some kind of conscious connection to either solving or working towards one or more of the SDGs, which is something we've worked very hard on achieving the last 3 or 4 years or so. We have a proprietary tool called the KTH Innovation Readiness Level model that I will encourage everybody to use. It's used today very widely. Startups, Swedish innovation offices, Swedish incubators, Vinnova, Swedish Energy Agency, and actually hundreds of universities around the world are using it now as well, and NGOs as well. So I will encourage you all, as if you have a startup, early stage idea, whatever, use the KTH Innovation Readiness Level to help you guide yourself through the journey. We have 6 generic scales of customer, team, business, IPR, funding, and technology to help you from 1 to 9. So check out that. It will help you in your journey. It's free to download, free of charge. Go ahead, enhance yourself. I have also started a foundation called Entrepreneurs Without Borders, which does more or less the same thing, but in the rest of the world. We support founders in primarily developing countries with helping them scale and grow their organizations. So if you have a social impact startup, you can get in touch with us, and then we can help you grow and scale your organization. And in short, we are entrepreneurs helping entrepreneurs create jobs and through that prosperity. That's the whole idea behind that. The goals, it's all about empowering people and helping create growth for jobs and through that prosperity in their local communities. That's the whole thing. We have a day every year, the Sustainable Entrepreneurship Day, since we feel strongly that all entrepreneurship should be sustainable. We don't talk about social entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship because all entrepreneurship should be sustainable, which means socially responsible as well, of course. So, you know, always leave it better than you found it. And that goes for the world as well. So don't break stuff, make things better. 14th of December every year. So next week, actually, go to ewb.world and check out the link to Sustainable Entrepreneurship Day. We have an on-site thing downtown, but also an online 3-hour broadcast with panel discussions, keynotes, and also the EWB Award, our big award that we give out every year. So check out Sustainable Entrepreneurship Day next week, next Wednesday. Right, that's the intro. Fine. Today we're going to talk about LinkedIn and how to support your startup or your idea or whatever you do actually on LinkedIn. So you can follow me on LinkedIn. That's a good idea. I post almost daily on innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership and more. And every week I go live on LinkedIn. Wednesdays, 2:30 p.m. Swedish, I go live on LinkedIn. This is actually today's episode. That's why I have to cut this wonderful talk short. I'm running the episode 88, the 88th episode of my Innovation Fika, which is my innovation coffee break that I run every Wednesday afternoon. Today with a good friend of mine called Adrian, who runs a creative retreat in the middle of Sweden. And we're going to talk for half an hour about how reflection can improve innovation. And don't worry, it will be recorded. It will be on YouTube. All of my written posts are on Medium. All of my recorded videos are on YouTube. So you can find everything afterwards online as well. So don't worry about that. But that's today. So how do you support your startup or whatever you're doing with a strong LinkedIn profile? First of all, realize that people, when they do a search on your name or your startup, one of the first things that come up on Google is your LinkedIn profile. That's one of the, if you search for yourself, your name, one of the first things, when I search for people's names, one of the first things that come up is their LinkedIn profile. So then I click on that, and then I expect to see the same person I met at the conference or the same person who reached out to me with some kind of request for, be it an investment or be it whatever it might have been. So make sure that what I land on, the landing page, this is your personal landing page, actually reflects what you've told me. So here's some tips and tricks just to get it going. Tip number 1, your profile picture. Just for fun, you can also Google bad LinkedIn photos, and there are actually quite funny pages out there of don't do this kind of photos. But general rules for a LinkedIn photo is keep it recent and relevant. I don't want to see a picture of you which is 10 years and 25 kilos ago. I want to see who I met yesterday, or who I'm meeting tomorrow, or who I'm interacting with right now. So keep the picture recent and relevant, and update it on a yearly basis. If you change something, or if you whatever, keep it relevant and recent. Make sure that you reflect who they will be meeting in real life. So don't post the party pics of eyes going crossways and the whole sort of I'm an adventurer, look, I'm in mud races, or I'm on a bike, or I'm at the gym, or whatever. If you're not a professional athlete, then that's not what we need to see. Who am I going to meet in real life? The same thing goes with stiff suits, the super stiff tie thing, and you're going super stiff. That's probably not who I'm meeting either. So make it you and keep it natural. Make sure to use a high resolution picture. I mean, these are like stupid small tips, but they make such a big difference. High resolution picture, don't use a cutout. Don't pick a holiday picture and sort of cut out something and then blow it up so you're all pixely. Show me that you have honestly spent time on enhancing your LinkedIn profile, because I can see if you've actually seriously paid it the attention it needs. 60% of the picture should be of your head, and then there should be air. I don't want the whole sort of fishbowl thing going on. If you want, use the pronunciation video. You know, you can upload videos. If you use your phone, you can upload a video, but you don't. Here's a secret tip. You don't actually have to record the video on your phone. You can record a video in a professional studio, and then you can just upload the video into your phone, and then you can add it to your LinkedIn profile through the LinkedIn app. That's a tip. But use that video if you want to enhance the presence, if there's a pronunciation of your name you want to do, but you can use those 30 seconds of a video to actually sell yourself even more. I don't use it at this moment because I don't use it right now, but if it's appropriate for you, then hey, go ahead, but just make sure it's a good video. Tip number 2, the background photo. Don't skip the sunset or the mountain views or the beautiful steel structures of, I mean, if you're going to use your LinkedIn profile to work for you, then use it to work for you. Use your background. Don't clutter it with tons and tons of text, but use it to actually enhance your message, make it relevant. What are you trying to convey? Are you a startup that is doing some incredible things? Well, maybe something about the startup doing incredible things. Maybe your logo, at least your logotype. I mean, it's so easy. Who are you that I am meeting? And don't try and be everybody. Everybody has like 5 different social profiles in, you know, you're in the gym and you're a father or a mother or you're something like this, but, you know, use your LinkedIn profile and make sure to, again, make it work for you, right? Some examples here, a friend of mine, Tara Lafon-Gouche, here, CEO, training corporate secretaries, teams, and CEOs. In her title, it says what she does, right? She can help me get more clients and increase reach. That's fantastic. A bit silly, but at least book an appointment today. At least it's actually saying what she does. And she's using her background there, her LinkedIn books that she's just released, now available, bestbrandsolutions.com, that whole thing. So make it work for you. Here's another one, a Swedish one, Linda Björk, who goes live every Friday. This one you should follow. She does an incredible live show every Friday, actually on LinkedIn. And here it is. She actually has her schedule on her LinkedIn background. So in January there, it's the first one in 31st January, how to create content. And then in February comes marketing and so forth, so forth, so forth. So use your background. I mean, but don't clutter it too much. You still want to make it visual. Okay, that was the one. Skip the something. I had that. I wanted to double it again. Okay, make it work for you. Okay, here's another one. This is quite a nice one. It's nice and quiet, but it still is all about, you know, Gabriel's startup here. Previous startup at Phoenix. again, I want to see who you are and what you are doing on LinkedIn. So that's when I land. So if you're actually in a startup raising funds at the moment, I want to see that. So Sara Jutmar from Seedrs Republic here for C-Stage Startup Pitching Panel. When I go to your profile, I probably want to see something about that then. I hope it's there. So we'll see afterwards. Okay, and here's one. Another friend of mine, Sami in Kenya, Kuazone. Very nicely put, kuazone.com. What they do. However, if you see the small one mistake he has done, I would have preferred if he'd played around a bit more with the photograph and actually added that description, developing next generation innovators and entrepreneurs, so we could see it, because you know your head will actually go over the image. So make sure to actually work the image in your Canva or whatever you're doing there to make it work for you as well as a background. Okay, tip number 4, content. We haven't even started doing anything on LinkedIn. We're still working the profile here. You can add your pronouns if you want. You can add after your name. You can add she, her, he, him, they, them. I've actually, this is funny because I thought, well, hey, I probably look like a guy I thought, and I probably sound like a guy I thought, but hey, no, because I've spoken to 3 people from Far East Asia, and they all thought I was a girl because my name sounded like a girl to them. So I've added he, him to my profiles. So it's always good as well. Both the pronouns and also the pronunciation video. If you add your video and say my name is, it's a very good way of avoiding people feeling awkward because they can't pronounce your name or they don't know what gender you are, just because looking at your sort of the name. So that's a good tip. Use your headline to stand out. And that's, you saw the Tara one, she added quite a lot. It was a bit of a silly one, but you can actually do a lot with your headline to tell me why I should get in touch with you, what you are looking for, why I should answer your request. If you sent me a request, I'm going, who was it again? I don't remember. And I check on your profile, it's like I can read the first thing I see in your headline under your name. It's like, this person, we're a startup doing this and this and this. Again, make your profile work for you. Don't keep it separate from what you're trying to do in the rest of the life, in the rest of the world, especially in business. And use the summary. When you write the summary, usually either people they write novels and novels and novels, or they do it really short, or they don't even do it at all. But either you use it to tell a story and let us know who you are, but don't make it too wordy. Keep it quite short. Cut the buzzwords. Yes, we know you're passionate, and yes, we know you're executive and you're professional. Just keep it real, keep it honest and authentic. Tell us who you are. List some, if you're looking for a job, you want to list the relevant achievements in your summary. The first thing I see, if I'm looking for you, you've applied for a job, I'm checking out, okay, there's some good achievements there. I don't have to sort of go into your CV or your whole sort of work experience thing. And again, in the summary, you can be very direct. Why should I get in touch with you? Sell. That's where you can really sort of pitch your thing. Get in touch with me for this and this and this, or we're looking for this and this. Raising money right now. Found round closes 31st of December, whatever. You can actually use your summary to keep it relevant and see what's going on, because as you are active online, people will be looking at your profile. Every week I get an email saying how many people checked out my profile, and I have between 1,500 and 3,000 people checking out my profile every week. So I know that they're actually looking at my profile. So I try and keep it updated and make it relevant for them to look at it. Add relevant links, web pages, other pages that you want me to go to, add them there. Frightfully few people have relevant links on their LinkedIn page. And here's an important one. Please, people, add relevant contact information. So many times I want to get in touch with somebody and there's an old Hotmail address from 15 years ago. Still the first thing I see in their professional profile. I don't want to send an email to your Hotmail address. I want to send an email to your professional address at your startup. So please update your contact information, keep it relevant. And if you want people to be able to get in touch with you, make sure to have contact information. There. So let's start using the profile, right? So how do we use LinkedIn? First of all, you want people to know you as somebody who knows what they're talking about in the domain you're trying to make a mark. So if you're a startup in a domain that helps parents work half-time, the whole kid thing, then make sure to become an authority in that domain amongst parents who will be on LinkedIn and finding you there on LinkedIn. So become an authority in the domain. You do that by posting relevant content, joining relevant groups, being a discussion partner online. You have to actually work this network. And it's like 1 billion people on this network. You can do so much on this network. Here's one of the most important things. You create value for your readers. First, you need to understand, who are my readers? Who do I want to be my readers? And what do I write to them that they will want to read? What do they want to read? And then create value right from yourself. Be authentic. As Tara always says, authentic content, but with strategic direction. I want to follow you because you talk about these things. I'm interested in those things. I will hit your bell and I will follow all of your posts because I know you always post and discuss relevant content. So I will follow you for that. So create value. It's the number one thing that makes you stand out. Use images in posts to get a higher view rank, preferably yourself. Actually, a selfie, you will be surprised. The selfie will actually increase your reach a lot more than just a text post. So add images of people, preferably be yourself, and ask yourself one question. What stops you scrolling? When do you stop scrolling and actually look at a post? What makes you stop and look? It's usually an image and it's usually a headline. So use images and headlines that make people stop scrolling. Yes. Actively create community and followers, get to know people. And this is the hard part, because you need engagement. But I'm telling you what, you don't need a lot of time, but you need to be consistent. So if you're serious, I mean, I know I can give you names of people who have raised money on LinkedIn. They've actually raised, I mean, I'm talking millions and millions by only working LinkedIn, meeting investors and investors meeting startups the other way around as well. They've never met them in real life. They've only met them on LinkedIn. It's either indirect relations and then from there to cold relations that they become relations if they work it. And it's not, if you're serious about this, if you start spending like half an hour a day, 5 days a week, like set aside in your calendar, like 8:30 to 9 every day or whatever time, like between 9 and 10 something, set aside a half an hour and work LinkedIn, you will see how it actually will create incredible results for you. Increase your social selling index score. If you get over 70, you get actually a 25% increase in reach. You can Google, how do I increase my LinkedIn SSI? It's 4 parameters, but Google that, LinkedIn SSI, get over 70 and your posts will increase 25% reach. This is a really cool thing. This guy, he's had like millions and millions and millions of views of every single post. He only writes in Norwegian for a Norwegian audience. He is super specific, but he writes really, and he only writes like, well, he has text and an image, but always really thought through, really value add, good posts. I love his posts. And you know, this is Norwegian only. 10,000 likes, 548 comments, 202 reposts for a LinkedIn post. This is reach, people. This is engagement. This is a guy that has become a thought leader in his specific vertical. So Fredrik Fornes, a really good guy to follow. Tip number 5, continue. The algo updates every 4 months or something. You can always Google that as well. What's the LinkedIn algo right now? Here's September. Here's the current one now. Keep 18 hours between posts. If you post more frequently than 18 hours between posts, they will cannibalize on each other and the reach will go down on both posts. Even though the combined reach might be good, but both posts will go down if you have less than 18 hours between posts. So don't post too often, once per day. The 90 minutes after posting are your most important times, because up 90 minutes, if you engage with your own post and the people commenting and get comments in and engage with 3 other posts within those 90 minutes, you actually increase the reach to 25% of that post. Then the following 8 hours after those 90 minutes, you keep engaging at least once an hour or something, up to 8 hours. Then you add another reach increase over lifetime views of those posts. And what actually makes people see your content? People who like your posts will have a 30% increase of seeing your next post. If they comment on your post, it's a 70% increase of seeing your next post. If they share your post, 80% increase of seeing your next post. And if it's a DM, direct message, 85%. So you're seeing that interacting with people and having them interact on your posts because you actually written something that creates value will increase your reach up to 80-85%, right? And a new connection will see all of your new content for the coming 2 weeks. So it's all about creating new connections, adding value, creating posts that will want them to interact with your posts, and you cannot do that by interacting with their posts. Oops, what happened there? Sorry about that. I have to go down to the last slide there. Yeah, that one. Okay. Tip number 5, the algo. Documents, carousels are up, so you're adding uploading PDFs or making carousel video about carousels. Super simple to do on Canva. Video is actually down right now, but use carousels if you want to create value intense content. Never like your own post, for Christ's sake, and don't be the first to comment on your own post. Don't have links in the post that leads away from LinkedIn. And yeah, when you interact with people, use their posts and comment fields, misspelling there, comment on people's posts. That's your primary interaction. Join interest groups, connect through people through there. Don't do cold calling, as in don't just send requests. If you're ever going to send a request to people, make sure that it's somebody that you've connected to before in a comment field or a group, or at least never sell. Don't say, hello, I've never met you before, buy my consultancy firm. No, don't do that. Just connect with people and say, hey, you have a really interesting profile. Let's stay in touch. And then after, like, add value to their life, and they will want to buy from you within 2 months without you ever having selling. So don't sell, add value, create stuff, and interact with people. There. Swish. Swish.
Wow, that was super powerful. Don't sell, add value, and yeah.
Wait. More to come here.
Yeah, okay.
Don't forget, use the LinkedIn app as well, because in the app you can go to network and you can get to yourself and you can check the scan the QR code. That will also give you your QR code, which you can download if you want to your computer as a JPEG and add to any kind of presentation like this one. Here's my LinkedIn profile. And then, of course, here's me, Donny Siliganis, on all social media. Find me there, kdhinnovationreadinesslevel.com, ewb.world. There. Now I can shut up and leave the room. Thank you.
Yeah, there were lots of questions. We don't have, you don't have time for a question.
Okay.
You can take just the last one. Which is more effective, writing an article on LinkedIn or writing, where did it go? Writing on external blog.
Articles are down, external blogs are down. I would say write a post and add a carousel. That's what the algo likes right now. In February or January, it will have changed again probably, but that's the thing right now.
Great. The chat is on fire. You started it.
Awesome. Good seeing you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going into the next studio here.
Rush. Take care. Bye-bye.
Follow me on LinkedIn and I'll see you soon and whatever. Just connect with me. Connect.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone. See you online.
Thank you, Donny. So we're going to be talking about Founders Live. I mentioned a very short point in the morning. Now here's a video coming in from Nick, the founder and CEO. I'll just run that.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? I am Nick Hughes. I'm the founder and CEO of Founders Live. And hey, just jumping in here to say a few words. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you all live. I am actually currently on a plane flying from one city to the other in the United States, but just joining you here, Nick Hughes, founder and CEO of Founders Live. I wanted to share with you a few thoughts. Hey, we're so excited. Founders Live is a global ecosystem to power early stage entrepreneurship, and we're changing how pitching and how building momentum for your startup happens all around the world. We're a global ecosystem. We reach roughly 100 cities in 35 countries around the world. And I'm excited to announce that we are bringing Founders Live to the Nordic region after much success in the US, Latin America, across Africa. We are so excited to roll out and launch Founders Live in the Nordics region in early 2023. I want to thank Namu and all the team there to come on to join our movement here and to lead Founders Live. And I'm encouraging you, we are looking for city leaders who want to come onto our team and join our global leadership team to roll out Founders Live and impact your country and your city. And hey, we're looking for leaders. So let us know, reach out to us. We're happy to collaborate with Nutty Ventures as our ecosystem partner. And we love what you guys are doing with all the Nordic Pitch Battle 2022. Again, unfortunately, I can't be there in person or even live, but we're happy to partner and be here. And hey, things are heating up in 2023, February, March. Keep your eyes out for the first of these pitch competitions that are live in your city. 5 startups, 99-second pitches, 4 minutes of questions from the audience. And then after everyone is done pitching, you, the audience, votes on the winner. This thing happens all over the world, and it's now going to happen in the Nordic region. We're really excited. Thank you so much, and I will see you soon.
Thank you, Nick. So Founders Live is coming into Nordics. Thank you, Thomas, Livia, Reid, Sara, and Felicia. Great that you guys could join us. This panel is about, so we have had 2 panel discussions. We started with idea stage startups in the morning, and then we jumped into the pre-seed. That very different findings coming in when you change the stage. This is more seed stage. So we are going to be discussing a little bit about how these startups can raise funding going forward, given the current climate and the funding situation that we have. But before that, great if you could take a minute each maybe and tell us a little bit about you, your organization, how you support founders, how do you support them raise money? Yeah, over to you. So maybe we'll start with you, Thomas.
Hello everyone, thanks Namur for the invitation. Glad to be here. Super well organized event, like always. I'm Thomas Bigali, I'm Director of France, soon Nordics. We are opening quite a bunch of offices there as well. But also I'm an active member of the European, Middle East and Africa Investment Committee. Plug and Play, we've been investing in startups since 30 years. We count more than 35 unicorns in our portfolio. And how do we help these startups? I would say that, you know, during the Death Valley, so mostly pre-seed and seed, Plug and Play can add a lot of value. First, because we are one of the most active VC funds from pre-seed all the way to Series B. And because we invest in so many startups, we are co-investing with all of the top-notch investors in the world. But on top of that, we are more than a VC fund. We are also the largest open innovation platform in the world, working with more than 600 large corporations. So of course, by doing that, we can support startups to increase their revenue, enter new locations or industry, and get market insights. So I would say that, you know, linked to our portfolio promises, that's the biggest ones worth mentioning. And we are supporting startups again through our corporate innovation platform, but also by backing them. This is not correlated at all, these two activities. We are strategic investor investing a relatively small ticket, earning more than 250 startups per annum, and by providing a lot of added value to the table. Nice to meet you all and to see familiar faces.
Yeah, awesome to see the breadth of Plug and Play, and more than being a VC, you're saying, more than 250 startups. So that's great volume. Thank you. Livia, let's talk about Antler.
Hey everyone, super thrilled to be here today. My name is Livia Moore. I'm an associate partner with Antler. We are a global day zero investor, meaning we support companies from the very, very early days and up until greatness. We're a global company, so we have offices in 25 countries currently. And I rep the Nordic part of Antler, where we have been around since 4 years now. We have made 130 investments in the Nordics so far. So pretty large portfolio where we supported primarily these companies from the very earliest days in the pre-seed stages. And we can also follow on with capital up until Series C. So we're industry agnostic. We have backed companies, everything from energy to health tech, B2B SaaS, consumer, you name it. We have a pretty diverse portfolio. And I'm really excited to be here today to listen to the pitches and hopefully share some tips and tricks as well. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Olivia. And again, good to see the global focus and then the Nordic focus and the scale that you talked about, 120 to 130 investments, and you go up to Series C. Great. Let's move to Luminar Ventures.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Reid. I'm an investment manager here with Luminar Ventures. And quick background on Luminar, I guess a bit different to Plug and Play and Antler. Obviously, we're more of a traditional pre-seed and seed fund. We make about 10 investments a year, so obviously fairly different scale. The background of Luminar are, first of all, everybody on the investment team at Luminar has been a founder, has built companies, has hired engineering teams, has raised VC money on the other side of the table. So I think that's a pretty big distinction for us as an investment team. But also, the background of our two co-founding partners as sort of some of the original angel investors here in Stockholm meant that they had been on the journeys of Spotify and Klarna and Truecaller and iZettle from the very, very earliest days. And so those perspectives are both very helpful for our founders, but also allows us to bring in some really amazing executives from those companies to help support our portfolio as they scale. So, a little bit of the sort of venture building mindset that Olivia and Thomas referred to, but obviously more of a traditional VC funding model that we have here at Luminar. But obviously it's also a lot of volume. So we look at a lot of companies across the Nordics, but we are aiming for around 10 investments every year, typically around the seed stage. And we invest I would say anywhere between €500,000 and €2 million checks.
Great. So €500,000 to €2 million check. I've heard a lot about Luminar Ventures. First time we are speaking. Per Hedberg has a very high regard for who runs Sting for Luminar Ventures. So great to see you here, Reid. And let's talk about Seedrs. Hugo was with us in the morning. He gave this interesting presentation of the crowdfunding being the next thing. So Sara, very interested in knowing what you are doing at Seedrs.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Sara, and thank you so much for inviting me to this event today. I'm very glad to be here. So I've been with Seedrs since August this year, so fairly new. I'm located in Sweden, and I'm focusing on expanding Seedrs operations in the Nordic market. And some of you may have heard the keynote from my colleague Hugo earlier, but those of you who don't know about Seedrs, I can just tell you briefly. So we are the largest private investment platform in the world. We have consolidated with our American counterpart, Republic, meaning that we now globally have about 2.5 million retail investors. So we help businesses engage their own community, find new investors and customers from the Seedrs community, whilst also marketing their brands across Europe and US. We also help businesses raise money from our community of angel investors and institutional investors through our anchor services. Our sweet spot is seed to Series A, but we have helped businesses across all stages. We are sector agnostic, but very often we work alongside consumer-facing businesses that have the community at their core. And in almost all cases, we invest alongside other angels and the VCs. So basically, companies want to do a top-up to engage the community as part of the round. To date, we have done 1,800 fundraising rounds and invested in 2.4
billion euros since 2012. So we had our 10-year anniversary this month, and so really excited to be part of the event and to see the pitching startup soon.
Great statistics, 2.4 billion euros, 118 fundraising round, 1800, yes, oh, good, that's big. And then you're talking about seed to Series A. Thank you so much, Sara, and happy to know about the Nordic plans and the Sweden expansion plans. Felicia, peak.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Very happy to be here today. Thank you so much for the invitation. So my name is Felicia, and I'm part of Peak. Initially a Dutch VC fund, but as of today, a European fund. We have local presences in Stockholm, Amsterdam, and Berlin. I'm based in Stockholm, and I focus more on the Nordics, even though, as I said, we are a European fund. We do invest early stage from pre-seed to Series A. Normally, we do our initial tickets in pre-seed, seed, and then we help the companies raise their next round, Series A, B, even though we only go in up to Series A. We are also sector agnostic, but we like to invest in everything tech-related, I would say, SaaS, marketplaces, platforms, B2B, B2C, and our tickets normally range from 250K up to 4 million euros. We have backed around 50 companies till today, and what I would say is a bit nice with Peak is that we have this entrepreneurial spirit both within and outside the fund. All of our partners, they have done this startup or scale-up journey themselves, and all of our LPs are entrepreneurs as well. So we do not have any institutional LPs in the fund, which gives our companies a very broad network. Other than that, yeah, we announced our latest fund last week, a 150 million euro fund, where we hope to back another 50 companies the coming years with an extra focus on the Nordics, where we are still quite new.
So in this new fund, Felicia, if I may ask, what's the band that you are operating in terms of, ticket?
You mean both stage and ticket size?
Yeah.
I mean, we do really enjoy, and we have our expertise in the early stage. So we're going to stick to the pre-seed to Series A, perhaps even more focus on the pre-seed seed stage. And our ticket size will still be 250K up to 4 million euros.
250K to 4 million. Brilliant. Thank you so much for all the backgrounds. I would request the production team to kindly onboard the startups, and we can have a quick introduction and then move straight into the pitches. We have 7 startups with us, and it's good to see this kind of variation that we are not exactly, because at times stages are also quite fluffy. There are a couple of startups which are more on the pre-seed side. Some are more advanced. So let's see how that goes. And while we are doing it, hi, Mats. Hi, Sebastian. I see, yes, there are more people joining in. But maybe in the meantime, maybe we don't have that time because everybody seems to be here. Okay, Leona is here. Let me see who else is. So Mats is here, Leona, Sebastian, and Robert is joining us. Brilliant. Maybe we can start quickly with the introductions already, because that way we will probably finish on time. So for the startups joining in, tell us where you're joining from and how do you feel today. Let's start with you, Mats.
Hi there, I'm in Stockholm, Sweden, and I'm super excited because we're starting our fundraising tomorrow. So good start.
Okay, awesome timing. Leona.
Hi, so I'm joining from Jyväskylä, Finland. It is so dark here, so it's so great to see all the energy here. So thank you guys for that.
Okay, yes, it's getting dark, but the Zoom is well lit. Brilliant. Sebastian.
Hi, I'm dialing in from Malmö in Sweden, and we have snow pouring down, so it's real winter.
Snow in Malmö this time. Okay, good to know. Timo. Yeah, I see you.
Hello, greetings from Helsinki. I don't think it's that far from the weather in Jyväskylä, but excited to be here. It's been an amazing day, like truly amazing. Well done.
Thank you, Timo. And Miroslav, are you joined in or not? Maybe.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, you can just tell us where you are joining from. How do you feel?
I feel very good, actually. I'm joining from Sofia, Bulgaria. And as a matter of fact, I feel even greater today because in this morning I was at this competition, which is also funded by the European Commission here locally. And we won actually Innovative Company of the Year for Bulgaria for a startup, for the startup category. So yeah, I feel great today.
Great things happening. What's the date today? You should mark the day somehow.
Yes, I can even show you the kind of yeah.
Brilliant. Robert.
Yes, hi, hello everybody. I'm joining in from Sweden on the west coast, Gothenburg. So looking forward to today and yeah, have a good time.
Thank you. Christina.
Hi everyone, I'm calling in from Stockholm. Feeling great. I listened to other pitches earlier today. Super nice to hear all the feedback from investors, and I'm super excited about this.
Thank you so much. We'll jump right into it then. The format is that we have around 7 minutes per startup. Now, our experience was when we had the early stage startups in the morning, the idea stage startups, usually startups pitched and we got consolidated feedback from 2, 3, or 4 investors, and then startups had a time to respond to it. But in the last one, we kind of experimented a different approach. We'll see what works best because it's up to you. Because it could also be that the same 2 or 3 investors can provide feedback, ask a question if they have, and then we move to. So we can experiment. Like startups, we will iterate a little bit, see what works best. So we'll start with the first page. Mats, your funding, your round is opening tomorrow, so we'll start with you. Let's see.
Hello, my name is Mats from Reeler, and my starting point is a mega trend reshaping the world today. People's longing for authenticity. This desire for what is real is reflected in what we eat, how we dress, and how we consume. It has also given brands a problem because consumers no longer trust advertising. What people do trust is content produced by real customers, and this is why brands are moving into user-generated content. UGC can be incredibly admin heavy. Just imagine collecting and handling thousands of videos from customers and keeping track of license rights. Our solution, Reeler, is a marketing productivity platform that streamlines UGC so that brands can collect big quantities of UGC, easily curate the best content, and keep track of license rights. The benefits to companies are threefold. First of all, they can boost brand engagement and sales. They can also make the UGC work 10 times as time efficient. And thirdly, they can cut content production costs by replacing agency content with user-generated content. The global market for UGC tech is booming and will reach $18 billion in 2028. In this market, we are different from most competitors since we are specialized only on UGC. We will be best at collecting the content from wherever consumers prefer to share it and best at securing the license rights. Our business model is SaaS, and we already have our first paying customers in Europe and the US. This is our team currently doing the Techstars Accelerator in Stockholm. In 2023, our focus is to beef up development and beef up our sales. So if you would like to join Reeler's global journey, please reach out.
Thank you so much. I presume there's the Techstars as a demo day tomorrow evening, right? That's where it's open.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you. Who wants to go first? We can raise hands. That makes it very easy for me. Like if I see a couple of raised hands, I know who wants to respond to the pitch. But maybe Felicia, and then Thomas, and then Sara. We can probably do 3 each time. Yeah.
Should I go first?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I do both feedback and then a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but a very nice pitch, Mats. I like to hear very much to the point, very good storytelling. What I would like to see a little bit more of is in the beginning where you say that people do not trust advertising any longer. I mean, I would like to see a number here. Like a few years back, if you put this much money into advertising, this much was converted. Today it looks like this, to actually show that this is a true problem and this is a painkiller solution, not just, you know, a nice feature. And then just a question on the competition. Are you aware of the competitive landscape and what your defensibility is?
I mean, there are several competitors. I mean, the market leaders are US based. There are also some European competitors. The American competitors, they tend to be like a feature of a bigger marketing tech platform. And we kind of see them not moving so fast anymore. Then I'm almost more afraid of the other pure UGC startups that are popping up. Regarding defensibility, I mean, we hope to lock our customers in a little bit, because when they build their media library in Reeler, it is going to be a little bit messy to move it all out again. So that's one moat that we have.
Definitely, because it can actually be very good to just have this like a competitive landscape slide, because I mean, you can't overtake your competitors if you aren't aware of them, and it should be it can be good to show that you are aware of the landscape.
Good point. Thank you.
Thomas.
Hi, Matt. Thanks a lot for the pitch. Really straight to the point. Similar feedback as Felicia just mentioned. What I think could be added is on one point. So you mentioned you already have some customers. So I would like to know a bit more about that, but also maybe the story of your entrepreneurial journey. So how you came up to build this specific solution. Why? How did you meet your co-founders? How did you co-build this solution with potential users? And what are the first feedback, etc. I think that's really important, especially at your stage right now, because this is what we will be looking at. So something else that, I mean, the questions I would like to mention to ask you right now is, what about your go-to-market strategy? I mean, your company is quite heavy when it comes to BD and marketing, and I would like to understand better how you are planning to tackle that and gain a lot of traction.
I mean, our go-to-market, there's like a now and a longer plan. I mean, long term, we want to build an online sales pipeline. We're a SaaS company. We're completely scalable. A little bit by chance, we have customers in Europe, in US already. But right now, we're doing manual sales. I'm building a lead database. I'm contacting the companies. I'm setting up meetings. I'm doing demos. So at the moment, we're doing manual sales. And I think that this will be the case at least for in 2023 still, but we want to build an online sales pipeline where we can send digital traffic.
Definitely. I think automatizing like all of your BD effort can help you, and also potentially starting ASAP some inbound marketing strategy. I think this would be really beneficial. Outbound is great, but inbound, earlier you start, better it is, and you will see great results and becoming, increase your SEO and become a market potentially leader and build trust. I think awareness and trust is really important.
Good idea. We'll do it. Any native speaking blog writer, it's right to me.
Thank you, Thomas. Sara.
Yes, thank you for a great pitch. I can really see how this could be valuable to marketing teams. And it's quite clear that you're tapping into a growing trend. So I can see why also, user-generated content comes with a heavier burden. So the why is very clear. What I would like to see a little bit more understanding of the how, like how the platform streamlines UGC, maybe some screenshot of, what is actually the product. And also tapping into the same feedback around customers. I visited your website and saw that you also have some well-known customers already. Not sure if you're allowed to shout about them, but it would be great to see if you have some stats or feedback from some of your existing customers, maybe some stats around customer satisfaction, for example. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Just for the founders, questions can also be asked directly. You can respond, but most of the points coming from the panelists can also be taken as feedback points. Yeah. Livia, we go with you, and then we have Reed.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mats and Reeler, for the pitch. So full disclosure, Reeler is actually one of our portfolio companies. Just wanted to have that said. So I know Mats very well. Thanks for the pitch. I have some questions and feedback. I'd love to understand better sort of how you can help your clients to create more UGC, to really sort of tap into them also becoming better at generating this kind of stuff, and also then subsequently marketing it on the right platforms to the right target audiences. And also, kind of on the same note as some of the other questions and feedback, supporting clients in well, actually like building your sales organization to really double down on the right kind of clients, get them onboarded as fast as possible, and get them up and running as fast as possible. So sort of more like go to market and building a sales engine that can really operate at the speed of light.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Livia. And that answered the question earlier, how I met my co-founder, because we met at Antler. But to your questions, I think when we started Reeler, we wanted to stay away of this kind of advisory with our customers, just because we were dreaming up this really scalable, we just wanted to do the platform. But we have realized that many customers do need advisory and strategy. And we have actually very, very recently decided to offer that to them. Not that we want to become a consultancy firm long term, but we think just to get some best practice going, get more clients on board, we will offer some advisory to customers who don't have a clear UGC strategy. Our best customers are the ones who have a UGC strategy. They just buy the platform and handle it themselves, but not everybody does.
Okay, thank you so much, Matt and Livia. Last quick one, and then we move to Leona.
Yeah, I'll keep it very short, and thanks, Mats, again for a very good pitch. But for me, it was actually sort of a similar thought to what Sara mentioned, which is more on the how it really works. And on the one piece of feedback I would give you, to be very specific, on the solution slide, is to go into much more detail on how the architecture actually works. What is it connecting to? How does it find user-generated content out on the internet? How does it identify things? And try to then position that next to the competitive landscape as the next slide, so you can really show what differentiates you at a product level. I think that really is an important kind of key part of any founder story.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that feedback. It's true, I didn't even show a screenshot, I think. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Matt, do you have any thoughts, reflections you want to share?
I'm thinking about our demo day tomorrow and how I can integrate this feedback into my pitch. But like today is quite limited, 3 minutes, so I have to take something out as well. But so this was really useful to get to meet you all and have this feedback just in time for a demo day.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Matt, and thank you to the panelists. We move to Dr. Leona. Hold on.
Hello, I'm Dr. Leona Gilbert, CEO and co-founder of Tested. Simply put, we're failing the patients. When people get bitten by a tick, multiple microbes can be passed on to the individual, and they can suffer multiple diseases. But the standard of care is actually testing these people one microbe at a time, one disease stage at a time. And these patients are not getting better because of this standard of care. You may not know that actually it takes 11 different visits, 11 different doctors, 11 years on an average to get a proper diagnosis. We're simply failing the patients. 5 years ago, we speculated that 2.8 billion people will be infected with a tick-borne disease. And this is not an outrageous number. Actually, what's been reported is 1.2 billion people are already infected with a tick-borne disease. And 20 million of these people are suffering long-term. We need to do better. And we have, and that's with TickPlex. TickPlex tests 15 different microbes simultaneously against 2 different antibodies so that we can actually give information about what disease stage the patient is at, acute stage, dissemination, or late stage. It is CE IVD marked and has been rigorously clinically validated. So you understand that the benefit for the patients is quite simple. They only need one visit to get a proper diagnosis, and they can recover quicker. Our traction has been excellent. In the first few years, we actually raised 1.5 million euros to establish manufacturing facilities. We rolled out 5 products that are patent protected in the first 9 months, and we built up our team with mentors and advisory boards. COVID hit us. We were resilient to roll out another product, and up to then, we've been profitable, and we have tested 29,000 patients. And so right now, we're raising 1.2 million euros to expand. The team behind this has been Kunal and I, because we listen to the patients and we listen to the customers of what they want. So are you ready to get the patients tested? If you are, come talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to go first? Maybe raise hands or, yeah. Livia, we go with you and then Reed.
Thank you so much, Leona, for that pitch, and I very much appreciate what you're trying to do for this sort of underserved group of patients. What I would like to better understand is both the actual user journey, but also the entry point into the healthcare system. So end user aside, who are your most important stakeholders when you're selling this product? What does the situation typically look like for this type of patient and the doctor? What's the process typically leading up to the point where a physician would determine that this type of test is appropriate? Or is it even so that the end user goes about this sort of research and this decision making on their own? This is still a little bit unclear to me. And what would be the typical symptoms that the patient is displaying? Because you seem to have done a lot of progress on the R&D side, which I think is absolutely the appropriate starting point, obviously. And now comes the go-to-market into play. How are you going to take this step by step? And would also be curious to understand what is the cost of this test and the performance that it has, probability of delivering false positive, et cetera, et cetera.
Excellent questions. And we can discuss this over drinks because we need to do better for the patients. But I can just say that our go-to-market strategy is B2B2C. We build up awareness through working closely with patient advocacy groups. I sit on various boards and scientific committees on these patient advocacy groups, and we direct them to our customer. Our customer is so far these specialty laboratories that know how to test for tick-borne diseases and know how to treat. So our go-to-market strategy is really working with these specialty laboratories, but since COVID, we have now appreciated the benefits of working with distributors. So we have a US distributor that just signed on. We have a US lab that's showing hard interest with our test kit. And we expect to be in the US market actually within 2 months, because they can enter the market through an LDT kind of underscore and acceptance. You talked about the performance of the test kits. We are outperforming the robustness of the available test kits right now. We are at 98% sensitivity and 98% specificity. And right now, just merely putting more microbes on a plate has actually allowed patients to recover quicker and like 10 times quicker. And so that's the input kind of attribute that I want to record from early, like years ago. We started recording this, and this is just excellent for us. So great questions.
Thank you so much, Leona. I like this comment over here. I'm just picking it up. I like your energy and cool vibes. Thank you. It seemed very powerful response. Yes, Reed, over to you.
Yeah, also love your energy, Leona. Thank you for that. But on a similar topic to what Livia was asking, what are the sort of regulatory hurdles that you need to overcome in this journey, and what have you kind of overcome already in that sort of regulatory space, and what still has to happen?
Yeah. So for Europe, we are compliance with the in vitro diagnostic regulations. So it's CE IVD marked. So we're selling all in Europe, which is really great. For US, we do not need FDA approval just yet. We're going to go as a laboratory developed test first. That's why I can say we can get into the market within 2 months. but we have to work with a lab there. What we have applied for COFERS approval in Mexico, and if that goes through within the next 6 months, then Health Canada will follow, Australia, TGA will follow because of the agreements. So the regulatory demand is quite, I mean, it is quite robust, but we are approved here in Europe. And it's a matter of just making sure that we have validation studies within the population that we're going into, like Australia. So we just finished a validation study of Australian patients. So that will help us getting TGA approval in Australia. So it is robust, but we are there. We have a handle on it.
Thank you. Any more feedback from the panelists? If not, Leona, you can share your reflection, or if there is some question you have on your mind, you can ask.
Oh my God, what you're talking about my energy. Holy shit, this has been kick-ass. And keep it up, really. Organizers and panelists. I mean, we entrepreneurs are here and we get our energy from you guys too. So keep the kick-ass attitude up and the energies. That's what I wanted to say.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. We move to our third pitch. And we have Sebastian. Let's see.
Hi. At Handiscover Accessibility, we focus on helping the needs of people with disabilities. Indeed, 2/3 of our community are struggling to find reliable accessibility information when planning to visit a place or when actually visiting a place. And our target group is as big as 20% of the population and growing fast due to the aging population. In itself, it's a 20 billion euro market in Europe only. So at Handiscover, we focus on collecting, verifying, and classifying super granular data about accessibility. Our value proposition is based around 4 pillars: collecting unique data, showcasing that data on our customers' websites or apps, analyze and benchmark data, and help them also to improve their accessibility over time. Customers are, for example, big shopping malls like Vela Centrum, where we install an accessibility button on their website and you press on it, a widget with all our granular data, our icons, and pictures for key data points are being showcased, really helping end users to plan their trip. Today, we work with 8 out of the 10 biggest property owners in Sweden and are now scaling to Nordic and Europe through our customers. We have a pipe of 190,000 euros and are now to venture also into hotels and having discussions with our customers at a Nordic and European level. We are 11 employees, with helping to reach roughly 84,000 euro in ARR this year and 1 million euro within 12 to 18 months. We have a team of veteran entrepreneurs and a very international team, 35% women and 70% of us have a disability or a member of a family with a disability. We've raised 4 million euro in equity so far and 2 million in grants, now backed by European Investment Council and how. Hi, at Handiscover.
Okay, it just got over there, but I hope we got all the message in. Let's see. Reid, we can start with you and then Felicia and then Thomas and then Livia. Okay, we have a full house. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Sebastian. As I thought it was very interesting. But I wanted to ask a quick question, sort of just on a data point that you showed at the end, which is that you've raised 6 million euros already. So I'd love to understand a little bit about how that money has been invested. In the business already, what for years or however long you've been going since raising 6 million euros for the business.
Yeah, you were cut a little bit, but I think I got it. Basically, we started our journey as a B2C, building a marketplace for disabled accommodation booking in 2015. And basically, just before COVID hit, we realized that in order to super scale our marketplace, we needed to build a business-to-business solution in order to help us finance the data gathering. Because before, for our marketplace, we had to build this unique data layer. We had to build it at our own cost, which was fine with for the MVP, but not long term. So we started on this business-to-business concept, and we realized that in order to launch it, we needed to build accessibility data management platform that would cost us roughly €2 million. And so we saw that it would be hard to raise that from with equity. So we pitched and managed to get, just before COVID, we had good timing, the EIC accelerator, and we got €2 million in fund. So we could use COVID times, basically when all travel was dead, to basically pivot the business or add another leg to the business. And we were supposed to validate that management system with the travel industry, but also with COVID not giving us a break, we basically had to shift from travel to actually retail. And it's why basically we build the traction on the B2B with our SaaS model in the retail space at the moment, and now ready to go back to hotels because we are starting to do okay again. So
got it. Thank you.
Felicia.
Yes. Hi, Sebastian. Really nice pitch. Now you already covered a bit of my question, because my question was a little bit about the business model, but also the customer journey. But now you told me that you pivoted into a B2B kind of model. But I mean, it's still like the end customer. It's still the ones visiting, for example, Vela Centrum. And can you just tell me like how this works for the users? Do they have to visit like Vela Centrum's website where you have sold your product into, or is there also like an app, or how smooth and user friendly is this for the end customer?
Yeah, no. So for the sake of the business to business solution, where our customer are the big shopping malls or the hotels and so on, and of course, but the benefiters are the end users. But the point of the B2B is to relieve us from the pressure of having to, build a community and build all that traffic. So here we piggyback on the traffic that all these big shopping malls have, and leverage on that to long-term build our brand, basically. So the users of the widget that we install on our customer's website, for example, so Vela, which is just one shopping mall, for example, they have 1 million visitors on their mall. We know that 3% of them are clicking on our widget at the moment. So in the last 6 months, we've already have over 200,000 user interaction with our widget, showcasing really that the widget is adding value to end users. And since it's co-branded HandDiscover, it helps us build the brand long term. So
definitely got it.
Thank you. Thomas and Livia, shorter.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Raid and Felicia already asked the questions I wanted to ask, but maybe, to go a bit further into that, I would like to know, so as you pivoted, etc., and you have all of this cash and you've been co-building during COVID time, what's your pipeline now? What's your, BD strategy, etc.? Because I think the sales funnel for you to convert is pretty slow in this specific use case. So how you are planning to make it shorter? What's your plan overall?
Yeah, I mean, the reason when in the travel industry, the aim that we had was to work with big hotel chains, and we had contracts with them that were all disappeared with COVID. And it's why we then chose the retail space, because in the retail space, there are also some big European companies. So some of our first customers are, for example, part of Unibail Rodamco Westfield or Klépierre, which are two French-based huge property managers. And we are now, after having the first sales here in Nordic, we are starting to have the discussions at European level. And that's really so we want to scale on the B2B side. It's basically using the fact that they are all represented from big international players here in Nordics, that we put all our focus to sign first in order to get them happy, and then help us get the introduction at HQ level in order to scale fast on a European level. Because from a tech platform, thanks to the EIC grant, we've been able to build a super ready. I mean, it's fully mature tech platform now that we have with the luxury of spending
and
so
just
much money.
just maybe on that, Sebastian, so what's as you want to scale from an existing partnership, how long it takes you to close the first one, from the first contact all of the way to converting, and how much generally they represent in revenue?
So it's why we use the develop with customers, strategy in 2021, because with the first malls that we worked with, they were all part of big ones. So of course, the first one, it took like 3 to 4 months to sign them. Now what we see is that in the last months, we have been able to scale fast from, having from each of these big property owners one location to now 5, 6 locations, and now after 6 months already starting to discuss at HQ level. So it goes faster, but of course it's always the first ones are the longer to sign. But at the same time, we work in the CR space. So, I mean, the bad conscience that we have very soon, if they see their competitors having that, helps us. Now we see that because...
Very clear. I will leave Livia to us. Final question.
Yes, thanks. I'll be super quick. I just have 2 questions. Number 1, I'd love to understand for the end user, what is the killer feature for them? And number 2, on the B2B side, what does customer success look like? What's the most important KPI that you need to be hitting to ensure customer success?
Yeah, so on the first point, it was the user...
the killer feature for the end user.
Yeah, I mean, but for us, it's a game changer, because from today, having absolutely zero information, or at best, you would see a retail or hotel claiming to have a disabled parking or a disabled toilet, but meaning nothing less. We go in our widget, you can navigate the map, see every single entry with pictures. So you see data, pictures, and so in a super granular way that you can even filter depending on your disability. And so you goes from basically the bicycle to a Rolls Royce. So it's a game changer. And for the for our customers, I mean, the key KPI for them that will be the traffic or the interactions with the widget, because for us it's the top of the iceberg only, but it's the engagement with the widget is the proof of relevancy of the product, basically.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll run to the next one. Thank you so much, Sebastian.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
And thank you, panelists. We'll move to Timo. Let's see if we can get your presentation up ASAP. ES project, yes.
Hi, I'm Teemu. I'm the COO and co-founder of EAS project. I'm here to tell you of a horrendous story about a trade debilitating problem and a heroic team overcoming the challenge. EAS removes the artificial compliance barriers from e-commerce. We open EU and UK to online merchants, with more countries open soon. There really is a problem if 500 online stores do 58% of intra-EU cross-border commerce. Further, the EU Commission found the domestic compliance cost to be 2.6% for SMEs. Also, according to the same source, the cost of selling cross-border quadruples that to 10%. Regulation is complicated, and being compliant requires help, which is costly, also difficult, and requires extensive effort still. In other words, without comprehensive automated solution, the compliance rabbit hole becomes 3 rabbit holes. And that is exactly what EAS fixed. The no-code onboarding is key to happy merchants. We are also happy to configure the solution on their behalf for added ease. Comprehensive solution means support for all business models, which means scalability and usability for all company sizes. EAS solution is approved and recommended by industry leaders, Royal Mail, Swiss Post, EasyShip and Shopify. The no-code and efficient processes means clients are compliant in hours instead of weeks. The transparent and affordable pricing model makes it a real no-brainer. The complete VAT solution is ready and in the market. We have over 200 customers. We're onboarding every day, 3 to 12 new clients. we've achieved this with zero marketing budget. If you want to become part of the global solution to e-commerce, we do need more fuel in the tank. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Reed, we go with you.
Yeah, so thanks, Timo. That was a great pitch. I think you did a good job explaining everything very crisply. But I think this is one where a competitive analysis is absolutely essential, right? Because there are obviously other players out there that we all know about who are in this space. So it'd be really important to understand what differentiates EAS here and why there's a big opportunity specifically for you and for your product. So yeah, I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Basically, the comprehensive solution with the no-code onboarding. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, I got you.
That seems to be the key to merchant happiness. To validate the product, we have currently collaborated. We have a partnership with Royal Mail, who people are selling our solution to their merchants. I mean, they see our solution as being the solution to restore their parcel business to EU. So that should be a big validation. I know there are a lot of players in the field. None of them are doing exactly what we are doing. We're very merchant friendly, we're very fast, and that seems to be the key. Oh, and we are talking to some other postal operators, major operators in the world, on partnering in a similar fashion to Royal Mail.
Thank you. Felicia.
Yes, hi. Very good pitch, very short, and you didn't overcomplicate it. But as Reed said, I was also about to ask a little bit about the competition, because I think there is a crowded market here. And that's why I would have liked you to, go a bit more deeper into how you do things, because then it is like easier to understand why you're different.
Yeah, I understand. Sorry?
Yeah. Could you iterate a little bit like how you do it differently?
We can handle all of the VAT issues, sales side VAT issues. Instead of focusing on one solution, we can handle all of them. So the more complicated the business becomes, they can import things to EU, they can have intra-EU warehouses, they can have multiple warehouses, which will result in certain domestic sales and some being intra-EU sales. For all of these, we can handle the data or the reporting. Once it's automated, I mean, our biggest market is UK, followed by US, and 95% of our customers are non-EU, by the way. The importation is the most difficult part here. When there is a transparent pricing, no-code onboarding, and the full scalability at later stages when they can start having warehousing in EU, that seems to be the big difference there. Why the big four haven't done this? That's often the question. They are selling consultancy. We are prohibiting anyone from having that consultancy. You don't need it. We focus on doing it.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Sara. And then Livia.
Yeah. I mean, those two questions were basically the same as I was going to ask around, how it's done and how it's different from other solutions. But I think what could also be interesting in hearing more about is the customer journey, what it looks like. You mentioned that it's very easy to onboard new customers, and I saw that you have already 200 customers. Is that right? In fairly short amount of time. So maybe you could share, some stats around that, customer satisfaction, if there are a dropout rate or similar.
Okay, the customer journey, this is a wonderful story. You know how many of your friends are Googling VAT compliance during the weekends? If they are, they have a problem. And this is just absolutely wonderful. If they end up on our website, they will go through it. Of course, we'll find out who they are. Unless they book a meeting or start registering with us, we already have it. We have really 100% conversion rate from a meeting. We have a few companies having dropped out, just less than 5. The matter is complicated, it's difficult. We do have absolute expertise in-house, so we can answer the complicated question, but most of the customers only want to hear that we got their backs, and we do.
All right, thank you. Those are some very impressive numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia.
Yeah, that's actually a good segue to my question. And first of all, Timo, thanks for a great pitch. So my question is more around scaling. Now, you mentioned that you want to use further funding in order to actually market this and onboard more. So I'd love to understand how have you grown sort of organically so far? Like what channels have you tried specifically? What messages have been working? How are you envisioning that you'll be able to really 10x the growth of this? What new channels are you dying to try? What will the mix of sort of paid, organic be, etc.? What segments are currently, or segments of e-commerce stores are growing the fastest, etc.?
That was a lot of questions. Basically, where we want to move is to have language support and marketing. You know, a German speaker will not buy difficult compliance in English. They just don't want to do that. The same goes for French speakers. We're missing out on massive markets apart from Swiss market, where the Swiss Post is actually pushing us forward. How we reached this stage was pretty much what somebody said earlier on during the day. We were very active in the communities. When there is a discussion about cross-border sales, we were giving advice. We were telling them, look at the compliance, but we're also giving technical advice. We're very active, especially in the Shopify community, which is the main product for us. The same thing just continues. Active participation in the communities, having a proper support for the questions in native language is absolutely essential. And this already seems to be the winning ticket. We are working with partners. We're working with EasyShip, and like I said, a few postal operators already. We're looking to expand on that. For logistics companies, once they realize that having a simple solution for cross-border sales might actually increase their logistics services demand for them. So we are working with EasyShip with over 100,000 customers already. So that would be the path forward, but I do want to include the other language areas and the people less confident in English and less confident in VAT compliance.
Thank you so much. Timo, any follow-up questions you have? We are now slightly compressed on time, but we'll still be able to run the pitches properly. So
just to say thank you. Just to say thank you. Wonderful day. Again, I know I'm repeating myself. That's the key.
Short and sweet. Thank you so much.
Exactly. Thank you.
We now move to our next, the third last presentation for the day. And let's see if Holoma can join us. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. This is Miroslav from Holoma. I'm going to briefly share with you what we do. So we have actually developed a software which is based on Microsoft HoloLens 2, which is aimed at orthopedic surgeons worldwide, because the problem that we actually found was that in the 20 million surgeries, orthopedic surgeries per year, there are about 20% of the patients that are actually unhappy with the work and have problems, discomfort, and the need for revision surgeries. Basically, what we do is we help the surgeon execute the preoperative plan perfectly using 3D holographic navigation. What we do is actually we take the 3D image of the patient's bone along with the preoperative plan that the surgeon has made, and we upload this to HoloLens glasses, where in every step of the process, we actually help him position his tools directly, basically execute all the actions that are connected to the surgery perfectly by showing him in real time the deviation between his tool and the perfect line that needs to that he needs to execute, essentially. The impact, essentially, we are aiming at getting a big share of the market. We're working already with orthopedic surgeons from around the world, and also with some medical universities that we're doing clinical studies and research. and basically validating our technology. Our team is formed of multidisciplinary professionals, and we also have an orthopedic surgeon in our co-founders. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Felicia, Reed, and Thomas in that order. Felicia, Reed, and Thomas. Yeah.
Great. Hi, amazing pitch, amazing idea. Now this is this space is not where my expertise lies, but I just want to ask about the both risk and opportunities on building this on top of HoloLens 2. And for the future, if you will be able to also move or integrate into other goggles, or if it is really stuck to like a HoloLens when you know how to build it on top of it.
So that's actually a very good question, and thank you for that, because we've also been discussing this internally in our team. So right now we're working with the second generation of HoloLens, which came out about 3 years ago. Even though it's new technology and it's vastly improved from the first one, still the time that has taken from Microsoft to actually get out there the third generation is quite long. For us, we have actually, because this is a very rapidly and very dynamic space, AR and mixed reality headsets, we've actually the past month have held some conversations with competitors of HoloLens to actually study, on one hand, advantages, disadvantages. Of course, there isn't one, I would say, clear winner in this space, but internally and technically speaking, it wouldn't be much of a big effort for our team to actually migrate. So even though that for the current use case and for what we have planned, HoloLens 2 is technically sufficient, we are actually looking at mitigation, kind of mitigating this risk.
Okay, and also just one more question on this, like HoloLens 2, have you seen any proof or numbers on that this is the most used one within like medical facilities, or why did you choose HoloLens 2?
We mainly chose HoloLens 2 because on one hand we had experience with since HoloLens was out there. Basically, our team has experience with the first generation, but also because it's a standalone headset. Most of the other ones are using basically a computer and which is connected to a cable for rendering, and we wanted to be mobile and inside the operation room to have only the goggles. In terms of usage, I would say that most of the companies that are doing similar things to us are using HoloLens 2, and I think this is the quickest way to market, because developing software is one thing, developing hardware it's a completely different story.
Indeed. Okay, thank you.
Reed, and then we'll see how much. Yes, Reed, definitely you. Hi, Reed. I think you're frozen. Thomas, we move to you.
Sure. Thanks a lot for the great pitch. I mean, huge pain points you're solving. I'm not the most knowledgeable person maybe in the room when it comes to such pain points you're trying to solve. But still, I wanted to, you spoke a lot about tractions, but you did not tell us, how many customers, users, etc. you have. I think it would be great to have. Also, when you speak about like the added value of using your solution, it would be great to know how much time they save, what's the accuracy, etc. A bit some data points, metrics. And lastly, I don't know if you saw, but you had some, the overall design of the deck was great, but you had some formatting issues with some overlapping of text on text, etc. But that's a details. But so yeah, tractions would be great, and also anything linked to the added value of using your solution.
All right. So the first question, quite a number of questions, but anyway. So the first one,
Miroslav, very short.
Sure.
So, yeah,
I'll try. Yeah. I'll try. The biggest hurdle in front of us in terms of to get the required traction is actually that we're doing a medical device which needs the proper certification. For the European market, there will be CE mark. For the United States, we would require an FDA. We have already started this process, and as such, we cannot actually sell and use in real life the most value-added part of our solution, which is actually the holographic navigation. Instead, what we have partnered with, what we have focused on, is actually building a community and building a network of medical universities that are really fascinated by this technology, and they want to actually validate the use of augmented reality in surgical use. And also we have partnered and already using it in intraoperatively with surgeons from countries that actually don't require certification. I mean, I wouldn't say that we kind of want to break people or anything, but this is, completely safe anyways.
Thanks.
We can take one quick one. Reid, you got chosen last time. You want to go ahead? Livia, probably you can take the next one.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the pitch, Miroslav. So you mentioned that you're currently validating your technology. So firstly, I'd love to learn what are the sort of most important milestones in this roadmap? And secondly, how much capital do you need to actually get the final product in the market, given that it's perhaps some sort of more hurdles to jump over in terms of the licenses, the correct R&D, etc.
So the biggest milestone actually that we achieved is actually the device HoloLens. As the default, it only has a refresh rate of like once per second. When we're doing the navigation part, I mean, you know that surgeons do have more precise hands than us normal people, but even the best surgeon would, for him, would be very hard to actually overcome, to actually achieve the perfect position of the tool when the refresh rate is per second. What we've done is actually, through our own algorithm on top of HoloLens, we've achieved 20 milliseconds, which is 50 times faster than Microsoft. And our next big hurdle, and this is what our team is currently working on, is imagine an operation room. So our methodology is actually the surgeon and his assistant, both of them, they use one headset. So in the example where I don't see the marker, but my assistant on the other hand sees it, both devices will communicate to each other to know in any time the position of the markers that we're tracking. And this in this way, our confidence level is going to always be the highest possible, and we'll always show the perfect position of the tool, of whatever intervention the surgeon needs to do. In terms of the funding required, so for us, all of the funds that we require essentially are connected. Most of them are connected to the certification, the legislative part, and also further product development and business development. We've based on our business plans, essentially we're looking now for a round of about 2 million euros for a runway of 18 to 20 months.
Thank you so much. I think, is there any follow-up question you have, Miroslav? Otherwise, we'll move to the last two pitches of the day.
No, I don't want to, take any more of the time for the other pitches.
Brilliant, but very well explained answers. Thank you for the panelists. Anna, I see that you are here. We'll probably we'll be able to start the last closing address in about 15 minutes. So we have 2 more pitches to go. So I'll move ahead with the second last pitch we have. Let me see. MyFlow, Robert.
Hi, my name is Robert Bloom and I'm one of the co-founders to MyFlow Learning, a digital ecosystem for knowledge. Our team have been together more than 17,000 hours before we actually started off MyFlow. The reason why is that we initiated the biggest initiative in Sweden when it's coming to knowledge, Hela Sverige Samlas. The timing for our company is fantastic. The reason why is that the expert and creator market is booming. However, the problem that we could see within Hela Sverige Samlas was that a lot of the expert didn't know how to digitalize their expertise, so they don't meet demand from the companies. So the solution is very, very easy. We built an ecosystem for the experts so they can have one place where they do everything. So they can save time and energy, have more customers and new revenue streams. We do that via modules and integrations that you can see here. So you can have everything in one place as an expert. However, there is also a marketplace within the platform, so companies can filter out and create a very easy way to reach out and get the best experts in no time. On the expert side, we have a revenue sharing and a SaaS model. On the company side, we have 2 fixed products. The market is huge. Only in Sweden, we have 118,000 experts, and we should reach approximately 1,000 of those within 3 years to meet budget. 200 of those is already in the platform, 43,000 on the company side, 2,000 on the 3-year plan, and we already have 450 in the platform. The team, as I said, have been together for a long while. Here is the 8 co-founders, and we have a lot of consultants that is coming in with us as well and doing great stuff. The offer that we can give you here today is within a 3-year plan, a 7x, and that is 5% in the company for 1.8 million Swedish. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Robert. And yes, we start with Livia. Livia, Sara, and Felicia, and then if we have time, Reed.
Thank you so much for the pitch, and I love that you included also the sort of why now element in your pitch. So my question is around the co-founding team, actually. 8 co-founders, that's a pretty impressive amount. I'd love to understand how, just sort of in brief, how you complement each other and how you're sharing roles and responsibilities.
Well, it's actually easy because we came together within the pandemic time, and when we did so, we did this initiative Hela Sverige Samlas. So all of us were coming together doing this extraordinary event 3 times with more than 10,000 people participated. And so when we did that, we came together from different angles, but we're all tech nerds or sales nerds. So you can say that we are tech and sales, all of us. So we complement each other in a great way.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Livia, or we can then move to Sara?
Yeah, just I guess a quick follow-up. Do you find that it's easy to sort of ensure that you're not working on the same things as co-founders, or that you're not kind of, I guess, stepping on each other's toes? Do you have very clear roles where you know how you're working together, but also dividing and conquering? As I would say it's quite uncommon to see that many co-founders.
Yeah, I understand that. And the reason why, as I said, is we're coming from this initiative, and as being together for so many hours, thousands and thousands of hours, we already have all the conflicts, all the friction, all that kind of thing. So when we're now entering the field, we can do that in a much more effective way, and we know our position in the team.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Sara.
Yeah, thank you, Robert, for a great pitch. I think it's a really interesting market that you're in with the gig economy booming, and it seems like you have found your own niche and built a platform that really solves a lot of challenges for freelancers and that you call experts. What I would like to know a bit more about is your target customer when it comes to the companies that you work with. Have you dug deeper into what type of businesses that are most likely to use this kind of service, and how do you go about acquiring new customers? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. On the company side, it's companies between 20 and up to approximately 100 employees. So you can see that the HR in that company had the learning and development in their knees. So much often they are not prepared to handling that. So we're helping them to get to the first level or maybe the second level of treating this upskill, reskill stuff, and to get a very easy way to get a hand of the best experts that's in the market. So that's what we're doing on the company side, and that's where we have a sales team that is doing that outbound. And we also do that together with the experts because they starting to open doors to their customer base. So that's a pretty easy way. And on the expert side, that's where we have a huge network ourselves. So that's not so much of a problem because the rumors is already out there and they coming to us.
Thank you. Felicia.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for that pitch. Really interesting. And I really like this space, even though the e-learning space is a bit crowded. So I have two questions, and that is, due to experience, I've seen a few of these models before, and they tend to be a bit tricky to monetize on. So could you just, again, iterate a little bit on how you will grow your revenue, but also how you stand out from competition?
So when it's coming on the revenue side, it's on the expert side, we have a SaaS in the foundation, and we also have a rev share model. So we did take the SaaS very, very low. So we managed to get no friction coming in as an expert, and then we actually grow with them. So we don't have a cut. Instead of having a SaaS that is a bit high and you need to sell to them, we lower it down and we grow together with them. So it's a pretty easy and not so usual way to do it, because of the reason that we know the space very inside out. So that's the reason why we choose it, and so far it's been very successful.
And do you believe the coming years, because I've seen a trend of people, information is free and it's everywhere, and now we have seen this created learning, micro learning, people believing that knowledge should also be free. Do you think that the willingness to pay for this will continue?
I think it's like this, because we are a digital strategic partner to the experts. So when it's coming to live streaming, coming to coaching, when it's coming to all this kind of digital setup, they need to meet demand from the companies. So it's not all about selling knowledge. It's more about how they actually digitalize their expertise so they can have a partner while they are actually giving that expert to the companies. So we are part of their solution when they're selling their own expertise.
Mm-hmm. Got it. No, I like your niche. It's interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, Sara, did I miss you? I was checking the raised hands, or did you ask? You had a question?
No, I already asked my question.
Okay, great. Read your question short, and then we can ask.
And actually, I thank Felicia and Sara, who actually asked my question. So just quick feedback there, Robert. Very, very good pitch. Really enjoyed it. I would say, if you can, to try to keep the deck in one language. I think that's something that in general is a small detail, but definitely worth doing. And also when you get to the ask at the end, rather than sort of doing the ask in the context of the valuation that you'd like or the equity that you'd like to give away, rather to do the ask in terms of how much do you need to get to the next stage and what are you going to invest the funds in. I think that's more the way that we typically think about our sort of stage of investing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reid. Robert, any last points, and then we move to the last pitch.
Thank you. High five.
Thank you so much for being here for the day. And we move to our last pitch of the day, and then we have a closing address from Anna Gisler, who is waiting for us now. We got a little late. Anna will be there in 8 minutes. So Christina, it's your pitch. Let's see if I can play this.
Manly hair growth, infertility, uncontrollable weight gain, and depression. These are only some of the symptoms that women with chronic hormonal disorders deal with on an everyday basis, affecting their quality of life. In fact, 87% of patients are dissatisfied with the knowledge, guidance, and help received from healthcare about their diagnosis. And it can take up to 2 years to get the right treatment while spending a lot of money just to manage their symptoms. It's time to stop normalizing a life with chronic hormonal disorders, and it's time to care. My name is Christina, and we at Ovuli decided to care by creating the first digital therapeutics for hormonal disorders, starting with the diagnosis called polycystic ovarian syndrome, or PCOS, caused by hormonal imbalance and affecting 1 in 5 women worldwide. Our solution is an app incorporating the first line of treatment recommended by the doctors, which is lifestyle interventions. By using the latest evidence-based knowledge and digital techniques, we make it possible for women to tackle the root cause of their condition and become symptom-free. So 1 month ago, we launched our beta app in our PCOS community and already have over 700 users. We have also received great customer satisfaction, and 30% of them have already improved their quality of life. We also recently closed our angel investment round. With our seed investment in future, we want to scale B2C model and enter B2B market, as well as CE mark our app, and also long-term expand into European market and diagnostic field. And this wouldn't be possible without our amazing female team of engineers, software developers, and expert team within different medical professions, together with our PCOS community. So our vision at Ovuli is to become the leading digital platform to treat hormonal disorders.
Okay, that ended abruptly, but great pitch, Christina.
Thanks.
Thomas, and then whoever wants to go, Thomas, Felicia, and Livia. Yeah.
Hi, Christina. No, really a great pitch, super inspiring, was clean, straight to the point. Honestly, you nailed it. I have a few questions, but maybe let me focus on one, as we are quite a bunch. I wanted to ask you, what's your unique value propositions? How do you differentiate yourselves from the competitors? This is something that you did not really emphasize on. I understand, you know, you want to sell your company, but would love to have your insights on that one.
Yes, so the uniqueness of our solution is to be a one pitch shop for this complex disorder, polycystic ovarian syndrome. Since today, the customer journey is that, or patient journey is that you go to your gynecologist and then you get sent to different types of medical professionals to treat your chronic disorder. You get sent to a dietitian, to physical therapist, psychologist, gynecologist, and this demotivates the patient to actually take care of the disorder and treat it in a sustainable way. So we are gathering all this in our app, but we're also, not only that, we're also leveraging on the technology part. So we are digitalizing everything and letting the algorithms motivate and guide the user into this journey of managing this. So the value proposition is really having a coach, a PCOS coach in your pocket.
And just a quick one on that one. So you are saying that you are the only digital solution solving this particular use case?
Digital therapeutic. So digital therapeutic is basically like the therapy, evidence-based therapy in a digital format, which already has evidence behind it. So that's we are actually the only digital therapeutic for polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Then the UVPs should be great to be analyzed also on your indirect competitors, because I guess you have quite a bunch. But thanks again for the great.
Thank you so much, Felicia.
Yes, hi. Very much appreciate what you're solving here and that you're tapping into such a particular topic. I just wanted to ask, but I saw on your roadmap on the last slide there that you're going to pivot into B2B as well. What's the strategy for that and how you're going to do that?
Yeah, so right now we're talking to different healthcare clinics, IVF clinics, who actually get approached by PCOS patients suffering infertility. And IVF clinics, for example, they need to reject these patients if they are overweight or have other symptoms of PCOS. So in that case, we are we are providing our solution as a tool for them to get a all-around support for IVF patients. On the other hand, we are talking to private gynecologist clinics in order to be a tool for making the patient visits more efficient by providing our app as a tool in between doctor's visits. So instead of doctor needing to have like to provide the information, the guidance regarding the lifestyle treatment of PCOS, we provide that in the app, making the doctor's visit more efficient. So there is like the strategy, we are just tapping into that. We have kind of proved the value for the healthcare actors, but we are now in discussions of pilot projects, and we haven't really figured out the monetization, but yeah, but we have launched a B2C right now, focusing on that.
Thank you, Olivia.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Christina, for the pitch. Really important problem. I know several women who suffer from PCOS. So glad that you're trying to solve this. So I can actually build on the previous question a little bit. Do you sort of plan to, I guess you're still in the kind of exploration phase, but do you plan on having these two business models, the B2C and the B2B, live simultaneously, or do you envision that you'll be sort of moving over to a business model only working with the sort of within the healthcare system? And what is your sort of for Ovulate? Do you see yourself also expanding into other areas of female health, or rather sort of expanding within the PCOS space?
Yeah, so regarding the business model, so we see ourselves like the B2C model is important in order to really nail the value proposition for the patient, because this is something that will be important when selling this to the clinics as well. The better profit will come from the B2B partnerships and monetization model. So we see ourselves like going over to that one. But in the future, we want to expand Ovuli into digital therapeutics for endometriosis and other chronic hormonal disorders, having lifestyle interventions as a treatment, because it's we see that this can be distributed through the same channels. Once we have channels, clinics for the PCOS solution, we can leverage on the same channels for go-to-market strategy for other solutions like endometriosis and thyroid disorder and so on.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That was our last pitch for the day and for the entire day. The entire pitching sessions and panel discussions are over. A big thanks to all our panelists and all our startups who could make it to the day. And great ideas, great diversity in teams, geography, like, I don't know, they're really good. And we also had ideas from both ideas, pre-seed and seed stage. So a big thank you for today, everyone.
Hi, Annabelle. Hi, everyone. It was so interesting to listen to I learn all the time because I'm not that deep into pitching and actually startup sessions. So I learn all the time. Let me see if I can share the screen. I hope so.
Brilliant.
Great. So honored to be a part of this and to be able to talk a little bit about what does City of Stockholm do in different ways. What is important for us as a city is to try to facilitate for all of you stars that are creating innovations, startups, and also bigger companies, and also investing in companies, of course, and ideas. So what we try to do is facilitating for sustainable growth in many different ways. And one way that we in some way package during this year is the both the collaboration, but first of all, the report, Home of Impact. So we tried to communicate Stockholm as the Home of Impact. That was out from the record within VC investments into impact startups in Stockholm, actually 2021, where we not per capita, as we often do, hit the record, but in the total amount of VC investments into impact startups. So we beat it, Germany, UK, Netherlands, and all the rest in that part. So we did a report about that, and we will also continue next year to communicate Stockholm as the Home of Impact. But first of all, I would like to get down to a newly perception analysis that we let a UK-based company do for us. And I think this is important to also see how the rest of the world looks at Stockholm right now. And we are a fairly small capital when it comes to Europe and also globally. So we could, due to this, these experts in this perception analysis, they say we can never be one of the big seven. And of course, I'm struggling and I'm kind of stubborn, but I also realize that we are kind of too small, both when it comes to, of course, the inhabitants, but also a lot of other things. And we also are a small country, of course. But we are, as you can see, so close to the big seven, and this has strengthened during the pandemic also in different ways, of course. Maybe the way we coped with the pandemic and didn't shut down like a lot of other cities and capitals did actually, but also in other ways. We have been working and communicate and also has been strong since many decades within sustainability, of course. So is everything good when it comes to Stockholm and the perception of Stockholm? Yes, it's kind of good, most of it, but we also lack things. So we have a really huge challenge within talent, and we will come back to that during next year. We'll start a talent meetup. We'll go around on different kind of hubs to try to get the talents to get here to deepen down even better into the Stockholm community. They are enjoying the work they do. They're enjoying the colleagues and the hubs or the companies that they are in, but they don't really seem to get into the broader picture of Stockholm and connect with Stockholm in broader ways. So that's something that we will start to work with next year. And also when it comes to a part of the character and attitudes, of course, we have some challenges there. But as you see, we score really high when it comes to livability, and we know that, but also when it comes to influence. And I think that's a combination, of course, of old heritage, but also that we are kind of mature and also kind of brave in our way to see both on work, but also on different kinds in life. We talk a lot about the life-work balance. Even before the pandemic, 30% of the Stockholmers worked remotely some days, and that, of course, the pandemic increased enormously, and also in the rest of the globe. But we were already there before the pandemic. So in many ways, we are kind of strong, but we also have challenges, of course. So when you look at the brand Stockholm, we are, as I said, we are strong in green and clean, of course. Also kind of strong in safety, even though we have some discussion in the city about unsafe areas and like that. But most of the areas in Stockholm are actually so safe, and it looks also like a safe city when it comes to counterparts in Europe and other capitals in the globe, of course. Gender equality, of course. We work, as you might know, with an initiative called A Woman's Place, and that's a way to visualize that gender equality. And sustainability innovation, of course, we're strong in that. We have some challenges when it comes to visitors, but also public transports. But that's something that we also try to work with. Our sister company is connected to the visitor side, so we cover most of these sectors. So what did we do this year, and what will we continue with even next year? One of the things that we started this year and we continue with is the Stockholm Impact Week. It was in the ground a collaboration between Invest Stockholm as a part of the City of Stockholm, and also Norrsken Foundation and Stockholm Tech. And it ended up that Norrsken started the Impact Week, and we continued it. And we will do that next year also, but maybe we will compromise it or do it a little bit more dense into a fewer days from our perspective. But we think that this is a great way to communicate the strength in Stockholm, and also how far ahead we are when it comes to impact in different ways. So here is just a glimpse of what we actually did. It was in September 6 to 14, and it has a lot of different angles, and also, as you see, it was combined to the growth issue. We had a Stockholm Impact Job Fair, ecosystem hack, and also connected to startups and VCs. So that was a couple of things that we actually did. And we also tried to combine it with a couple of sectors that we work with, but also partnering up with organizations like Reach for Change and Feminvest, who, in our perspective, is so important to drive the development further on. So this is just some short slides. We held the Impact Week on Epicenter this year. And we had a couple of crowded days, and we so much enjoyed it, so we already decided that we'll do the same next year. So as you see, a lot of, and maybe this is not a lot of a large amount of site visitors, but for us in a fairly small website and also a small organization of just 20 persons, it's kind of good job, and we get a lot of huge reach into different kind of channels also. So Stockholm Social Impact Day was another one that we cooperated with Feminvest and Reach for Change, and it doesn't really looks like that on this picture, but it was really crowded actually, and it was so much positive energy in the room, and two are really important organizations to drive that change forward actually. I mentioned a woman's place shortly, and for us it's a really important initiative. It combines the storytelling of Stockholm as a society and a city when the gender equality issue is so important, and we are kind of mature in the work there, but we also need to work. We have a lot of things to work further on with, not at least when it comes to female-founded companies when they need investments. They're still at such a low level, so it's so much to do there. And we ended up with a panel with Caroline Farberger and also Hilleson from Nordvall, and also Helene Barnikov, former Microsoft CEO of Sweden. And what was their conclusion was that it's very much up to having role models, and those three have in different ways been role models for a woman's place in Stockholm and a woman's place globally, of course. And their best advice was to let the things that you do in the position as a CEO or a site manager or a part of the management group is that it's a small part of changes, but it's so important that you actually are working as and also doing good example as a role model, because as a man and also as a woman, of course, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, both of the gender are so important to make this change happen actually. What we ended this year with was actually a new initiative, or it was actually the second year we did it, but it's kind of new. It's called Stockholm Creative Tech Week. It combines tech with creativity. So it was entertainment, music, broadcasting, art, everything that combines creativity into tech. And we held it in Hasselbacken on Djurgården. And we also had a lot of different organizations, not the least the co-host of the event, who was Stockholm Music City, but also a lot of other different organizations within creativity and film, of course. I mentioned music, so it's really a broad kind of event with a lot of different sectors. And it was great. We will evaluate that, of course, and see what can we do next year. But what's for sure is that we will continue the work with Home of Impact, communicate Stockholm as the home of impact, and also combined the tech scene, the startup scene, try to strengthen that and do the platform for all your entrepreneurs, investors, and companies, so that you can continue with your work in the best way. So
brilliant.
Amol, I
Thank
think
you.
that was all.
That's great, and a great presentation. What an awesome work you guys are doing. Like, it's not a big team, as you say, but there's so much output coming out. The Impact Week, Creative Tech Week, Talent, Femtech, Startup Support. So we are really seeing this with a lot of awe.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Amol, Mekar, and Jens. Really great event